Hey guys, welcome to Harry Course. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if story. As you saw into this title, what if Harry Potter was raised by the professor from Money Heist and master strategic spell warfare? Every video is self-recorded, originally written and created for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoy Talk Timelines and overpowered Harry, subscribe. Now let's begin.
Chapter 1, The Boy in the Surveillance Room. The flicker of a dozen monitors cast dancing shadows across the walls of the hidden room. Each screen displayed a different corner of the sprawling, dilapidated English estate, a library choked with dust, a kitchen with a massive, empty hearth, a long corridor lined with faded portraits of sleeping ancestors. In the center of it all, seated in a worn leather chair, was the professor. His real name was irrelevant here. He watched the screens with the patience of a spider, his eyes missing nothing. He was observing a variable. A new one. The boy had arrived 3 weeks prior, deposited on the sprawling, unkempt grounds by a stern-faced woman who spoke of duty and ancient magic, of a world the professor had only recently learned existed. The boy, Harry, was small for his age, quiet, and wore clothes that seemed designed to make him disappear. He was a problem to be solved, an unknown element in a life the professor had meticulously planned. The woman, a witch named Minerva McGonagall, had explained the situation with a clipped efficiency. The boy's parents had been murdered by a dark wizard. He was to be hidden here, with distant, non-magical relatives, until he was old enough for their world. The Dursleys, his relatives, had made it abundantly clear they wanted as little to do with him as possible. He was to sleep in the smallest bedroom, eat last, and speak only when spoken to. The professor, whose real name was Sergio, was a ghost to them. A distant cousin who had inherited the estate's caretaker duties, he was allowed to live in the converted stables, a separate building where he had constructed his sanctuary, the surveillance room. The Dursleys, concerned only with appearances and their own mundane lives, never visited him. They didn't care for the drafty old manor or its quiet, strange caretaker. It was the perfect cover. For 3 weeks, the professor had watched the boy. He saw him shrink under the bullying of his oversized cousin, Dudley. He saw him flinch when his Aunt Petunia spoke. He saw the way the boy would sit by the kitchen window for hours, simply watching the sky, his eyes too old for his face. The professor catalogued it all, filing it under trauma response and suppression. He was not a man prone to sentiment. He was a man of plans. But today, something had shifted the parameters. It was a Tuesday. The Dursleys had gone on one of their grotesque outings, leaving Harry locked in his cupboard. The professor watched on screen as the small door eventually creaked open, and the boy emerged, his dark hair a mess, his glasses askew. He didn't run to the television or raid the fridge. He stood in the silent hall, perfectly still, his head tilted as if listening to something no one else could hear. Then, with a deliberate, silent step, he began to move. The professor leaned forward, his interest piqued. The boy was walking towards the grand, central staircase. The Dursleys had forbidden him from ever going upstairs. Yet, Harry walked past the cupboard, past the kitchen, and began to climb. Each footstep was placed with a care that spoke of hypervigilance, a trait the professor recognized. He'd seen it in soldiers, in survivors. The boy was scanning, assessing, predicting. The professor switched cameras, following the small figure down the first-floor corridor. Harry paused at a door, his hand hovering over the handle. It was his aunt and uncle's bedroom. He didn't open it. He moved on. He checked another door, a guest room. He simply looked, then continued. He was searching for something specific. Harry finally stopped at the very end of the hall, in front of a narrow, unremarkable door. The professor knew this door well. It led to a small storage room, a forgotten space filled with old trunks and broken furniture. But it also had a lock. A heavy, old-fashioned iron lock. The boy tried the handle. It didn't budge. He didn't kick it or cry out in frustration. He just stood there, staring at the lock. On the monitor, the professor saw the boy's brow furrow in concentration. It wasn't the scowl of a petulant child. It was the focused expression of a strategist confronting an obstacle. He saw Harry's lips move, whispering something. Perhaps a plea, perhaps a command. Then, it happened. There was no flash of light, no dramatic sound. The lock simply clicked. Not the sharp click of a key turning, but a softer, more profound sound, a sound of metal yielding to an impossible force. The professor's breath caught in his throat. He rewound the footage, watching it frame by frame. The boy's hand wasn't touching the lock. It was hovering an inch away. And the tumblers inside the lock, they had moved on their own, rotating into the correct position with a slow, deliberate precision that defied all physical laws. Harry opened the door and slipped inside the storage room. The professor switched to the camera inside. It was an older model, its image grainy. He saw the boy run his hands over the dusty trunks, the old, cobwebbed paintings. He wasn't looking for treasure. He was touching the latches, testing the weight of the lids, his gaze calculating. He opened a small trunk filled with yellowed linens, and his expression shifted. Not disappointment, but analysis. He was gathering data. The professor watched for 10 more minutes. Harry explored the small room with a quiet thoroughness, noting everything, disturbing nothing. When he was done, he closed the door behind him, stood before the lock, and whispered again. The professor leaned closer to the screen. The lock's tumblers reversed their silent dance. The bolt slid back into place with a definitive thunk. Harry Potter walked back down the hall, down the stairs, and slipped back into his cupboard, closing the door without a sound. The professor sat back in his chair, the leather creaking in the sudden silence. The dozens of monitors hummed, displaying their empty, static scenes. But the man's mind was a whirlwind of new data, new variables, and a new, breathtaking hypothesis. This was not simple magic. He had seen McGonagall perform magic with a wand, with incantations, with visible results. This was different. This was an act of pure, silent will. The boy had thought the lock open. He had visualized the outcome, and reality had bent to accommodate him. The professor's training was in the human mind, in probability, in the architecture of perfect plans. He dealt in predictable variables. Love, hate, greed, fear, these were levers he could pull. But this was a power that operated outside of those systems. A power that could, if left unchecked or uncontrolled, render the most meticulous plan obsolete. He knew the boy's history now, of course. He had researched it, albeit from a distance. The magical world's most notorious dark wizard, Voldemort, had been defeated by this child. The wizarding world saw him as a symbol, a savior. The professor saw a target. A child with a bullseye painted on his back from the moment he could walk. The Dark Lord might be gone, but his followers, his ideology, would still be there, festering, waiting. One day, they would come for the boy. Or another threat would. And if Harry Potter remained the quiet, suppressed boy in the cupboard, he would be consumed. The professor looked back at the monitor showing the door to the cupboard under the stairs. The boy was in there now, in the dark, probably thinking. He wasn't crying. He wasn't afraid. He was processing. He had seen a locked door, a variable that blocked his path, and he had found a way to eliminate it. Not with strength, not with tools, but with his mind. He had applied a solution with absolute precision. A slow, unfamiliar feeling crept into the professor's chest. It wasn't sentiment. It was recognition. He saw a reflection of his own mind in that small, deliberate act. The boy was an analyst, a problem solver, trapped in a world that demanded he be nothing. The professor had spent his life designing intricate operations, planning for every contingency, and seeing the world as a complex system of cause and effect. The boy, it seemed, did the same. He began to formulate a new plan. It was audacious, perhaps even foolish. It went against every instinct of isolation and secrecy he possessed. But as he watched the grainy, frozen image of the cupboard door, he knew he couldn't ignore the variable. The boy was a weapon, a powerful one. But weapons were useless without a strategist. They were dangerous without a plan. The boy had the raw power. The professor had the methodology. Perhaps, together, they could forge something that could not only survive the coming storm, but control it. The next day, the professor waited in the kitchen of the main house. It was a calculated risk. The Dursleys were home, but he knew their schedule. They were in the sitting room, watching television, a ritual they never broke. The kitchen door creaked open, and Harry Potter slipped inside, heading for the cupboard to get his cleaning supplies. He froze when he saw the man sitting at the table. The professor was tall, with a salt and pepper beard and calm, intelligent eyes. He wore simple, comfortable clothes, nothing threatening. He held a cup of tea, its steam curling in the cold air. He didn't smile, but his gaze was not unkind. "Hello, Harry," he said, his voice a low, even baritone. "I'm Sergio. I live in the stables." Harry stared, his green eyes wide behind his round glasses. He had seen the man from a distance, a solitary figure walking the grounds. He was another mystery in a house full of them. He said nothing, just waited. "You don't need to be afraid," the professor continued. "I'm not like them. I saw you, yesterday. On the upstairs landing." Harry's entire body went rigid. The color drained from his face. He looked like a rabbit caught in a snare. He started to back away, his small hands balling into fists at his sides. "I saw what you did to the lock," the professor said, his tone as neutral as a weather report. He took a slow sip of his tea. It was remarkable. The precision of it. The control. Most people, when they first encounter such an ability, they let it explode. They break things. They panic. You solved a problem. You opened a door you wanted to open, and then you closed it again, leaving no trace. That's not power, Harry. That's intelligence. Harry stopped retreating. The fight-or-flight response seemed to war in his expression. The man wasn't shouting. He wasn't hitting him. He was talking about the lock as if it were a puzzle he had solved, not a crime he had committed. It was so utterly alien to his experience that it rooted him to the spot. "I'm not going to tell your aunt and uncle," the professor said, setting his cup down. "I have no interest in their rules. I have an interest in you." "Why?" The word escaped Harry's lips before he could stop it. It was a croak, a whisper. It was the question that haunted him every single day. Why was he here? Why was he different? Why did things happen around him? "Because you're a variable that doesn't fit the expected model," the professor replied. "And I've spent my entire life studying models. Yours is fascinating. You have a gift, Harry. But a gift without a plan is just an accident waiting to happen. The world is full of people who will want to use you, or destroy you. They will be stronger, faster, and have more resources. You need to be smarter. You need to be 2 steps ahead. Always." He stood up slowly, pushing his chair back. He walked to the kitchen door and opened it, letting in a gust of cold, fresh air. He looked back at the small, bewildered boy. "If you ever want to learn how to think 3 moves ahead," he said, his voice carrying the weight of an undeniable truth, "come to the stables. Not today. Not tomorrow. When you're ready. I'll be watching." He stepped out into the gray afternoon, leaving the door slightly ajar. Harry stood alone in the silent kitchen, the words echoing in his mind. Think 3 moves ahead. Always, it was the first time anyone had ever spoken to him not as a burden, not as a freak, but as a mind. A mind with potential. He looked at the door to the cupboard, his prison. He looked at the open door to the outside, where the strange man had disappeared. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter didn't feel like a problem waiting to be solved. He felt like a plan waiting to be written. 3 days later, after a particularly brutal beating from Dudley and his gang, Harry found himself standing in the rain outside the converted stables. His glasses were cracked, his lip was bleeding, and his ribs ached. He was soaked to the bone. But his eyes were clear. He raised a small, trembling fist and knocked on the heavy wooden door. It swung open silently. The professor stood there, his expression unchanged, as if he had been expecting him. He simply stepped aside, gesturing into the warmth and light within. Harry didn't hesitate. He walked past him, into a world he could not yet comprehend. A world of monitors and maps, of complex diagrams pinned to walls, of books on human behavior and military tactics. A world where power came not from a wand, but from a perfectly executed plan. The professor closed the door, shutting out the rain and the cold and the Dursleys. He looked at the small, battered boy standing in the middle of his sanctuary, dripping water onto his meticulously organized floor. He saw not a victim, but a recruit. A mind to be honed. A variable he would now control. The first thing you need to understand, Harry, the professor said, his voice calm and absolute, is that magic is not your weapon. Your mind is. Magic is merely how you execute the plan. Now, let's begin. Chapter 2, Training the Mind First. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped from Harry's fringe onto the lenses of his cracked glasses. He stood in the center of the room, shivering. Not from cold but from the overwhelming assault of information his eyes were trying to process. The converted stable was nothing like the dusty, abandoned building he had imagined from the outside. The space had been gutted and rebuilt into something between a war room and a library. The walls were covered in corkboards pinned with strings of red thread connecting photographs, newspaper clippings, and handwritten notes in a language Harry didn't recognize. Maps of cities he'd never heard of were marked with colored pins. Shelves groaned under the weight of leather-bound books with titles like The Art of War, On War, and The Prince. But what held Harry's attention most was the wall of monitors. A dozen screens displayed different angles of the Dursley property, the front door, the back garden, the driveway, even the interior of the sitting room where Uncle Vernon was currently asleep in his armchair, the television flickering blue light across his face. "You're watching them," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. Observing, the professor corrected gently. He moved to a small kitchenette in the corner and began heating something on a stove. "There's a difference. Watching implies passivity. Observation is active. It's gathering data, identifying patterns, predicting outcomes. Your uncle falls asleep in that chair every evening at precisely 8:47 p.m. He will wake at 9:23 p.m., complain about the programming, and go to the kitchen for biscuits. Your aunt will tell him they're bad for his blood pressure. He will eat them anyway. This happens with 93% consistency." Harry turned from the screens to stare at the man. "Why do you know that?" "Because knowledge is the foundation of every successful operation." The professor ladled soup into a bowl and placed it on a small table, gesturing for Harry to sit. "Eat first. Then we talk." Harry wanted to refuse. Every instinct screamed at him not to accept anything, not to owe anyone anything. But the smell of the soup, real soup, with vegetables and meat, overwhelmed his defenses. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a hot meal that wasn't scraps scraped from plates after the Dursleys had finished. He sat and ate, trying not to seem desperate, failing completely. The professor watched him with those calm, penetrating eyes. He didn't speak, didn't ask questions, didn't offer comfort. He simply observed, cataloging, filing away data points. When Harry finished and set down the spoon, the professor leaned back in his chair. "Tell me about the lock," he said. "Not what happened. How you did it." Harry's hand tightened on the spoon. "I don't know. I just wanted it to open." That's what everyone says. It's what the witch, McGonagall, would expect to hear. But I don't believe in just. I believe in process. The professor steepled his fingers. Close your eyes. Walk me through it. Second by second. What did you see? What did you feel? What were you thinking? Harry hesitated, then closed his eyes. The memory was sharp, vivid. The lock was old. Iron. There was rust around the keyhole, brown and orange. The paint on the door was peeling in 3 places, top left corner, middle right edge, bottom near the floor. Good. Details. Continue. I touched it. The metal was cold, colder than the air. I could feel the shape of it through my fingers. The ridges. The mechanism inside, even though I couldn't see it. I knew how it worked. The bolt slides into the frame, the tumblers have to align to let it move. Harry's brow furrowed. I wanted to see inside it. Not with my eyes. With my mind. I pictured the tumblers. 3 of them. One was stuck, slightly off position. And then. I pushed it. In my head. I imagined it moving, clicking into place. And it did. Harry opened his eyes. That's it. That's all. The professor was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, a rare thing happened. He smiled. Not a warm smile, not a kind one. It was the smile of a mathematician who has just found the elegant solution to a complex equation. You didn't use magic, he said. You used analysis. You assessed the object, understood its mechanism, identified the obstruction, and applied precisely enough force to correct it. Magic was merely the tool. The thinking was the weapon. Harry didn't understand the distinction, but something in the man's tone made him feel like he'd passed a test he didn't know he was taking. Most magical people, the professor continued, rising from his chair and moving to a whiteboard covered in diagrams, approach their ability as an emotional release. They feel angry, and things explode. They feel scared, and they vanish. They want something, and they summon it. Reaction, not action. Impulse, not intention. It makes them powerful, yes. But it also makes them predictable. And predictable people lose. He picked up a marker and drew 3 circles in a vertical line. The average wizard thinks 1 move ahead. They identify a problem, an enemy, an obstacle, a locked door, and they apply a direct solution. A curse. A charm. A blast of force. If that fails, they panic. Their emotional state degrades their precision. Their magic becomes erratic. They lose. He drew a second line of circles, branching from the first like a tree. A competent duelist thinks 2 moves ahead. They consider their opponent's possible reactions. They plan counters. But they're still operating within the moment, responding to what's happening now. He drew a 3rd layer, then a 4th, until the board was covered in a complex web of interconnected possibilities. The strategist thinks 3, 4, 5 moves ahead. They don't react to the present. They shape the future. They've already planned for every response their opponent could make, every variable that could shift, every piece of luck that could fail. By the time the battle starts, they've already won. The fighting is just paperwork. Harry stared at the diagram. It looked impossibly complicated, a maze of cause and effect with no beginning and no end. How do you do that? How do you think that far ahead? Training. The professor erased the board with a single swipe of his hand. The human mind isn't born knowing how to think strategically. It's taught. It's drilled. It's forced to fail until it learns not to. Are you willing to fail, Harry? Are you willing to be wrong 100 times so that you're right on the 101st? Harry thought about the Dursleys, about Dudley and his gang, about the teachers who looked through him and the relatives who wished he didn't exist. He thought about the strange, terrifying world McGonagall had described, a world of magic and danger, where a dark wizard had murdered his parents and might one day return for him. "I'm tired of being helpless," he said quietly. "I'm tired of things just happening to me. If you can teach me to stop that, I don't care how many times I fail." The professor nodded, as if this was exactly the answer he'd expected. "Then we begin. Not with magic. With the mind. Magic comes later, when you understand what it's for." The first lesson was not what Harry expected. There was no wand, no spells, no talk of magical theory. Instead, the professor placed a chess board on the table between them, not wizard's chess, with its violent, moving pieces, but a simple wooden set with carved figures. "Chess is the simplest form of strategic thinking," the professor explained. "Limited pieces, limited moves, perfect information. Your opponent's pieces are visible. Their possible moves are finite. If you lose in chess, you have no one to blame but yourself. You missed something. You failed to calculate." Harry had never played chess. The Dursleys didn't own a set, and even if they had, Dudley would never have allowed him near it. But as the professor explained the movements of each piece, the linear rook, the diagonal bishop, the unpredictable knight with its L-shaped leap, Harry felt something click into place. The board wasn't just a board. It was a system. A puzzle with rules. They played their first game. The professor destroyed him in 7 moves. Harry didn't even see it coming. One moment he was moving pieces randomly, trying to remember which direction the bishop could go. The next, the professor's queen had pinned his king against his own rook, and there was nowhere to run. Again, the professor said, resetting the board. They played 11 games that first night. Harry lost every single one. But by the 11th game, he lasted 23 moves. He'd started to see patterns, to recognize the way the professor's pieces worked together, supporting each other, creating traps that weren't obvious until it was too late. "You're learning," the professor observed as he reset the board for the 12th time. "But you're still thinking about your own pieces. Stop. Think about mine. What am I trying to do? Where am I weak? What am I protecting?" Harry looked at the board with new eyes. He stopped seeing his own army and started seeing the professor's. The man's pieces were positioned aggressively, pushing forward, but in doing so, they'd left his back rank vulnerable. His king was exposed, protected only by a single rook. Harry moved his knight. The professor raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. You're sacrificing it?" Harry nodded, his heart pounding. "You'll take it with your bishop. But then my queen moves here," he pointed to a square, "and you can't stop her from reaching your back rank. Your king has nowhere to go." The professor studied the board for a long moment. Then, silently, he tipped his king over. "Your first win," he said. "Not because you were stronger. Because you thought about my objective, not yours. Remember this feeling. This is what strategy feels like. The moment when your plan becomes inevitable." Harry stared at the fallen king, a warmth spreading through his chest that had nothing to do with the soup. He'd won. He'd actually won. The lessons continued for months. Every night, after the Dursleys were asleep, Harry would slip out of his cupboard and cross the dark garden to the stables. The professor was always waiting, always ready with a new lesson, a new puzzle, a new way to stretch Harry's mind. They moved beyond chess into probability trees. The professor would present a scenario: you need to retrieve an object from a guarded room. There are 3 possible entrances, each with different risks. The guards change shifts every 4 hours. One of them is corrupt and can be bribed, but you don't know which one. Map out every possible outcome and assign probabilities. Harry filled notebooks with branching diagrams, tracing paths through endless possibilities. Some branches led to success. Most led to failure. But each failure taught him something, a variable he'd missed, an assumption that proved false, a contingency he hadn't considered. They studied historical military campaigns. The professor showed him how Hannibal had destroyed a larger Roman army at Cannae not through superior force, but through superior positioning, drawing the enemy in, then encircling them. He explained how Sun Tzu's maxims applied to everything from battlefield tactics to negotiating with a stubborn relative. Appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. Harry thought about Dudley, about how the boy bullied him because he expected no resistance. He began to understand. They analyzed heists, real ones, from the professor's extensive files. The professor had spent years studying the great thieves and con artists of the non-magical world. He showed Harry how they manipulated human psychology, how they created diversions, how they built layers of contingency so that if one thing went wrong, 10 other plans were already in motion. People are the most predictable variable, the professor said one night, pulling up footage of a bank robbery on one of his monitors. They follow patterns. They respond to stimuli. They have needs, fears, desires. If you understand what someone wants, you can predict what they'll do. If you can predict what they'll do, you can control them. Harry watched the grainy security footage. A man in a suit walked into a bank, waited in line, spoke to a teller, and walked out with a bag of money. No mask. No gun. No violence. The teller handed it over willingly. What did he do? Harry asked. He didn't rob the bank. He robbed the manager. 3 weeks of observation. He learned that the manager had a gambling problem, was deeply in debt, and was desperate. He approached him outside work, offered him a solution, a cut of the money, enough to pay his debts, in exchange for access to the vault. The manager activated the alarms himself after the fact, played the victim, collected his insurance and his payoff. The thief got the money. The manager got his debts cleared. The bank got their insurance. Everyone won except the insurance company, and they're designed to lose. Harry's mind spun with the implications. But, that's wrong. He broke the law. He broke a rule. There's a difference. The question isn't whether rules were broken. The question is whether the operation achieved its objective with minimal harm and maximum efficiency. The thief got what he wanted. The manager solved his problem. No one was hurt. Was it wrong? Harry didn't have an answer. The lines he'd always thought were solid suddenly seemed blurry. By the time a year had passed, Harry could construct probability trees in his head without paper. He could look at a room and immediately identify every possible entrance and exit, every hiding place, every potential vulnerability. He could watch the Dursleys and predict their actions with terrifying accuracy. Aunt Petunia would serve breakfast at 7:15, Dudley would complain about the food at 7:17, Uncle Vernon would shout at 7:19. It happened like clockwork, every single day. But it was the conversation about failure that changed everything. They were in the stable, reviewing a hypothetical operation Harry had designed, a plan to steal a valuable artifact from a museum. Harry had mapped out every detail, entry points, guard rotations, camera blind spots, escape routes. He was proud of it. It was elegant, efficient, seemingly foolproof. The professor read through his notes in silence. Then he set them down and looked at Harry with those calm, unreadable eyes. "It's terrible," he said. Harry felt like he'd been punched. "What? Why?" "Because you've planned for success. You haven't planned for failure. What happens if the guards change their rotation unexpectedly? What happens if the artifact isn't where the blueprints show? What happens if someone sees you and screams? What happens if it's a trap?" Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. He hadn't considered any of that. "This is the most common mistake," the professor continued. "Novice planners create beautiful schemes that work perfectly, until they don't. Expert planners create ugly schemes that survive chaos. Your plan has no redundancies. No fallbacks. No escape routes if the primary fails. You've built a house of cards. One gust of wind and it collapses. He handed Harry a red pen. Now. Go through every step. Identify every possible point of failure. For each failure, design a response. Then design a response to the response. Then a response to that. By the time you're done, your plan should be able to survive the building burning down around you. Harry spent the next 6 hours doing exactly that. By the time dawn crept through the stable windows, his original plan was almost unrecognizable, layered with contingencies, backup routes, false trails, and escape hatches. It was uglier now, more complicated. But for the first time, it felt solid. It felt like something that could survive contact with reality. The professor looked over the marked-up pages and nodded. Now you're thinking like a strategist. The plan isn't what you write down. The plan is what survives when everything goes wrong. Harry looked at his red-lined notebook, at the branching trees of contingency upon contingency. He thought about his parents, murdered by a dark wizard who had probably planned their deaths. He thought about Voldemort, whoever he was, and the followers who might still be out there, waiting. He wasn't just learning to think ahead anymore. He was learning to survive. One more thing, the professor said as Harry gathered his things to slip back to the house before the Dursleys woke. Next week, we begin the next phase. No more theory. No more hypotheticals. You'll design a real operation. Small scale. Controlled environment. And you'll execute it. Harry's heart raced. What kind of operation? The professor's eyes gleamed in the dim light. You'll see. For now, rest. You'll need your mind sharp. Harry crossed the garden in the grey pre-dawn light, the weight of the coming test settling over him. A year ago, he'd been a boy who couldn't open a locked door without magic. Now he was a boy who could map probability trees in his sleep, who could look at people and see their patterns, who understood that failure wasn't something to fear but something to plan for. He slipped into his cupboard, closed the door, and lay in the darkness with his eyes open. Somewhere in the stable, the professor was probably still awake, still planning, still thinking 3 moves ahead. Harry smiled in the dark. He was starting to think 4. Chapter 3, The Blueprint Philosophy. The envelope was slipped under the cupboard door at exactly 3:17 a.m. Harry had been awake for hours, listening to the house settle into its usual rhythm of creaks and groans. Sleep had become optional over the past year. The professor's training had taught him to function on minimal rest, to treat his body as another resource to be managed rather than a limitation to be endured. When the white envelope appeared on the worn floorboards, he was on his feet before the paper had finished sliding. He opened it carefully, using the precise movements the professor had drilled into him. No tearing. No haste. Every action carried information, and information could be used against you. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a hand-drawn diagram. It showed the Dursley property in remarkable detail, the house, the garden, the stable, the surrounding hedges and fences. But there were additions Harry didn't recognize. A series of dotted lines marked paths he'd never noticed. Small X's indicated positions he couldn't identify. And in the bottom corner, a single line of text. Asterisk Phase 3 begins. Come at dawn. Bring nothing but your mind, asterisk. Harry slipped out of the house at first light, the diagram folded carefully in his pocket. The garden was wet with dew, his trainers leaving dark footprints in the grass. He'd learned to avoid leaving traces, to step on stones when possible, to disturb nothing, but this morning he walked openly. The professor had summoned him. The game was changing. The stable door was open for the first time since Harry had started coming here. Not just unlocked, but physically propped ajar, as if inviting inspection. Harry paused at the threshold, a habit the professor had installed in him during their first month. Asterisk never enter a space without assessing it first. The doorway is a kill zone. Look before you step, asterisk. Through the gap, he could see that the room had been transformed. The monitors still lined one wall, but the central space had been cleared. In its place stood a long table covered in what looked like architectural blueprints, rolled and stacked in neat piles. The professor stood at the head of the table, his back to the door, studying something on the far wall. Harry stepped inside. The wall the professor was studying had been converted into a massive corkboard, and pinned to it was a diagram that made Harry's breath catch. It was a building, no, a complex, a series of interconnected structures, rendered in exquisite detail. Every room was labeled. Every door was marked. Every window was numbered. Lines of colored string connected different sections, creating a web of relationships Harry couldn't yet understand. "This is Gringotts Wizarding Bank," the professor said without turning around. "The most secure location in magical Britain. Possibly in the world. Dragons guard the vaults. Thief-proof spells line every corridor. The doors respond only to authorized goblins. No one has ever successfully robbed it." Harry approached the diagram slowly, his eyes tracing the layers of security. The main entrance. The guard stations. The tunnels leading down into the earth. The vaults themselves, buried so deep that sunlight had never touched them. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because it's impossible." The professor finally turned, his eyes sharp with something Harry had rarely seen, intensity. "And impossible targets are the only ones worth studying. If you can understand how to breach the unbreachable, then every other problem becomes simple by comparison." He moved to the table and unrolled one of the blueprints, weighing down its corners with heavy books. "This is a blueprint. In the non-magical world, it's how buildings are designed before they're constructed. But I use them differently. For me, a blueprint isn't a record of what exists. It's a map of what's possible. Every line represents a constraint. Every measurement represents an opportunity. The key to any operation isn't strength, it's understanding the relationship between what the blueprint shows and what it hides." Harry leaned over the blueprint. It showed a single floor of the bank, every detail rendered with mathematical precision. But as he studied it, he began to notice things. Small notations in the margins that didn't match the official drawings. Circles around certain structural elements. Arrows indicating sight lines from guard positions. "You've been planning this," Harry breathed. "Not just studying it. You've been designing an operation. For 15 years. The professor's voice was calm, but there was something underneath it, a current of purpose that Harry had never sensed before. "I've analyzed every known security measure. I've mapped every guard rotation pattern mentioned in wizarding literature. I've identified 17 theoretical vulnerabilities. But theory is not execution. And execution requires more than one mind." He looked directly at Harry. "I'm not asking you to help me rob a bank. I'm asking you to help me think about it. To apply everything I've taught you to the most complex problem I've ever encountered. If you can contribute one insight, one variable I've missed, then the exercise is worthwhile. And you will have learned more than any book could teach." Harry understood. This wasn't about the bank. It never had been. The bank was a test, the ultimate test, of whether his mind had truly been forged into a strategic weapon. "Where do we start?" The professor's rare smile appeared. "At the beginning. With the philosophy of the blueprint." For the next 3 months, Harry lived in 2 worlds. By day, he was still the Dursleys' unwanted burden, cooking breakfast, avoiding Dudley, shrinking into corners. But by night, he crossed the garden and entered a realm of pure strategy, where the only limits were the ones his mind couldn't overcome. The professor's methodology was unlike anything Harry had encountered. He didn't teach tactics or techniques. He taught a way of seeing. "Every operation is an architectural problem," he explained one night, unrolling a fresh blueprint of the bank's deepest level. "You're not attacking a building. You're interacting with a system. The walls aren't obstacles, they're expressions of choices made by the designers. Every door, every corridor, every guard post represents a decision about how to allocate resources. Your job is to understand those decisions better than the people who made them. Harry stared at the blueprint, trying to see it through the professor's eyes. The vault level was a maze of tunnels, each leading to a different set of vaults. The goblins had clearly designed it to confuse intruders, to create a labyrinth that would disorient anyone who didn't know the path. But as Harry studied it, he began to notice patterns. The tunnels weren't random. They followed the natural contours of the underground rock, curving around areas that were probably too dense to excavate. The guard stations were positioned at natural choke points, where any approaching intruder would have to pass. And the vaults themselves. They're not all equally protected, Harry said suddenly. The professor raised an eyebrow. Explain. Harry pointed to 3 different vaults on the blueprint. These ones are deeper. They're further from the guard stations. But look at the tunnel widths, the passages leading to them are narrower. That means the rock is denser there. Harder to blast through, harder to dig around. The goblins didn't need as many guards because the geology itself is the protection. Continue. And these vaults, Harry traced his finger along a different branch, they're closer to the surface, but they have 3 times as many guard markers. That means they're for important clients, but clients who need frequent access. The goblins traded depth for convenience, then compensated with manpower. The professor was silent for a long moment. Then he did something he'd never done before. He laughed. It was a quiet sound, barely more than an exhale, but it transformed his face. 15 years, he said softly. 15 years of studying these blueprints, and I never noticed the geological pattern. You saw it in 15 minutes. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd just been looking, really looking, the way the professor had taught him. This is why I chose you, the professor continued, his voice returning to its usual calm. Not because you're magical. Because your mind works differently. You don't just see what's there. You see what the design reveals about the designer. That's not a skill that can be taught. It's a gift. My job is to give it structure. He rolled up the blueprint and replaced it with a blank sheet of paper. Now, let's talk about how you would apply this insight. If you were designing the operation, how would you use the geological variation? Harry reached for a pencil and began to draw. The lessons evolved. They no longer studied individual tactics or probability trees in isolation. Now every exercise was integrated into a single, unified framework, the professor's blueprint philosophy. Every spell is a tool, the professor explained one evening, setting a row of objects on the table. A candle. A glass of water. A small stone. A locked box. Most wizards learn a spell and think they understand its function. They know that incendio produces fire, so they use it when they need fire. But that's primitive thinking. That's a caveman seeing a sharp rock and only using it to cut. He picked up the candle. Incendio produces fire. But fire is not a thing. Fire is a process. It consumes oxygen. It produces light. It creates heat that expands air. It leaves residue that can be analyzed. It alerts anyone nearby to your presence. It can be seen from a distance. It can be smothered. It can spread beyond your control. He lit the candle with a match, non-magical, deliberate, and set it on the table. When you cast incendio, you're not just creating fire. You're introducing a variable into the environment. That variable will interact with every other variable in ways you may not anticipate. The question isn't, can I produce fire? The question is, what happens after the fire exists? Harry watched the flame dance, seeing it now not as a simple phenomenon but as a cascade of consequences. Heat rising. Oxygen being consumed. Wax melting. shadows shifting on the walls. The same is true of every spell, the professor continued. A shield charm doesn't just block an incoming curse. It creates a visible shimmer. It announces your position. It consumes your attention to maintain. It can be overloaded. It can be circumvented. It changes the geometry of the battlefield because your opponent now knows where you're vulnerable. He extinguished the candle with a single breath. Your spell sequences must account for all of this. You're not casting spells. You're designing layered interactions. Every spell you cast should have a purpose that extends beyond the immediate moment. It should set up the next spell. It should create opportunities you haven't yet taken. It should close off your opponent's options while expanding your own. Harry spent the next week designing spell sequences on paper. He'd imagine a scenario, an attacker approaching, a locked door blocking escape, a hostage situation, and then map out every possible spell combination, every sequence of casts, every contingency. At first, his sequences were simple. Stunner, then shield, then disarm. But as he practiced, they grew more complex, more layered. He began to see how spells could work in concert. Illumos could blind an opponent, setting them up for a tripping jinx. The tripping jinx would make them fall, exposing them to a Petrificus totalis before they could recover. But if the Lumos failed, the tripping jinx could still work on its own. And if the tripping jinx missed, the fall might still happen naturally if the opponent was off balance from dodging the light. Each sequence became a branching tree of possibilities, each spell a node with multiple potential outcomes. He wasn't just planning attacks anymore. He was designing systems. The breakthrough came on a rainy Tuesday night. Harry was reviewing a sequence he'd designed for escaping a confined space. The scenario, trapped in a small room with a single door, multiple attackers approaching. His initial plan was straightforward: blasting curse to destroy the door, shield charm to block incoming fire, disillusionment charm to escape in the confusion. But as he studied it, something felt wrong. The blasting curse would work, yes. But it would also alert everyone in the vicinity. It would create debris that could hinder his own movement. It would announce exactly where he was and what he was doing. He started over. What if he didn't destroy the door? What if he used a subtle unlocking charm instead? Quieter, less dramatic. But the door would still open normally, and the attackers would see it. Unless he created a distraction first. He grabbed a fresh sheet of paper and began mapping a new sequence. First, a conjunctivitis curse through a crack in the door, blinding the lead attacker. The others would rush to help him, creating confusion. While they were focused on their fallen comrade, Harry would unlock the door silently. But instead of running immediately, he'd cast a subtle illusion charm, just a flicker of movement in the opposite direction. The remaining attackers would see it, assume he'd escaped that way, and pursue the ghost while Harry slipped out behind them. By the time they realized the illusion was fake, he'd be gone. He showed the sequence to the professor, who studied it for a long, silent moment. "This is it," the professor said quietly. "This is what I've been waiting to see." Harry blinked. "What do you mean?" "Your first plan used force. Your second plan used misdirection. But this," he tapped the paper, "this uses their expectations against them. You didn't just plan to escape. You planned to make them chase nothing while you walked away. The spell work is minimal. The thinking is maximal. You've stopped being a wizard who strategizes. You've become a strategist who uses magic." Harry looked at his own diagram, seeing it through the professor's eyes for the first time. The spells were almost incidental. The real architecture was psychological, predicting how the attackers would react, designing the environment to exploit those reactions, creating a chain of cause and effect that would unfold exactly as he'd planned. "The blueprint philosophy," he murmured. "It's not about the building. It's about the people in it." "Exactly." The professor rolled up the diagram and handed it to Harry. Keep this. It's your first true strategic design. Frame it. Remember it. Because from now on, this is the standard. Not power. Not speed. Not even cleverness. Anticipation. You're no longer learning to react to the world, Harry. You're learning to write its next pages. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his cupboard, the diagram tucked under his thin mattress, his mind racing through possibilities. The professor had given him a new lens through which to see everything, not just magical encounters, but every interaction, every moment of every day. He thought about Dudley and his gang. They were predictable. They always cornered him in the same places, used the same taunts, threw the same punches. Harry had always just endured it, waiting for it to end. But now, seeing them through the blueprint lens, he realized how vulnerable they were. They never varied their patterns. They never considered that he might fight back. They operated on pure impulse, pure expectation. If Harry wanted to, he could destroy them. Not with magic. The professor had made it clear that magic outside the magical world was forbidden, too risky, too revealing. But with strategy. With anticipation. He could predict exactly where they'd be, what they'd do, how they'd react. He could set traps, create diversions, exploit their weaknesses. But he didn't. Not because he was afraid, but because the professor had taught him something more important than revenge. Every action carries consequences you can't fully predict. The question isn't whether you can do something. The question is whether doing it serves your long-term objectives. Harry's long-term objective was survival. Survival in a world that wanted to kill him, use him, or control him. Attacking Dudley would feel good for about 5 minutes. Then it would create complications, investigations, questions, exposure, that could unravel everything the professor was building. So he lay in the dark, and he planned. Not revenge. The future. The operation that would begin when he finally entered the magical world, a world that thought it knew him, thought it understood him, thought he was just a boy with a scar and a story. They had no idea what was coming. By the end of the 3rd month, Harry had filled 3 notebooks with spell sequences, contingency trees, and operational designs. He could look at any space and immediately see its strategic possibilities, where to hide, where to attack from, where to run, where to trap. He could watch any person and begin to map their psychological patterns, what they feared, what they wanted, what they do when pressured. The professor had stopped correcting his work. Now they simply reviewed it together, discussing refinements, exploring alternatives. Harry was no longer a student. He was becoming a colleague. "This one," the professor said one night, tapping a particularly complex diagram Harry had drawn. "Explain your thinking." Harry took a breath. The diagram showed a multi-stage operation, infiltrating a building, retrieving an object, escaping without detection. But the layers were dense, interconnected, each contingency spawning further contingencies. "The primary approach uses the ventilation system," Harry began. "It's the least guarded route, but it's also the most obvious to anyone who's planned an infiltration. So I've designed 3 false approaches that will trigger if they've reinforced the vents. The first false approach uses a distraction on the east side, drawing guards away. The second uses a simulated breach attempt on the main entrance. The third." "Why 3? The professor interrupted. "Because if they've reinforced the vents, they're expecting a strategic infiltrator. They'll have planned for 1 distraction, maybe 2. 3 gives me layers they won't anticipate. By the time they've responded to the 3rd false approach, they'll be spread thin, confused, second-guessing their own security. That's when the real approach happens, not through the vents, but through a maintenance entrance I identified in the original blueprints that they probably forgot about." The professor was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, a key, old and tarnished, with an intricate bow. "This was my father's," he said quietly. He gave it to me when I was younger than you. He told me it was the key to everything I'd ever want. I didn't understand then. I thought he meant literal keys, literal doors. But he meant something else. He meant that the right key, used at the right moment, could open any lock. Not because the key was special. Because the person using it understood the lock. He placed the key in Harry's palm. It was warm from his pocket, heavier than it looked. You understand now, the professor continued. The lock isn't the obstacle. The lock is information. It tells you what the designer feared, what they valued, what they thought was worth protecting. Your job isn't to break the lock. Your job is to read it. Harry closed his fingers around the key. It felt like a graduation, a passing of something more than metal. What's next? He asked. The professor smiled, that rare, transformative expression. Next, you learn that the most powerful key isn't the one that opens doors. It's the one that makes people open them for you. Psychological warfare. The art of making your enemies defeat themselves. He gestured to the door. Go sleep. Tomorrow, we begin again. Harry walked back through the garden, the key still clutched in his hand. Above him, the stars were emerging through broken clouds. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was looking at a map, a vast, infinite blueprint of possibilities, each star a variable, each constellation a pattern waiting to be read. He slipped into his cupboard and lay in the darkness, the key on his chest, rising and falling with each breath. Somewhere in the stable, the professor was probably still awake, still planning, still thinking 3 moves ahead. Harry smiled. He was thinking 5 now. Chapter 4, Psychological Warfare. The key remained on Harry's windowsill, if the small shelf in his cupboard could be called a windowsill, for exactly 1 week. He touched it every morning and every night, a ritual the professor had suggested. Asterisk objects gain power from the meaning we assign them. Let this one remind you that the smallest thing can open the largest door, asterisk. But when he arrived at the stable on the 7th night, the key was no longer the most interesting object in the room. The professor had transformed the space again. The blueprints of Gringotts were gone, replaced by something far more disturbing. The corkboard now displayed photographs, dozens of them, of people Harry didn't recognize. Wizards and witches in robes, laughing at what looked like a Quidditch match. A family gathered around a Christmas tree. A young man receiving some kind of award. A woman crying at a funeral. In the center, largest of all, was a photograph of a handsome man with cruel eyes and a smirk that made Harry's skin crawl. The photograph moved, wizards' photographs always moved, and Harry watched as the man turned to someone off camera, laughed at something, then turned back, his eyes seeming to follow Harry around the room. Who are they? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. The families of Death Eaters. The professor's voice came from behind him, calm as ever. Followers of the wizard who murdered your parents. Some are in prison. Some are free, pretending to be reformed. Some are waiting. Harry's stomach clenched. He'd known, intellectually, that Voldemort's supporters existed. McGonagall had mentioned them in passing during her brief explanation of his parents' death. But seeing their faces, their families, their ordinary lives, it made them real in a way abstract knowledge never could. Why are you showing me this? Because the next phase of your training requires targets. The professor moved to stand beside him, both of them facing the wall of faces. You've learned to think strategically. You've learned to design operations. But you've been designing against hypothetical enemies, guards, obstacles, systems. Real enemies are different. Real enemies have histories, fears, loves, weaknesses. Real enemies can be turned. He pointed to the moving photograph of the cruel-eyed man. This is Lucius Malfoy. Wealthy, influential, cunning. He avoided Azkaban by claiming he was under the Imperius curse during Voldemort's reign. The Ministry believed him, or chose to believe him. He moves freely in wizarding society. He donates to charities. He sits on school boards. And he waits. Harry studied Malfoy's face, looking past the smirk to see what the professor saw. There was something in the eyes, a calculation, a constant assessment. This was a man who was always performing, always hiding his true self behind a mask of respectability. His weakness? His son. The professor pointed to another photograph, a blond boy around Harry's age, with the same pointed features and a haughty expression. Draco Malfoy. His entire world revolves around the boy. His legacy, his name, his future. Lucius would do anything to protect him. Anything. Harry understood immediately. If we wanted to control Malfoy, we'd control his son. Not by hurting him, that would make Malfoy an enemy forever. But by threatening him? By making Malfoy believe we could? Or by making him believe someone else could? The professor's eyes glinted. Psychological warfare isn't about what you do. It's about what your enemy believes you might do. Fear is a force multiplier. A single well-placed threat can achieve what an army cannot. They moved through the wall of faces, and the professor explained each one. The insecure witch who craved approval and could be manipulated through flattery. The angry wizard whose temper made him predictable. The greedy merchant whose love of money outweighed every other consideration. The grieving mother whose loss had left her vulnerable to anyone offering comfort. People are machines, the professor said quietly. Complex machines, with many moving parts. But machines nonetheless. They have inputs, words, actions, events, that produce predictable outputs. Fear produces aggression or retreat. Grief produces need. Love produces protectiveness. Ambition produces risk-taking. If you understand what inputs a person responds to, you can control their outputs. You can make them dance without knowing they're being led. Harry thought about the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon's input was respect, he craved it, demanded it, would do anything to appear respectable in the eyes of neighbors and colleagues. Aunt Petunia's input was comparison, she measured herself constantly against others, desperate to be seen as better than her sister had been. Dudley's input was gratification, he'd never been denied anything, so he'd never learned to handle frustration. If Harry had known this years ago, could he have changed his situation? Could he have played them against each other, manipulated their fears and desires, carved out space for himself without ever raising a wand? You're thinking about your relatives, the professor observed. Good. Apply the framework. How would you have used their weaknesses? Harry considered. Uncle Vernon fears looking weak in front of his neighbors. If I'd done something that embarrassed him publicly, not badly, just enough to make him worry, he might have tried to buy my silence with better treatment. Or Aunt Petunia, she's jealous of anyone who seems to have what she doesn't. If I'd made friends with a neighbor she wanted to impress, she might have treated me better to avoid looking bad compared to them. And Dudley? Harry's jaw tightened. Dudley's harder. He's never been denied anything. His only fear is losing what he has. If I'd made him believe that his parents might stop favoring him, that I might become the preferred child, he would have panicked. He might have attacked me worse, but he might also have tried to undermine me, which would have made him look bad, which would have, he stopped, seeing the cascade. It would have turned them against each other. Exactly. The professor nodded approvingly. You don't fight the bully. You make the bully fight his own allies. You don't confront the enemy. You make the enemy confront his own fears. Psychological warfare is victory without combat. The lessons that followed were unlike anything Harry had experienced. The professor didn't teach him spells or strategies. He taught him people. They spent hours watching footage of interviews, speeches, arguments. The professor would pause at key moments and ask Harry to identify what the speaker was feeling, what they wanted, what they feared. At first, Harry was terrible at it. He saw faces but not the emotions behind them, heard words but not the subtext. But gradually, patterns emerged. The slight tightening around the eyes that preceded anger. The way people touched their faces when lying. The shift in posture when someone felt threatened. The unconscious mirroring that happened when two people connected. Most people see only what's on the surface, the professor explained. They hear words and assume they represent truth. They see expressions and assume they represent feeling. But the surface is a performance. Everyone performs, all the time. The question is what's happening beneath the performance. He taught Harry to read micro-expressions, flickers of true emotion that crossed a face in fractions of a second before the social mask snapped back into place. He taught him to listen for vocal tells, the slight waver that indicated uncertainty, the forced calm that masked fear, the too quick agreement that signaled deception. Magic makes this both easier and harder, the professor said one night, pulling up footage of a wizarding trial. Wizards have Veritaserum, which forces truth. But Veritaserum can be resisted, antidote, faked. They have Legilimency, which reads minds. But Legilimency can be blocked, misdirected, turned back on the user. They rely on magical solutions to human problems, which makes them blind to the non-magical tells. A wizard will never notice the sweat on your upper lip because they're too busy casting spells to detect lies. That's your advantage. Harry watched the trial footage, studying the accused witch's face. She was pale, trembling, her voice barely above a whisper. Anyone watching would see fear, guilt, confession waiting to happen. But Harry had learned to look deeper. She's not afraid of being convicted, he said slowly. She's afraid of something else. Look at her eyes, they keep flicking to the left, to someone in the audience. And her hands, she's rubbing her thumb against her fingers, a self-soothing gesture. She's scared, but not of the court. She's scared of someone in that room. The professor smiled. The witch's husband was in the audience. He'd been abusing her for years. She wasn't afraid of going to prison. She was afraid of what he'd do to her children while she was gone. The court never noticed. They convicted her based on her obvious guilt. She died in Azkaban 3 years later. Her children were placed in his custody. Harry felt sick. Could she have been saved? If someone had noticed? Perhaps. If someone had asked the right questions. If someone had seen what you just saw. The professor's voice was gentle, but his eyes were hard. This is why psychological warfare matters. It's not just about defeating enemies. It's about understanding everyone, friends, allies, neutral parties, well enough to predict what they'll do. The witch's husband was the real criminal. The court never knew. They destroyed an innocent woman because they couldn't read what was right in front of them. Harry looked at the frozen image of the witch, her face caught in a moment of terror that no one had understood. He thought about his mother, about whether anyone had seen the fear in her eyes before she died, whether anyone had understood what was coming. I want to learn more, he said quietly. I want to be able to see what no one else sees. The professor nodded. Then we continue. The next phase was practical. The professor began sending Harry into situations designed to test his observation skills. Simple tasks at first: visit a shop in the nearby town and report everything he could deduce about the shopkeeper based on 5 minutes of observation. Then more complex: strike up a conversation with a stranger and identify 3 things they were trying to hide. Harry became adept at reading people. He could tell within seconds whether someone was confident or pretending, whether they were lying or merely mistaken, whether they liked him or were simply being polite. He learned to adjust his own behavior to make people comfortable, to mirror their body language without thinking, to use their own unconscious signals to build rapport. But the professor wasn't satisfied with observation alone. Watching is passive, he said one night, erasing the whiteboard they'd been using for analysis. Now you need to act. You need to learn how to make people feel what you want them to feel. He handed Harry a photograph. It showed a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a tired smile. This woman volunteers at a charity shop in town. She's lonely, her husband died 2 years ago, her children live abroad. She craves connection but is too proud to admit it. Your task, in one conversation, make her trust you enough to share something personal. Something she hasn't told anyone else. Harry spent the next day preparing. He visited the charity shop twice, just observing. He noted how the woman arranged the displays, how she greeted customers, how her eyes lingered on a photograph of a young man she kept by the till, probably her son. He noted the wedding ring she still wore, the way she touched it when she thought no one was watching. On the third day, he entered the shop. The woman looked up and smiled, the automatic smile of someone in customer service. "Hello, dear. Looking for anything special?" Harry had planned his approach carefully. He didn't pretend to need something he didn't want. Instead, he picked up a book from a display, a romance novel, slightly worn, and carried it to the counter. "My mum used to read these," he said, his voice soft, a little sad. "Before she died. I don't really want the book. I just saw it and remembered." The woman's expression shifted. The automatic smile faded, replaced by something real. "Oh, sweetheart. I'm sorry. How old were you?" "Just a baby. I don't really remember her. I just remember the books. She had a whole shelf of them." Harry looked down at the book, letting his shoulders droop slightly. Stupid, isn't it? Getting sad over a romance novel. Not stupid at all. The woman's voice was warm now, genuine. "My husband, he passed 2 years ago, he used to read detective novels. I still can't walk past the mystery section without." She trailed off, touching her wedding ring. Harry looked up, meeting her eyes. "It's the little things, isn't it? The things you don't expect." They talked for 20 minutes. Harry let her lead, asked questions about her husband, listened to stories about their life together. He shared carefully crafted details about his own life, the aunt and uncle who didn't understand him, the longing for something he couldn't name. Everything he said was true, or true enough. He simply selected which truths to share. When he finally left, the woman hugged him. Actually hugged him, a genuine embrace that surprised him with its warmth. "You come back anytime, dear. Anytime at all." He walked to the stable that night with the book in his pocket. She'd insisted he take it for free, and placed it on the professor's desk. "She told me about the affair," Harry said quietly. "Her husband had an affair, 20 years ago. She never told anyone. Not her children, not her friends. She's been carrying it alone all this time." The professor studied the book, then Harry. "How did you get her to share that?" "I didn't ask. I just listened. And when she talked about how much she missed him, I said it must be complicated, missing someone who wasn't perfect. She got quiet for a long time. Then she told me." The professor nodded slowly. "You didn't manipulate her. You created space for her to be honest. That's the highest form of psychological warfare, when your target doesn't even realize they're sharing because they want to, because you've made them feel safe enough to drop their guard." He stood and walked to the wall of photographs, the Death Eater family still watching from the corkboard. "Now imagine applying this to enemies. Imagine making Lucius Malfoy feel safe enough to share his fears. Imagine knowing exactly what he's afraid of, not through interrogation or magic, but because he chose to tell you." Harry looked at Malfoy's moving photograph, at the cruel eyes and calculating smirk. He tried to imagine the man beneath the mask, the fears, the insecurities, the weaknesses that made him human. "I can do it," Harry said. It wasn't arrogance. It was certainty. "I can learn to read anyone. To understand anyone. To make anyone trust me. That's the first step." The professor's voice was grave. "The second step is harder. Learning when not to. The next test was brutal. The professor gave him a new target, a man who volunteered at a homeless shelter in the nearest city. Harry observed him for a week. Building a profile. The man was kind, generous, devoted to helping others. He'd been doing this work for 15 years. Everyone loved him. Then the professor showed Harry the rest of the file. The man had a second life. At night, in a different city, under a different name, he ran an illegal gambling operation. He'd ruined families, destroyed lives, left at least 3 people bankrupt and broken. The kindness was real, but so was the cruelty. He was 2 people, and both were genuine. Your task, the professor said, is to make him confess. Not to the police. To you. He needs to tell you about his second life, voluntarily, without coercion. Harry spent 2 weeks preparing. He visited the shelter, volunteered alongside the man, built a relationship based on shared purpose. He let the man mentor him, teach him, trust him. He shared carefully crafted stories about his own struggles, true enough to be believed, vague enough to protect his real identity. On the 14th day, they sat together after the shelter closed, sharing tea in the quiet kitchen. The man was tired, his guard down. Harry had planned this moment carefully. I know about the gambling, Harry said quietly. Not an accusation. A statement, offered with concern. The man froze. His face went through a cascade of emotions, fear, denial, anger, resignation. Harry watched them all, reading each micro-expression, tracking the internal battle. What are you going to do? The man finally whispered. Nothing. Harry set down his tea. I'm not here to expose you. I'm here to understand you. The man I've been working with, the man who helps homeless people at midnight, who gives them his own coat, who cries when they don't come back, that man is real. I've seen him. I just don't understand how he lives in the same body as the other one. The man's eyes filled with tears. And then, for the next hour, he talked. About his father who'd been a gambler, who'd taught him the trade. About the thrill of the risk, the only time he felt alive. About the shame that followed, the desperate need to do good to balance the evil. About the war inside himself that never stopped. When Harry finally left, the man hugged him, the same genuine embrace he gave to the shelter's clients. Thank you, he whispered. No one's ever just listened. Harry walked to the stable in a daze. He'd done it. He'd made a man confess his deepest secret without a single threat, without a single lie. Just understanding. Just space. But when he told the professor, the man's response wasn't praise. Good, the professor said. Now you understand the weight of what you've learned. That man will go home tonight and think about your conversation. He might change. He might not. But you've planted something in his mind, the knowledge that someone sees him, all of him, and hasn't turned away. That might save him. It might destroy him. You can't control which. Harry thought about the man's tears, his confession, his desperate need for absolution. Did I help him? Or did I just use him for practice? Both. The professor's voice was gentle. That's the ethical question you'll face for the rest of your life. Every strategy affects real people. Every plan has consequences you can't fully predict. The question isn't whether you'll use people. The question is whether you'll use them well, whether the outcome justifies the means, whether the harm is worth the good. He gestured to the wall of photographs, the Death Eater families still watching. These people are enemies. Some of them deserve whatever happens to them. But even enemies are human. Even enemies have children who love them, fears that haunt them, dreams they've abandoned. If you forget that, you become the thing you're fighting. Harry looked at the photographs, the laughing families, the celebrating crowds, the crying woman at the funeral. They weren't monsters. They were people. People who'd made terrible choices, followed a terrible leader, supported a Terrible cause. But still people. I won't forget, Harry said quietly. I'll use what you've taught me. But I won't become like them. The professor nodded slowly. Then you're ready for the next phase. The first operation. A real test, with real stakes, against a real target. Not a Death Eater, you're not ready for that. But a problem that requires everything you've learned. Strategy, planning, psychological warfare. All of it. Harry felt his heart rate increase, the familiar surge of anticipation that preceded every major lesson. What's the target? The professor walked to his desk and pulled out a file. He placed it on the table between them. On the cover, in neat handwriting, was a single word. Dursley. Harry stared at it. His relatives. The people who'd made his life a misery for as long as he could remember. The people who'd locked him in a cupboard, starved him, ignored him, wished him dead. Why? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Because they're your first enemy, the professor replied. And because you need to learn that victory doesn't always mean destruction. Sometimes victory means freedom. Sometimes victory means walking away on your own terms, leaving your enemies powerless not because you defeated them, but because they no longer matter. He opened the file. Inside were pages of notes, observations the professor had made over years of watching the Dursleys through his cameras. Their schedules, their fears, their weaknesses, their secrets. Everything Harry would need. Your operation, the professor continued, is to make them let you go. Not through confrontation. Not through magic. Through strategy. You will design a campaign that convinces them, absolutely and irrevocably, that keeping you is more dangerous than releasing you. You will make them want you to leave. Harry looked at the file, at the faces of his tormentors frozen in surveillance photographs. For years, he'd dreamed of escaping them. But he'd always imagined it as running away, sneaking out, disappearing into the night. This was different. This was victory. This was making them surrender. When do I start? He asked. The professor smiled, that rare, transformative expression. You already have. The planning begins now. Harry picked up the file and began to read, his mind already racing through possibilities, contingencies, psychological levers he could pull. 3 moves ahead. 4. 5. By the time dawn broke, he had the outline of a plan. By the end of the week, he had a blueprint. And by the end of the month, he would be free. Not because he ran. Because they let him go. Chapter 5, The First Operation. The file on the Dursleys grew thicker with each passing day. Harry approached the operation like an architect approaching a blueprint. Every detail mattered. Every observation was a potential lever. The professor had taught him that information was the only true weapon, everything else was just delivery. He began by mapping their patterns with surgical precision. Uncle Vernon left for work at precisely 7:43 each morning, returning at 6:17 each evening except Thursdays, when he had bowling and came home at 10:52. Aunt Petunia's schedule revolved around keeping house and impressing neighbors. She cleaned on Mondays, shopped on Tuesdays, gardened on Wednesdays, and gossiped with the women on Privet Drive on Friday mornings. Dudley's life was a cycle of eating, sleeping, bullying, and demanding. But patterns were only the surface. Harry needed deeper intelligence, their fears, their secrets, their vulnerabilities. The professor's cameras had captured years of data, and Harry combed through it all, watching his relatives when they thought no one was looking. He saw Uncle Vernon's fear of inadequacy, the way his face flushed when a neighbor bought a nicer car, the tightness around his mouth when someone mentioned a promotion he hadn't received. He saw Aunt Petunia's jealousy of her dead sister, the photographs of Lily. She kept hidden in a drawer, the way she'd touched them late at night when she thought everyone was asleep. He saw Dudley's terror of being less than perfect, the tears he shed in private when he failed at something, quickly wiped away before anyone could see. Weaknesses, the professor said when Harry presented his findings. Now tell me how you'll use them. Harry spread his notes across the table. 3-phase operation. Phase 1, planting doubt. Phase 2, creating fear. Phase 3, offering solution. He explained his reasoning. The Dursleys kept Harry because it was easier than explaining his existence to the neighbors. They feared scandal more than they hated him. If Harry could make keeping him more scandalous than letting him go, they'd choose release. But I can't just leave, Harry continued. If I run away, they'll report me missing. The police will search. The magical world might get involved. I need them to want me gone so badly that they facilitate my departure themselves. The professor nodded slowly. And how will you achieve that? Harry pulled out the first phase's documentation, a series of small incidents designed to create doubt in the Dursleys' minds about Harry's normality. Not magical incidents, those would trigger the wrong kind of fear. But subtle oddities that would make them question whether keeping him was worth the risk. Aunt Petunia finds her sister's old letters, Harry explained. I've seen where she keeps them. If I leave one out accidentally, where Dudley might find it, he'll ask questions. She'll have to explain about Lily, about magic, about why she hates it so much. That conversation will reopen wounds she's spent years trying to close. And the doubt? She'll start wondering if I'm more like Lily than she wants to admit. She'll see me differently, not just as a burden, but as a reminder of everything she tried to escape. The more she thinks about Lily, the more she'll want to forget. And I'm the walking embodiment of what she can't forget. The professor studied the notes, then looked up. Phase 2. Fear. Uncle Vernon's company is facing competition. A new firm is underbidding them on contracts. I've been reading the financial papers you keep. If I can make him believe that I'm somehow connected to his professional troubles, not through magic, just through coincidence and suggestion, he'll start to see me as a threat to everything he's built. Concretely, a few well-timed phone calls. A mysterious letter from a non-existent law firm. A neighbor mentioning they saw Harry talking to a man in a suit who looked like a business competitor. Nothing provable, nothing overt. Just enough to make Vernon's paranoia do the work for us. The professor's eyes gleamed. And phase 3. Harry took a breath. This was the most delicate part. I offer them a way out. A solution that solves all their problems at once. A boarding school, not Hogwarts, they'd never agree to that. A normal boarding school, far away, where I'll be out of sight and out of mind. I'll make them believe it was their idea. I'll plant the suggestion so carefully that they'll think they've discovered the perfect solution themselves. Boarding school costs money. Not if I'm a scholarship student. Not if the school is desperate for students and willing to take a troubled boy at reduced rates. I've already found 3 possibilities within 100 miles. None of them are real. I'll create fake brochures, fake acceptance letters, fake everything. By the time they discover the truth, I'll be long gone. The professor was silent for a long moment. Then he did something unexpected. He laughed, not the quiet exhale Harry had heard before, but a real laugh, full and warm. You've designed a perfect operation, he said. Layered, deniable, psychologically precise. If I didn't know better, I'd think you'd been doing this for years. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest, not pride, exactly, but something like recognition. He'd taken everything the professor had taught him and forged it into something real. When do I begin? He asked. Now. Tonight. Phase 1 starts with a letter. The letter was a masterpiece of subtlety. Harry had spent hours studying Aunt Petunia's handwriting, mimicking its precise loops and angles. The letter appeared to be from an old friend of Lily's, someone who'd heard about Harry's situation and wanted to reach out. It was filled with warm memories of Petunia's sister, stories about their childhood, their time at Hogwarts, the adventures they'd shared. Harry left it half hidden in the kitchen, tucked behind a cookbook where Aunt Petunia would find it during her Tuesday cleaning. He watched through the stable monitors as she discovered it. Her face went through a cascade of emotions: curiosity, recognition, pain, anger. She read it 3 times, her hands trembling slightly. Then she did exactly what Harry had predicted. She hid it in the same drawer where she kept Lily's other letters, the ones she thought no one knew about. That night, Harry heard her crying. Soft, muffled sounds through the cupboard door. He'd never heard Aunt Petunia cry before. It should have made him feel victorious. Instead, it made him feel something complicated: pity, perhaps, or understanding. She'd loved her sister once. Somewhere beneath all the bitterness and jealousy, that love still existed, still hurt. He pushed the feeling aside. Sentiment was a luxury he couldn't afford. The operation continued. The next day, Aunt Petunia looked at him differently. Not with the usual cold dismissal, but with something searching, uncertain. She caught herself staring at him twice, then looked away quickly each time. Phase 1 was working. Phase 2 required more finesse. Harry began visiting the local library, using their computers to research Uncle Vernon's company. Grunnings, the drill manufacturer, was indeed facing competition. A German firm had been undercutting them on international contracts for months. The situation was publicly documented in trade journals Harry found in the business section. He also found something else: a photograph of the German firm's CEO, a severe-looking man with grey hair and rimless glasses. Harry studied the image until he could replicate the man's posture, his mannerisms, his slight German accent. The first phone call came on a Thursday evening, when Harry knew Uncle Vernon would be at bowling. Harry used the stable's phone, untraceable, the professor had assured him, and called Vernon's mobile. When Vernon answered, Harry spoke in the German CEO's accent, asking for a Mr. Johnson, then apologizing for the wrong number and hanging up. It was nothing. A wrong number, easily dismissed. But Harry knew Vernon. He knew the man's paranoia, his tendency to see threats everywhere. That wrong number would fester. A week later, Harry arranged for a second call, this time to Vernon's office line, during business hours. Again, the German accent, asking for someone who didn't exist. Again, a quick apology and disconnection. Then came the letter. Harry had crafted it carefully, a formal business letter on letterhead he'd designed himself, purporting to be from the German firm's legal department. It was addressed to Vernon, thanking him for his interest in exploring collaborative opportunities, and suggesting a meeting to discuss mutually beneficial arrangements. It was vague enough to be innocent, specific enough to terrify. He slipped it into the mail himself, wearing gloves, making sure no prints remained. When Vernon received it 3 days later, Harry watched through the monitors as the man's face went pale, then red, then pale again. He saw Vernon's hands shake as he read it. Saw him glance toward the cupboard where Harry slept. Saw the suspicion dawn. That evening, Vernon cornered Harry in the kitchen. "Boy," he said, his voice tight with barely controlled fury. "You wouldn't know anything about a German company, would you? Any conversations you've been having?" Harry widened his eyes, the perfect picture of confused innocence. "German, Uncle Vernon? I don't know any German. I've never even left the street." Vernon's eyes narrowed. He studied Harry for a long moment, then grunted and turned away. But Harry saw it, the doubt had taken root. Vernon was beginning to see him as a threat. Phase 3 required the most delicate touch. Harry couldn't simply suggest boarding school. The Dursleys had to believe it was their own idea, their own brilliant solution to a problem that was growing more urgent by the day. He began by leaving brochures around the house, not openly, but half-hidden, where Aunt Petunia might find them while cleaning. A brochure for a boarding school in Scotland, another for one in Wales. Both were real schools, both accepted students on scholarship. Harry had researched them thoroughly. The first brochure was discovered on a Wednesday. Harry watched through the monitors as Aunt Petunia picked it up, read it, frowned, and tucked it into a drawer. Not thrown away, kept. Good. The second brochure appeared the following week, this time in the magazine rack beside Uncle Vernon's armchair. Harry had chosen the timing carefully. Vernon had just endured another difficult day at work, another contract lost to the German competition. He was primed to see threats everywhere, solutions nowhere. When he found the brochure, he read it with more attention than Harry had hoped. He even dog-eared a page, the page about fees and scholarship opportunities. That night, Harry heard them talking. Their voices drifted through the thin walls of the cupboard, muffled but audible. Can't keep him here forever, Vernon. He's getting older. Stranger. He's always been strange. It's in his blood. But what if it's more than that? What if he's, like her? What if he starts doing things in front of the neighbors? Silence. Then Vernon's voice, quieter than usual. The boy at number 7. The one who asked about him last week. Said he seemed like a nice lad, wondered why he never saw him playing outside. What does that matter? It matters because people are noticing. Noticing that we keep him hidden. Noticing that he never goes to school like a normal child. Questions, Petunia. Questions we don't want to answer. Another silence. Then Aunt Petunia's voice, hesitant, I found something today. A brochure. For a boarding school. A boarding school. Those cost money. It said something about scholarships. For children from difficult backgrounds. Children who need structure. Harry held his breath, listening. I don't know, Vernon muttered. Seems like admitting defeat. Sending him away. Or solving a problem, Vernon. Think about it. He'd be gone. Out of the house, out of the neighborhood, out of our lives. We could tell people he's at a special school. No more questions. No more strange looks. And if he comes back? Holidays? Summers? We'll cross that bridge when we reach it. At least we'd have peace for most of the year. The conversation faded into murmurs Harry couldn't follow. But he'd heard enough. The seed was planted. Now it needed nurturing. Over the next month, Harry watered that seed with careful precision. He made himself more visible in the neighborhood, just enough to draw attention, not enough to seem deliberate. He smiled at neighbors, answered their questions politely, let them see that he was a real boy with real feelings. When Mrs. Polkiss from number 9 asked why she never saw him at the local school, Harry looked down and murmured something about his aunt and uncle preferring to keep him at home. The question got back to Aunt Petunia within days. Harry knew because she confronted him about it, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. What did you say to Mrs. Polkiss? Nothing, Aunt Petunia. She just asked about school. I didn't know what to tell her. The panic in her eyes was unmistakable. The neighbors were talking. The carefully constructed facade of normalcy was developing cracks. Meanwhile, Uncle Vernon's work troubles continued. The German firm underbid Grunnings on another contract. Harry had nothing to do with this one, but Vernon didn't know that. In his mind, the threats were mounting. Foreign competition. A strange boy in his house. Questions from neighbors. It was all connected, all part of some conspiracy he couldn't quite name. Harry found the boarding school brochure in the trash one day, not discarded, but hidden beneath other rubbish, as if someone had put it there but couldn't bear to throw it away completely. He retrieved it and left it on the kitchen table, open to the scholarship page. The next evening, Aunt Petunia called him into the sitting room. This never happened. The sitting room was off limits, a sacred space reserved for family only. Harry stood before them, Uncle Vernon massive in his armchair, Aunt Petunia rigid on the sofa, Dudley sprawled on the floor stuffing his face with crisps. We've been thinking, Aunt Petunia began, her voice tight. About your education. Harry waited. Silence was a weapon. Let them fill it. The local school won't take you, Vernon grunted. Too many questions about your background. So we've been looking at alternatives. He held up the brochure. Harry's brochure. The one he'd left on the table. There's a school in Scotland. St. Godric's Academy. Takes boarding students. Has scholarships for cases like yours. Harry kept his face carefully neutral, though inside his heart was racing. Scotland. Far away, Vernon confirmed, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Very far away. You'd live there. Come home for holidays, maybe. If you earn the scholarship. And if I don't earn it? Aunt Petunia leaned forward. Then you'll find a way to earn it. Because this is your only chance, boy. Your only chance at something better than that cupboard. Harry looked at the brochure, at the fake application materials he'd planted weeks ago. He'd already filled out the forms, written the essays, prepared everything needed to make this work. All that remained was the performance. I'll try, he said quietly, letting his voice tremble slightly. I'll do my best. Uncle Vernon nodded, satisfied. See that you do. We'll drive you up there next month for the interview. If you get in, good riddance. If you don't, he let the threat hang. Harry nodded and retreated to his cupboard, where he allowed himself one silent moment of triumph. The operation was working. They thought they were solving a problem. They had no idea they were executing his plan. The interview was a fiction, of course. Harry had researched St. Godric's thoroughly. It was a real school, but it had no scholarship program and wasn't accepting new students midterm. The headmaster Harry had been corresponding with was a fabrication, a character Harry had created and maintained through letters written in a convincing adult handwriting. But the Dursleys didn't know that. They drove him to Scotland on a grey Saturday morning, following directions Harry had provided to a non-existent address. When they arrived at what was supposed to be the school, they found only an abandoned estate, gates chained, buildings empty. This isn't right, Vernon muttered, studying the map. This is the place. This is the address. Harry looked at the abandoned buildings, the overgrown grounds, the for sale sign rusting by the gate. He'd chosen this location carefully, remote enough that they wouldn't find it suspicious, abandoned enough that they'd believe the school had closed. Aunt Petunia's face crumpled. Closed. The school is closed. But the letters. There must have been a mistake, Harry said quietly. Maybe they merged with another school. Maybe they moved. He pulled out a folded paper from his pocket, another brochure, for another school, one he'd prepared as a backup. There's another one. In Wales. St. David's Institute. They have a similar program. We could try there. Vernon snatched the brochure, read it, and threw it back. Wales? That's hours away. I'm not driving to Wales today. We could write, Harry suggested. Send an application by post. They might accept me without an interview, based on my grades. Aunt Petunia looked at Vernon, hope and frustration warring on her face. It's worth a try. We can't keep him forever. Vernon grunted, started the car, and began the long drive home. In the back seat, Harry allowed himself a small smile. The trap was closing. The letters went out that week. Harry wrote them, Aunt Petunia mailed them. The responses came back. Harry had arranged for them to be delivered to a post office box he'd opened in town, then he'd found them in the mail and brought them home. St. David's Institute had accepted him. Full scholarship. Start date, immediately. The Dursleys couldn't believe their luck. They read the acceptance letter 3 times, then made Harry read it aloud, then read it again themselves. It was real. It was happening. He was leaving. The morning of his departure, Harry stood in his cupboard for the last time. There was nothing to pack, he owned nothing worth taking. The few possessions he'd accumulated over the years fit in a single small bag, a spare pair of glasses, some clothes the professor had bought him, the key his mentor had given him, and a photograph of his parents that he'd found in Aunt Petunia's drawer and quietly borrowed. He walked through the silent house one last time. The kitchen where he'd cooked countless meals he wasn't allowed to eat. The hall where he'd learned to make himself small. The cupboard that had been his world for 9 years. At the front door, Aunt Petunia stood stiffly, her arms crossed. Uncle Vernon waited in the car, engine running, impatient to be rid of him. Dudley wasn't there, he'd refused to say goodbye, which was exactly what Harry had expected. "Well," Aunt Petunia said. "This is it." Harry looked at her, really looked, seeing not just the woman who'd starved and ignored him, but the girl who'd lost her sister, who'd chosen bitterness over grief, who'd spent her life trying to escape a past that would never let her go. "Goodbye, Aunt Petunia," he said quietly. "Thank you for taking me in." The word surprised her. He saw it in her face, the flicker of something that might have been regret, might have been guilt, might have been the ghost of the love she'd once felt for her sister. She said nothing. Just nodded once and turned away. Harry walked out the door, down the path, and got into the back of the car. Vernon pulled away without a word, without a backward glance. The house on Privet Drive shrank in the rear window until it was just a dot, then nothing. They drove for an hour, to a train station in a town Harry didn't know. Vernon stopped the car, put it in park, and turned to look at Harry for the first time. "Get out," he said. "Train will take you the rest of the way. Don't come back." Harry got out. He retrieved his small bag from the back seat. Vernon's window rolled down. "Boy." The voice was gruff, uncomfortable. "Don't expect letters. Don't expect visits. You're on your own now." Harry nodded. "I understand." Vernon's window rolled up. The car pulled away, merged into traffic, and disappeared. Harry stood alone at the train station, a small boy with a small bag and a future that was entirely his own for the first time in his life. He should have felt afraid. He should have felt lost. Instead, he felt free. He walked into the station, bought a ticket to London with money the professor had given him, and found a seat on the platform to wait. The sun was warm on his face. The air smelled of diesel and possibilities. The professor would be waiting for him in London. They had work to do, real work, now that Harry was free. Hogwarts was less than a year away. The magical world was waiting, with all its dangers and deceptions and opportunities. Harry smiled at the approaching train, feeling its vibration through the concrete. He was ready. 3 moves ahead. Always. The train arrived, and he boarded, leaving Privet Drive and everything it represented behind forever. The operation was complete. The first of many. But as the train pulled away, carrying him toward an unknown future, Harry couldn't shake the image of Aunt Petunia's face at the door, that flicker of something unspoken, something unresolved. He'd won. He was free. But victory, he was learning, sometimes came with complications victory couldn't solve. The train sped on, and Harry watched the countryside blur past, his mind already moving to the next operation, the next strategy, the next 3 moves ahead. Behind him, Privet Drive faded into memory. Ahead, everything waited. Chapter 6, Red Team Analysis. The safe house was nothing like the stable. Hidden in the basement of a nondescript bookshop in London, it was a windowless bunker of concrete and steel. The professor had prepared it years ago, he explained, for exactly this contingency, the moment when Harry needed to disappear completely from the non-magical world. Harry stood in the center of the main room, turning slowly, taking in his new environment. Walls covered in whiteboards and corkboards. A bank of monitors displaying feeds from cameras hidden throughout the bookshop above. Shelves of files and reference materials. A small kitchenette. 2 doors leading to what he assumed were sleeping quarters. "You'll stay here until Hogwarts," the professor said, settling into a chair before the monitors. 3 months. During that time, we conduct the most important phase of your training. Harry turned from his inspection. More important than everything we've done. Different. The professor gestured for Harry to sit. Everything so far has been about building. Building your mind, your methods, your confidence. Now we tear it all down. Harry sat, confused. Tear it down. Red team analysis. The professor pulled a thick file from his desk and placed it between them. In military and intelligence operations, the red team is the enemy. Their job is to find flaws in your plans before the real enemy does. They attack your assumptions, expose your weaknesses, destroy your confidence in your own strategies. It's brutal. It's humiliating. And it's essential. He opened the file. Inside was Harry's deadly operation, every note, every observation, every contingency he'd documented. The professor had kept copies of everything. Your first operation was a success, the professor continued. You achieved your objective. The Desleys let you go. But success doesn't mean perfection. It means your flaws weren't exposed. Today, we expose them. Harry leaned forward, studying his own work through new eyes. The professor was going to attack it. Good. Harry wanted to see what he'd missed. Let's start with phase 1, the professor said. The letter from Lily's friend. You planted doubt in Aunt Petunia's mind. But what if she'd reacted differently? What if she'd burned the letter immediately? What if she'd confronted you about it? Harry had considered those possibilities. If she burned it, no harm done. The operation continued. If she confronted me, I'd deny everything. She had no proof. Denial works when you're dealing with rational people. Is Aunt Petunia rational about her sister? Harry hesitated. No. She's emotional. Volatile. Exactly. If she'd confronted you in anger, she might have done something unpredictable. Thrown you out immediately, not to a school, but to the street. Called the authorities. Demanded that Vernon handle it physically. Any of those outcomes would have derailed your plan. Harry nodded slowly. He'd accounted for confrontation, but not for the emotional volatility that could make confrontation spiral. I should have built in a buffer. A way to calm her if she got angry. Maybe. A second letter, from a different source, that would redirect her suspicion. Good. What else? They spent the next 4 hours dissecting every phase of the operation. The professor found weaknesses Harry hadn't considered, assumptions about timing that could have failed if the Desleys' schedule shifted, dependencies on specific reactions that might not have occurred, vulnerabilities in the fake documents that a more suspicious person might have noticed. By the end, Harry's successful operation looked like a house of cards that had somehow survived a hurricane. How did I miss so much? He asked, frustrated. Because you're human. The professor's voice was kind but firm. Every planner has blind spots. The question isn't whether you'll miss things. It's whether you'll find them before your enemies do. Red team analysis is how you find them. He stood and walked to a whiteboard, picking up a marker. From now on, every plan you create will go through the red team process. You'll design the operation. Then you'll become the enemy and try to destroy it. Then you'll revise. Then you'll do it again. By the time you execute, your plan should be able to survive any attack you can imagine. Harry looked at his disassembled operation, the pages covered in the professor's red ink marking every flaw, every vulnerability, every assumption that could have failed. It was humbling. It was also liberating. He saw now that success had been partly luck, luck that the Desleys had reacted exactly as he predicted, luck that no unexpected variables had intervened. I want to try again, he said. Design something new. Something I can red team myself. The professor smiled. I was hoping you'd say that. The new operation was hypothetical but complex. Harry chose a target he knew nothing about, a magical artifacts dealer in Diagon Alley, based on a file the professor provided. The objective: retrieve a specific item from the dealer's secured vault without triggering alarms or leaving evidence. He spent 3 days designing the operation. He studied the dealer's patterns, the shop's layout, the security measures mentioned in the file. He built probability trees for every phase, contingencies for every failure point. When he was satisfied, he presented the plan to the professor. Then the red team attack began. The professor didn't hold back. He attacked every assumption, questioned every source, found contradictions Harry hadn't noticed. The dealer's patterns weren't as predictable as Harry had assumed. The security measures were more extensive than the file suggested. The item's location was uncertain, it might not even be in the vault. Harry defended his plan at first, then realized defense was pointless. The professor wasn't trying to be convinced. He was trying to find weaknesses. Arguing with him was like arguing with a future enemy, it accomplished nothing. So Harry switched tactics. He stopped defending and started listening. Every criticism was data. Every question revealed an assumption he'd made without evidence. By the end of the session, his original plan was in ruins. Good, the professor said. Now rebuild. Harry spent the next 3 days rebuilding, incorporating everything he'd learned from the red team attack. When he presented the revised plan, the professor attacked again, and found new weaknesses Harry hadn't considered. They repeated the cycle 6 times. Each iteration grew stronger, more resilient, more aware of its own limitations. By the 6th version, Harry could anticipate most of the professor's criticisms before they were spoken. "You're learning," the professor observed after the 6th session. "But you're still thinking like a planner. You need to think like an enemy." What would the real enemy do that I haven't done? Harry thought about it. The professor was brilliant, but he was one person with one perspective. A real enemy might have resources Harry couldn't imagine: magical detection, informants, unpredictable allies. "I need to simulate multiple enemies," Harry said slowly. "Different types. The paranoid security chief. The corrupt guard. The random customer who notices something wrong. Each one would attack different parts of the plan." The professor nodded approvingly. "Exactly. The red team isn't one person. It's every possible adversary. Now build them." The next weeks were the most intense of Harry's training. He created profiles for a dozen different enemies, each with their own priorities and methods. The security chief who checked everything twice. The greedy employee who might sell information. The rival thief who might be planning the same operation. The random witness who might mention something to the wrong person. For each enemy, Harry redesigned the operation to survive their attention. He built layers of misdirection, false trails, contingency upon contingency. The plan grew complex, too complex, the professor warned. Complexity was its own vulnerability. "Every additional layer is another thing that can fail," the professor said. "The goal isn't to plan for everything. The goal is to build resilience into simplicity. A simple plan with good contingencies beats a complex plan with perfect execution." Harry stripped the plan back to its core, then added only the most essential contingencies. When he presented it again, it was leaner, cleaner, more elegant. The professor studied it for a long time. Then he set it down and looked at Harry with something like pride. "This is the first plan you've designed that I couldn't break," he said quietly. "Not because it's perfect, nothing is perfect. But because it's built to survive imperfection. If something goes wrong, the plan adapts. If the enemy does something unexpected, the plan absorbs it. This isn't a sequence of steps anymore. It's a system." Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest. He'd done it. He'd created something that could survive contact with reality. Now, the professor continued, "We do the hardest part. We test it against reality. He stood and walked to a cabinet Harry had never seen opened. Inside were files, hundreds of them, organized by color and number. The professor selected one and brought it back to the table. "This is a real target," he said. "A low-level Death Eater sympathizer who's been selling illegal artifacts on the black market. The magical authorities suspect him but can't prove anything. Your operation, the one you just designed, could be adapted to gather that proof." Harry stared at the file. Real. This was real. Not a hypothetical exercise, not a training simulation. A real person doing real harm, and Harry could do something about it. "I'm not asking you to execute," the professor said quickly. "You're not ready for that. But I am asking you to adapt your plan to this target. To see if your system holds up against real variables." Harry opened the file and began to read. The target was a man named Augustus Rookwood, though he wasn't using that name anymore. He'd been a minor functionary in the Department of Mysteries before the First War, arrested as a Death Eater, released for lack of evidence. Now he ran a small antique shop in Carkit Market, selling ostensibly harmless curiosities to unsuspecting customers. But the file contained evidence, circumstantial but compelling, that Rookwood was still active. Still connected. Still selling information and artifacts to anyone with enough gold and the right connections. Harry studied everything. Rookwood's schedule, his associates, his known vulnerabilities. He was arrogant, the file noted. He believed he'd outsmarted the authorities, that his release proved his innocence. That arrogance could be exploited. Harry spent 3 days adapting his operation. The objective changed, not theft now, but evidence gathering. How to get into Rookwood's secure storage without his knowledge. How to document what was there. How to escape without leaving traces. The Red Team process began again, but this time Harry ran it himself. He became Rookwood, arrogant, clever, paranoid in his own way. He attacked his own plan from every angle, looking for the weaknesses Rookwood would find. He found 7. He rebuilt. Attacked again. Found 3 more. Rebuilt. Attacked. This time, the plan held. He presented it to the professor, who studied it in silence for an hour. When he finally looked up, his expression was unreadable. "This is better than anything I could have designed," he said quietly. "Not because you're smarter than me, though you may be, eventually. Because you've internalized the process. The Red Team isn't something you do anymore. It's how you think." Harry understood. The voices of his simulated enemies were always there now, questioning every assumption, probing every weakness. He couldn't turn them off, didn't want to. They made him better. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now you rest." The professor stood, stretching. "Hogwarts starts in 2 months. You'll need your strength, not physical, but mental. The magical world is more complex than anything you've encountered. More players, more rules, more dangers. Your training has prepared you, but the real test begins when you walk through those doors." Harry nodded, but his mind was already racing ahead. Hogwarts. A castle full of young witches and wizards, each with their own agendas, their own weaknesses, their own potential as allies or enemies. A political landscape more complex than anything in the non-magical world. "The other students," he said slowly. "They'll know about me. The boy who lived. They'll have expectations. Yes. I need to manage those expectations. Control the narrative. Decide what they see and what they don't." The professor smiled. "You're already 3 moves ahead. Yes, you'll need a persona, a carefully crafted version of yourself that serves your objectives. Too mysterious, and you'll attract unwanted attention. Too open, and you'll be vulnerable. The right balance will depend on what you observe when you arrive." Harry filed that away. Persona management. Another layer to add to the operation. "One more thing," the professor said. At Hogwarts, you won't have me. You'll have teachers, classmates, rivals. Some will be friendly. Some won't. You'll need to build your own network, your own sources of information. You'll need to become your own red team. Harry thought about that, about operating alone, without the professor's guidance and protection. It should have been frightening. Instead, it felt like the next logical step. He'd been trained for this. He was ready. I won't let you down, he said. The professor shook his head. This isn't about me, Harry. It's about you. The only person you can let down is yourself. And from what I've seen, you're not the type. The remaining weeks passed in a blur of preparation. Harry studied everything the professor could provide about Hogwarts, the four houses, the important families, the political factions, the teachers, and their reputations. He learned about the pure-blood hierarchy, the blood purity debates, the lingering tensions from the First War. He memorized the names of influential students who would be attending during his years: Malfoy, Weasley, Granger, Longbottom, Parkinson, Zabini. Each name came with a file. The professor had been gathering intelligence for years, building dossiers on everyone who might matter. Harry devoured them all, looking for patterns, connections, vulnerabilities. He paid special attention to Draco Malfoy. The boy was his age, from one of the most prominent pure-blood families, almost certain to be a rival. Harry studied Lucius Malfoy's file to understand the father, then extrapolated to the son. Spoiled. Entitled. Taught to believe in his own superiority. Vulnerable to anyone who could challenge that belief or exploit the insecurity beneath it. He studied Hermione Granger, the Muggle-born girl with exceptional academic records. Brilliant, according to the files, but socially awkward, eager to prove herself, desperate for recognition. Could be an ally, could be a liability, her need for validation might make her predictable. He studied Ron Weasley, from the famously poor but pure-blood family. Loyal, according to family history, but insecure about his family's status. Surrounded by older brothers who'd achieved things, desperate to find his own path. Vulnerable to anyone who offered friendship without judgment. Harry built profiles for all of them, adding to the mental files he'd been constructing since his first lessons with the professor. By the time September 1st arrived, he had a working model of the Hogwarts social ecosystem, incomplete, based on second-hand information, but enough to start. The night before he left for King's Cross, Harry sat alone in the safe house, reviewing his plans one final time. The professor had given him space, understanding that this was a moment Harry needed to experience alone. Tomorrow, he would board a train and enter a world that thought it knew him. The boy who lived. The orphan hero. The symbol of a war he couldn't remember. They had no idea. Harry thought about his parents, about the sacrifice they'd made. He didn't remember them, couldn't mourn them the way he suspected he should. But he carried them with him nonetheless, their legacy, their choices, their enemies. He was walking into their world, and he would honor their memory by surviving it. By mastering it. He pulled out the key the professor had given him months ago, turning it over in his fingers. Such a small thing. Such a powerful symbol. 3 moves ahead, he whispered to the empty room. The key caught the light, glinting gold. Harry tucked it back into his pocket, next to the photograph of his parents he'd taken from Aunt Petunia's drawer. 2 talismans. 2 reminders of where he'd come from and where he was going. He lay back on his bed, staring at the concrete ceiling, and let his mind run through everything one more time. The profiles. The contingencies. The persona he would present. The observations he would make. The allies he would cultivate. The enemies he would avoid, for now. Somewhere above, the bookshop creaked and settled. The city hummed with nighttime sounds, muffled by layers of concrete and earth. Harry closed his eyes and let the voices of his internal red team have their say. What if the Sorting Hat places you somewhere that complicates your plans? He'd considered that. Each house had advantages and disadvantages. Gryffindor meant visibility, expectations, pressure to be a hero. Slytherin meant suspicion, pureblood politics, proximity to potential enemies. Ravenclaw meant intellectual credibility but potential isolation. Hufflepuff meant obscurity but limited influence. He designed contingencies for each possibility. Flexible personas that could adapt to any house. Networks that could be built regardless of assignment. The house was a variable, not a determinant. Asterisk. What if someone recognizes your training? What if they see through the persona? Asterisk. Unlikely. The professor's methods were non-magical, unknown in wizarding circles. Harry's strategic thinking would appear as natural cleverness, not systematic training. And the persona he designed was deliberately unremarkable, quiet, observant, slightly mysterious but not threatening. He would be the boy everyone noticed but no one understood. Asterisk. What if you make a mistake? What if the plan fails? Asterisk. Then he would adapt. That was the point of red team analysis, not to prevent failure, but to survive it. Every plan had weaknesses. The question was whether those weaknesses were fatal or merely inconvenient. Harry smiled in the darkness. His internal red team was satisfied. The plan was solid. The contingencies were in place. The variables were accounted for. Tomorrow, the game began for real. He closed his eyes and slept, dreaming of trains and castles and faces he'd only seen in photographs. His mother's smile. His father's laugh. A dark lord with red eyes and snake-like features, waiting in the shadows of a future Harry couldn't yet see. 3 moves ahead. Always. Chapter 7, Hogwarts Entry as a Variable. The platform was crowded with ghosts. Not literal ghosts, though Harry suspected those existed here too, but the ghosts of expectations, of stories, of a past that clung to him like smoke. Every whisper, every pointed look, every quickly averted gaze carried the weight of who they thought he was. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child who defeated the darkest wizard in a century. He stood just inside the barrier at platform 9 3/4, his small bag clutched in one hand, and let the scene wash over him. The professor's voice echoed in his memory, asterisk observe first. Act second. The person who watches longest wins, asterisk. So he watched. Families swirled around him like currents in a river. Mothers adjusting ties, fathers pretending not to be emotional, siblings bickering over who got the window seat. The scarlet steam engine hissed and chuffed, filling the air with smoke and the smell of coal. Owls hooted from their cages. Cats yowled. A toad escaped from someone's pocket and caused a minor panic. Harry catalogued everything. The families that moved with easy confidence, old money, pure blood, accustomed to this world. The families that hovered uncertainly, muggle-born, first-timers, trying to hide their confusion. The clusters of students greeting each other after summer apart, their laughter carrying across the platform. He saw a boy with red hair and hand-me-down robes, surrounded by what appeared to be an entire army of siblings. The Weasleys, he guessed from the file. Poor but proud, well-respected despite their lack of money. The youngest boy, Ron, Harry's age, looked overwhelmed, trying to disappear into the chaos of his own family. He saw a girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large robes, hovering near the edge of the crowd with a book clutched to her chest. Hermione Granger. Muggle-born. Brilliant. Nervous. She was watching the other families with an intensity that suggested she was trying to learn the rules by observation alone. Harry recognized the strategy. He'd used it himself. He saw a boy with platinum blonde hair and an expression of practiced disdain, flanked by 2 larger boys who moved like bodyguards. Draco Malfoy. The son of Lucius. He was scanning the crowd with the same calculating gaze Harry was using, assessing, categorizing, filing away information for future use. Their eyes met for just a moment. Something flickered in Malfoy's expression, recognition, interest, perhaps a calculation of his own. Then he looked away, and the moment passed. Harry filed it away. Malfoy had noticed him. Good. The first variable was in play. The train was a microcosm of everything Harry needed to learn. He walked its length slowly, past compartments filled with laughter and conversation and the occasional burst of magic from an uncontrolled wand. He listened to snippets of dialogue, noted groupings and hierarchies, identified the confident and the uncertain, the leaders and the followers. An empty compartment near the end of the train caught his attention. He was about to slide the door open when a voice stopped him. Everywhere else is full. Harry turned. The red-haired boy, Ron Weasley, stood behind him, looking awkward and hopeful. I've checked practically the whole train. Only compartment left is this one, but there's someone sitting in there already. A boy. Asleep. Harry looked through the glass. A boy with pale skin and dark hair was curled in the corner, his face peaceful, apparently unconscious of the world around him. We could share, Harry said. If you don't mind. Ron's face lit up with relief. Brilliant. I mean, yeah, that'd be great. They slid the door open quietly, trying not to wake the sleeping boy. Ron took the seat nearest the door, Harry settled across from him, and for a moment they sat in awkward silence, the train whistle blowing somewhere ahead. I'm Ron, the boy finally said. Ron Weasley. Harry smiled, a carefully calibrated smile, friendly but not eager, open but not vulnerable. Harry. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. But, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. You're him. The boy who lived. Everyone's been talking about you. I thought you'd be, well, taller. No offense. None taken. Harry's smile widened slightly. I didn't know I was worth talking about. Didn't know. Ron looked like he couldn't decide whether to laugh or faint. You defeated you-know-who. When you were a baby. It's the most famous thing that's ever happened. Harry shrugged, a gesture he'd practiced to convey modesty without false humility. I don't remember it. Just what people tell me. They talked as the train began to move. Ron was easy to read, open, honest, slightly insecure about his family's poverty but fiercely proud of them nonetheless. He talked about his brothers, his parents, the stories he'd heard about Hogwarts. He asked Harry questions about the Dursleys, about growing up Muggle, about whether he'd done any magic before. Harry answered selectively, feeding Ron the narrative he wanted to spread. The neglected boy. The unaware wizard. The innocent who didn't know his own importance. It was all true, technically. He simply omitted the years of training, the strategic mind, the operations already planned. When the sleeping boy woke, introducing himself as Neville Longbottom, Harry added another layer to his observations. Neville was nervous, forgetful, clearly intimidated by the magical world despite growing up in it. His grandmother's voice echoed in his every hesitant word. He'd lost his toad, again, and was desperately hoping someone would help him find it. Harry filed Neville away. Potential ally, but fragile. Would need careful handling. The compartment door slid open, and Malfoy walked in. He was flanked by the two larger boys Harry had seen on the platform, Crabbe and Goyle, the files supplied, dull-witted and loyal, muscle for hire. Malfoy's gaze swept the compartment, dismissed Ron and Neville, and settled on Harry with laser focus. So it's true, Malfoy said, his voice carrying the practiced drawl of someone who'd learned condescension at his father's knee. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. I'm Draco Malfoy. He extended his hand, expecting Harry to take it. A test, Harry recognized. A declaration of status. Malfoy was offering friendship, but it was the kind of friendship that came with expectations, with hierarchies, with unspoken demands. Harry looked at the hand, then at Malfoy's face. He saw the calculation behind the smile, the assessment behind the offer. Malfoy wasn't offering friendship. He was offering an alliance, with himself as the senior partner. "I know who you are," Harry said evenly, not taking the hand. "Your father's on the school board, isn't he?" "Lucius Malfoy." Malfoy's eyes narrowed slightly, pleased and suspicious at once. "You know my father?" "I know of him." Harry let the words hang, neither friendly nor hostile. "Just, observant." Malfoy's hand dropped. He regrouped quickly, the smile returning. "My father's told me about Hogwarts. He says if I'm going to make friends, I should choose the right sort. Not," his gaze flicked to Ron, dismissive, "the kind who associate with blood traitors and muggle lovers." Ron's face went red. "What did you call me?" Malfoy ignored him, his attention still on Harry. "You'll want to choose your friends carefully, Potter. Some people are worth knowing. Others," he glanced at Ron again, "aren't." Harry stood slowly. He was shorter than Malfoy, slighter, but something in his movement made Malfoy take an unconscious step back. "I've found," Harry said quietly, "that people who talk about worth usually have something to prove." "Thanks for the offer, Malfoy. I'll keep it in mind." Malfoy's face flickered, anger, confusion, a recalculation of whatever assumptions he'd made. Then he laughed, a manufactured sound. "Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you." He turned and left, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering behind him. The door slid shut, and the compartment fell into silence. Ron let out a breath. "Bloody hell. That's Draco Malfoy. His family's." "I know." Harry sat back down, his expression unchanged. Inside, he was already analyzing. Malfoy was exactly as the files described, proud, entitled, eager to assert dominance. He'd approached Harry expecting easy recruitment. He'd left uncertain, his assumptions challenged. Good. Uncertainty was a seed Harry could water later. Neville was trembling slightly. "He's horrible. His father was, everyone says." "I know," Harry said again, his voice gentle now. "But he's not worth worrying about. People like Malfoy only have power if you give it to them." Neville looked at him with something like wonder. "You're not scared of him?" Harry considered the question. "Scared? No. Malfoy was predictable, which meant manageable. The real dangers at Hogwarts wouldn't be so obvious." "I don't scare easily," he said. The rest of the journey passed in observation. Harry let Ron and Neville talk, asking occasional questions, gathering data. Ron's brothers, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, were a wealth of information about Hogwarts life. The teachers, the houses, the rivalries, the secrets. Neville's grandmother, his parents, his mysterious uncle Algy who'd nearly killed him several times trying to force his magic to manifest. By the time the train began to slow, Harry had a much clearer picture of the terrain he was entering. The houses weren't just social groupings, they were political factions, with histories and grudges that stretched back generations. The teachers had reputations that could be exploited or avoided. The castle itself held secrets that students had been discovering for 1,000 years. First years were called to gather. Harry followed the crowd, letting himself be jostled, keeping his eyes open. The lake stretched black and vast under the night sky. Boats waited at the shore, each large enough for 4 students. Harry ended up in a boat with Ron, Neville, and a girl with dreadlocks who introduced herself as Hannah Abbott. She was nervous, chattering about her family, about whether she'd be sorted into Hufflepuff like her mother. Harry listened, nodded, filed away the information. The castle rose before them, immense and ancient, its windows glittering with light. Harry felt something stir in his chest, not wonder, exactly, but recognition. This was the board. These were the pieces. The game was about to begin. The great hall was overwhelming by design. Hundreds of students at 4 long tables. Candles floating in the air. A ceiling enchanted to show the night sky. Teachers at the high table, watching the new arrivals with expressions ranging from benign interest to barely concealed calculation. Harry kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. He identified Professor Dumbledore immediately, the long silver beard, the half-moon spectacles, the twinkling eyes that missed nothing. Albus Dumbledore. The most powerful wizard alive, according to the files. A man who played chess with nations and lives. Their eyes met across the hall. Just for a moment. Dumbledore smiled, warm and welcoming, and Harry felt a chill run down his spine. That smile was too perfect. Too calculated. Dumbledore saw him, really saw him, and was already forming his own plans. Harry looked away, filing the observation. Dumbledore was a variable he hadn't fully accounted for. He'd need more data. The sorting began. Names called in alphabetical order. Students walked to the stool, the ancient hat placed on their heads, and waited while it decided their fate. Hannah Abbott became Hufflepuff. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. A boy named Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Mandy Brocklehurst, Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. Then, Harry Potter. The hall went silent. Every head turned. Harry walked forward through a tunnel of stairs, his footsteps loud on the stone floor. He sat on the stool, felt the hat descend over his eyes, and waited. Interesting, a voice said in his mind. Very interesting. The sorting hat. Harry had known it could speak, but experiencing it was different. The voice was old, ancient, layered with centuries of observation. You've been trained, the hat continued. Asterisk not just in magic, in something else. Something, strategic. I've never encountered quite this combination, asterisk. Harry thought back, carefully, not in words but in intention. What do you see? Asterisk I see a mind shaped for war. For planning. For moves and countermoves. But I also see something else, something you've hidden even from yourself. A capacity for, more. For connection. For loyalty. For choices that defy calculation, asterisk. Where would you put me? The hat was silent for a moment. Asterisk you could do well in Slytherin. Greatness is there, waiting to be claimed. Power. Purpose. But you could also thrive in Ravenclaw, your mind is sharp, hungry for knowledge. Or Hufflepuff, your loyalty, once earned, would be absolute, asterisk. And Gryffindor? Asterisk Gryffindor is the risk. The house of the brave, the reckless, the ones who leap before they look. You are not reckless. You never leap. But sometimes the greatest strategy is knowing when to stop strategizing, asterisk. Harry considered. He'd prepared for any house, had contingencies for each. But the hat was offering him a choice, not based on what he was, but on what he could become. Where would my parents want me? Asterisk your father would say Gryffindor. Your mother would understand the value of any path. But they are not here. Only you are, asterisk. Harry made his decision. Gryffindor. The hat hesitated. Asterisk are you certain? It is not the obvious choice, asterisk. Asterisk nothing. About me is obvious. That's the point, asterisk. The hat laughed, a dry, ancient sound. Gryffindor. The table erupted as Harry walked toward it. Ron was already there, having been sorted moments before, his face split in an enormous grin. Twins Harry recognized from the files, Fred and George Weasley, shouted and cheered, reaching out to clap him on the back. Harry sat, accepting the welcome, but his eyes were still scanning. The Slytherin table. Malfoy had been sorted there moments ago, and was now watching Harry with narrowed eyes. The Ravenclaw table, where a bushy-haired girl was studying him with intellectual curiosity. The Hufflepuff table, where Neville had ended up, looking relieved and slightly overwhelmed. And the High table. Dumbledore, still smiling that too-perfect smile. A professor with greasy black hair and a hooked nose, Snape, the files supplied, potions master, former Death Eater, complicated history with Harry's parents. His eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. Harry looked away, accepting a plate of food he didn't taste. The game had begun. He was on the board now, a piece in play. But pieces could move in unexpected directions. Pieces could become players. 3 moves ahead. Always. The first night in Gryffindor Tower was an exercise in information gathering. Harry shared a dormitory with Ron, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and Neville, who, despite being sorted into Hufflepuff, had apparently ended up in Gryffindor. No, Harry corrected himself. Neville had been sorted into Gryffindor. The Hat had called it just before Harry's own sorting. Interesting. Neville had found courage somewhere. Harry filed that away for later analysis. The boys talked late into the night, the excitement of the first day keeping them awake. Harry let them lead, answering questions with careful vagueness, learning their patterns and personalities. Dean was artistic, from a Muggle family, fascinated by the magical world. Seamus was loud, proud of his Irish heritage, slightly reckless. Ron was exactly as he'd seemed on the train, loyal, insecure, desperate to prove himself. Neville was the surprise. Underneath his nervous exterior, there was something solid. He'd lost his toad again, yes, but he'd also stood up to Malfoy in a small way on the train, and he'd walked to the sorting stool without visible fear. There was steel there, hidden but present. When the others finally slept, Harry lay awake, reviewing the day's data. The castle's layout, as much as he'd seen. The teachers' positions and interactions. The students who'd shown interest in him, Malfoy, obviously, but also a few older students whose names he didn't yet know. And Dumbledore. Always Dumbledore. The headmaster had watched him all through dinner. Not obviously, he was too skilled for that, but Harry had felt the weight of that attention, the assessment behind the twinkling eyes. Dumbledore was planning something. Harry was part of that plan. He needed more information. He needed to understand Dumbledore's objectives, his methods, his vulnerabilities. Every player had vulnerabilities. Tomorrow, the real work began. Classes would start. He would meet teachers, encounter students, begin the slow process of building his network. He would be the quiet boy, the observant boy, the one who noticed what others missed. And somewhere, in the shadows of this ancient castle, the pieces of a larger game were moving. Voldemort's followers, waiting. Ancient magic, sleeping. Secrets hidden in walls that had stood for 1,000 years. Harry closed his eyes, letting his internal red team begin its work. What had he missed today? What assumptions had he made? What variables hadn't he considered? The questions cycled through his mind as sleep finally claimed him. 3 moves ahead. Always. Tomorrow, the game continued. Chapter 8, Spell Sequencing Mastery. The first month at Hogwarts was an exercise in controlled observation. Harry moved through his classes like a ghost, present, attentive, but never quite fully visible. He answered questions when called upon, performed spells adequately in practical sessions, and maintained the perfect average that drew no attention. His professors saw a competent but unremarkable student. His classmates saw a quiet boy who kept to himself. No one saw what happened after hours. The room of requirement had taken him 3 weeks to find. The professor's files had mentioned it, a secret space that became whatever the user needed, but the descriptions were vague, second-hand. Harry had mapped the 7th floor corridor systematically, testing doorways, counting steps, until finally the wall shifted and a door appeared. The room that greeted him was perfect. It was a training ground disguised as a library. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books on spell theory and dueling tactics. In the center, a clear space large enough to practice movements. Against one wall, a workbench covered in materials for spell creation. And in the corner, a desk with parchment and ink for recording observations. Harry had visited every night since, stealing hours from sleep to continue his real education. Tonight's session was different. Tonight, he was moving beyond theory. He stood in the center of the practice space, his wand, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, held loosely at his side. Before him, arranged in a semicircle, were 5 training dummies the room had provided. They were crude things, stuffed with straw and dressed in ragged clothing, but they served their purpose. Spell sequencing, Harry murmured, echoing the professor's voice in his memory. Not individual casts, but chains. Each spell setting up the next. Each movement creating opportunities. He'd been practicing individual spells for weeks, mastering the basics Professor Flitwick taught in Charms and the defensive fundamentals from Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. But those were beginner's tools. What Harry needed was something more. He raised his wand. The first spell was simple, a tripping jinx aimed at the leftmost dummy. It connected, and the dummy toppled. But Harry was already moving, his wand tracing a different pattern. A banishing charm sent the second dummy sliding backward into the third, both collapsing in a tangle of straw and fabric. 2 down. 3 to go. He cast a conjunctivitis curse at the fourth, blinding it, pointless against a dummy, but good practice for the movement. Then a disarming charm at the fifth, which had no wand to lose but jerked backward anyway from the force. 5 seconds. 5 spells. All 5 dummies neutralized. Harry lowered his wand, breathing hard. It had worked, the basic concept, at least. But the professor's voice echoed again, a sequence isn't just speed. It's anticipation. It's knowing what comes next before the current spell has finished, He reset the dummies and tried again, this time focusing on flow. Not just casting quickly, but letting each spell's motion feed into the next. The tripping jinx's swish flowing into the banishing charm's flick. The conjunctivitis curse's circular motion setting up the disarming charm's sharp jab. Better. Smoother. But still not enough. Harry sat on the floor, pulling out his notebook. The professor had taught him to document everything, successes, failures, observations. Only by analyzing could he improve. Problem, he wrote. Sequences are linear. If one spell fails, the whole chain breaks. Need redundancy. Need conditional branches, He stared at the words, then began sketching. A tree diagram, like the ones he'd drawn 100 times in the stable. Spell A leads to spell B or spell C, depending on outcome. Spell B leads to D or E, spell C leads to F or G. But how to implement that in real time? How to make decisions in the split second between casts? Practice, he wrote. Drill until responses are automatic. Until the body knows what the mind hasn't yet decided, He stood. Reset the dummies, and began again. 3 hours later, Harry lay on the floor, exhausted but exhilarated. He developed 3 distinct sequences, each with multiple branches. Against standard opponents, he could now respond to almost any initial outcome. If the tripping jinx landed, he followed with a stunner. If it missed, he switched to a disarming charm that left him positioned for a shield if the opponent counterattacked. It was crude. It was basic. But it was a beginning. He was packing up to leave when the door to the room of requirement opened. Harry's wand was in his hand before he'd consciously moved, his body dropping into a defensive crouch. But the figure in the doorway wasn't a threat, it was a girl with bushy brown hair and an expression of surprised recognition. Hermione Granger, Harry said, lowering his wand but not dismissing it entirely. It's past curfew. So are you. She stepped inside, letting the door close behind her. I've been looking for this room for weeks. The books mention a place that appears when you need it, but the descriptions are maddeningly vague. I've walked past this wall at least 50 times. Harry straightened, his mind racing. Hermione Granger. Muggle-born. Top of every class. Obsessive about rules and knowledge. The last person he'd expected to find here. What do you need? He asked, keeping his voice neutral. She looked around the room, taking in the training space, the bookshelves, the workbench. Her eyes lingered on the fallen dummies, the singed marks on the floor, the notebook still open on the desk. I need to understand, she said quietly. You're not what you pretend to be. Harry felt a flicker of something, alarm, interest, calculation. What do I pretend to be? Average. Unremarkable. Just another first year trying to keep up. She met his eyes, and he saw intelligence there, sharp and probing. But you're not. You're here, past curfew, practicing spell sequences that aren't taught until at least third year. Maybe later. I've read about them, but I've never seen anyone actually. She gestured at the dummies. That's not average. Harry considered his options. Deny. Deflect? He could probably convince her she was mistaken. But something in her expression suggested she wouldn't be easily fooled. You read a lot, he said. I read everything. She took a step closer, not threatening, just curious. I also observe. You sit in the back of every class. You answer when called but never volunteer. You eat quickly and leave the great hall before anyone can start a conversation. You're building a reputation as the quiet one, the mysterious one, the boy who doesn't want attention. Is that a problem? No. It's a strategy. She tilted her head, studying him. The question is, what's the objective? Harry felt a smile tug at his lips despite himself. She was good. Really good. In another life, under different circumstances, the professor would have loved to train her. What do you want, Hermione? She considered the question seriously. I want to understand. I've spent my whole life being the smartest person in the room, Muggle rooms, anyway. Here, I'm just another first year. It's disorienting. I thought if I studied harder, read more, practiced more, I'd catch up. But you're already ahead, and you're not even trying in class. I'm trying, Harry said. Just not at the things you can see. That's what I thought. She moved to the bookshelves, running her fingers along the spines. These aren't standard texts. Some of them I've never heard of. Advanced defensive spellcrafting. Theoretical applications of layered charms. Combat sequencing for the strategic mind. She turned back to him. Where did you learn about these? Harry made a decision. Not to trust her, trust was earned, not given. But to test her. To see if she could be useful. I had a teacher, he said. Before Hogwarts. He taught me that magic is just execution. The real weapon is the mind. Hermione's eyes widened. That's not how they teach it here. Here, it's about technique. Proper form. Memorizing incantations. Here, they're training wizards. My teacher was training something else. What? Harry met her gaze. A strategist. The word hung between them. Hermione processed it, her quick mind obviously turning it over, examining it from every angle. Can you teach me? She asked finally. The question surprised him. Teach you what? To think like that. To see magic as strategy instead of just spells. She gestured at the room. I'm tired of being the girl who knows all the answers but can't do anything with them. I want to be more. Harry studied her for a long moment. She was brilliant, motivated, and desperate to prove herself. Those were useful qualities. They were also vulnerabilities. Why should I trust you? He asked. Because I found this room. Because I figured out you're not what you seem. Because if I wanted to expose you, I would have gone to a professor instead of coming here. She held his gaze. And because I think you need allies. Even strategists can't do everything alone. Harry thought about the professor's lessons on building networks. On identifying potential assets. On the balance between trust and utility. Sit down, he said finally. We have a lot to discuss. They talked until nearly dawn. Harry didn't tell her everything, far from it. But he gave her enough. The basics of strategic thinking. The concept of spells as tools within larger systems. The importance of anticipation over reaction. Hermione absorbed it like a sponge, asking questions that cut to the heart of each concept. She argued with him when she disagreed, pushed back when his explanations were unclear, and by the end had grasped more than most adults ever would. You're not just smart, she said as dawn began to lighten the windows the room had provided. You're trained. Systematically. By someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Yes. Who? Harry shook his head. Not yet. Trust has to be earned, remember? She nodded, accepting the boundary. Then what can you tell me? What's the next step? Harry considered. He'd been working alone, but Hermione's mind was a resource he couldn't ignore. If he could shape her thinking, guide her development, she could become something valuable, an ally who understood strategy without being a rival for control. Spell sequencing, he said. I've been working on basic chains. Conditional branches. But there's a next level, layered spells. Charms that interact with each other. Defensive webs that trigger automatically under certain conditions. Hermione's eyes lit up. I've read about that. It's incredibly advanced, most adult wizards never master it. The theory involves embedding trigger conditions within the spell matrix itself. You're not just casting a shield, you're casting a shield that knows when to activate based on specific threats. Exactly. Harry pulled out his notebook, showing her his diagrams. The problem is implementation. How do you maintain multiple layered spells simultaneously? How do you prevent them from interfering with each other? Hermione studied his notes, her brow furrowed. You're thinking about this wrong. You're treating each spell as separate. What if they were part of the same structure? A framework, like a building's foundation, with each spell as a room? Harry stared at her. A framework? Instead of casting a shield and a detection charm and an alarm ward separately, you cast one spell, a defensive matrix, that contains all of them. The matrix maintains itself, monitors conditions, and deploys individual components as needed. She grabbed a piece of parchment and began sketching. Like this. The central structure is the matrix. These branches are the individual spells. They're connected, drawing power from the same source, but they're also independent. If one fails, the others continue. Harry studied her diagram, his mind racing. It was elegant. Revolutionary. And it might actually work. Can you design it? He asked. The theoretical framework. Hermione's smile was fierce. Give me a week. That week changed everything. Hermione threw herself into the project with the same intensity she applied to everything, but now her intelligence had a focus, a purpose beyond simply accumulating knowledge. She devoured every book in the Room of Requirements library, cross-referencing theories, testing hypotheses, building models. Harry continued his physical training, practicing sequences until they were automatic, but he also worked with Hermione on the theoretical side. Together, they developed the first version of what Hermione called the adaptive defensive matrix. The concept was simple in theory, complex in execution. A central charm acted as a hub, constantly monitoring the area around the caster for specific triggers, hostile intent, sudden movement, magical signatures. When a trigger was detected, the hub would activate the appropriate defensive spell from its stored library. The hub itself was invisible, undetectable to normal magical senses. The defensive spells it deployed were standard, shields, disarming charms, stunners, but their activation was instantaneous, requiring no conscious thought from the caster. It's like having a second mind, Hermione explained, dedicated solely to defense. Your conscious mind can focus on offense, on strategy, on everything else. Harry tested it carefully, starting with low-powered versions. The first attempt failed, the hub collapsed after 30 seconds. The second attempt worked, but the deployed shield was too weak to stop anything serious. The third attempt was better. The fourth better still. By the end of the week, Harry could walk through the room of requirement with the matrix active, and any sudden movement from Hermione would trigger an automatic shield. It wasn't perfect, the shield only lasted a few seconds. And the matrix needed recharging after each activation. But it was proof of concept. This is incredible, Harry said, deactivating the matrix after a particularly successful test. If we can refine this, make it last longer, handle multiple threats, we'll be untouchable. Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement. Do you realize what we've done? This is Newt-level magic. Beyond Newt-level. There are adult Aurors who can't do this. Harry smiled, but his mind was already moving ahead. The Matrix was a tool, a powerful one. But tools needed to be integrated into larger systems. How could he use this in real combat? How could it be combined with offensive sequences? What were its vulnerabilities? The red team questions came automatically now, without conscious effort. Let's test it under pressure, he said. Full attack simulation. You try to hit me with everything you've got, and we see how the Matrix holds up. Hermione's eyes widened. Me? Attack you? I've barely learned any offensive spells. Then you'll learn. Fast. Harry grinned. Welcome to real training. The next month transformed them both. Hermione learned to cast offensive spells with precision and power. Harry learned to maintain the Matrix while launching his own attacks, creating layered offensive sequences that exploited the openings the Matrix created. They fought hundreds of simulated battles in the room of requirement, each one documented, analyzed, improved. Harry taught her the red team methodology, how to attack her own assumptions, find her own weaknesses, rebuild stronger. She taught him theoretical frameworks he'd never encountered, expanding his understanding of what magic could do. By the end of November, they had developed something remarkable. The Matrix had evolved into what Hermione called the adaptive combat framework. It now included not just offensive responses, but offensive options. If an opponent left themselves open, the framework could deploy a carefully chosen counterattack without conscious input. It was still limited, still required frequent recharging, but it was miles beyond anything either of them had imagined possible. This changes everything, Harry said one night, reviewing their latest iteration. With this, a single wizard could face multiple opponents. Could hold off attacks while maneuvering. Could become a one-person army, Hermione finished. I know. It's terrifying. Harry looked at her sharply. Terrifying. Think about it. If we can do this, someone else could too. Someone without our boundaries. What if this fell into the wrong hands? What if Death Eaters got this technology? Harry had considered this. The professor had taught him to think about second-order consequences, the effects that followed the effects. Then we make sure it doesn't, he said. We keep it between us. We don't share the theory, don't publish, don't teach. This is our advantage. No one else's. Hermione nodded slowly. But eventually, someone else will figure it out. Magic evolves. Techniques spread. Eventually. But by then, we'll be 3 moves ahead. She smiled, a little uncertainly. You really think that way all the time, don't you? 3 moves ahead. It's the only way to survive. Harry looked around the room of requirement, at the space that had become their sanctuary, their training ground, their secret. The world is full of people who want to use you, control you, destroy you. The only defense is to see them coming before they see you. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she asked the question Harry had been expecting for weeks. Who trained you, Harry? Really trained you? He considered deflecting, changing the subject. But Hermione had earned more than that. She'd proven herself, not just capable, but trustworthy. As trustworthy as anyone could be in a world where trust was a vulnerability. A man called the professor, he said quietly. He's not a wizard. He's a strategist. A planner. He saw something in me when I was 9 and decided to train me. Not in magic, in thinking. In seeing. In being 3 moves ahead. Hermione absorbed this. And he taught you all this? The sequencing. The red team analysis. The psychological warfare. Everything. He's the reason I survived the Dursleys. The reason I'm here, in this room, doing this. Harry met her eyes. He's the reason I'll survive whatever comes next. Whatever comes next. Harry thought about the whispers he'd heard in the corridors. The name spoken in hushed tones. The dark wizard who wasn't as gone as everyone wanted to believe. He who must not be named, Harry said. He's not dead. Not really. He's out there, waiting. And someday, he'll come back. Hermione paled. How do you know? I don't. Not for certain. But I've learned to read between the lines. The way people talk about him. The fear that still lingers. The Death Eaters who never went to Azkaban, who walk free, who wait. Harry's voice was steady, calm. He's coming back. And when he does, I need to be ready. Hermione was silent for a long time. Then she straightened her shoulders, lifted her chin, and met his gaze with something like determination. Then we'd better keep training. Harry smiled. It was the first genuine smile he'd given anyone since arriving at Hogwarts. Yeah, he said. We'd better. December arrived with snow and the promise of Christmas break. Harry watched from the window of the Gryffindor common room as the grounds turned white, his mind reviewing the past months. He'd built an alliance. Developed revolutionary spell frameworks. Established a persona that kept him safely below the radar while he gathered intelligence on everyone around him. Malfoy had approached him twice more, each time with different offers, different angles. Harry had politely declined, leaving Malfoy confused and frustrated, exactly where he wanted him. Snape watched him constantly, his dark eyes following Harry. Through every potions class, every meal in the Great Hall. Harry returned the gaze with polite indifference, but inside he was analyzing. Snape was complex, loyal to Dumbledore, apparently, but carrying wounds that could be exploited. Harry filed the observations for future use. Dumbledore remained the biggest variable. The headmaster watched him with that twinkling smile, occasionally making comments that suggested he saw more than Harry wanted to show. But he never confronted, never questioned. Just watched. Harry didn't trust it. Dumbledore was too calm, too certain. He had a plan that involved Harry, and until Harry understood that plan, he couldn't counter it. But for now, he had what he needed. A base of operations. A trusted ally. A growing arsenal of strategic capabilities. And always, always, the knowledge that somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort was waiting. 3 moves ahead. Always. Chapter 9, Controlled Chaos Scenario. The snow was still falling when the troll came. Harry was in the room of requirement, reviewing modifications to the adaptive combat framework with Hermione, when the castle's alarms began to ring. Not the usual bell for classes or meals, something deeper, more urgent, a sound that seemed to come from the stones themselves. What is that? Hermione's face went pale. Harry was already moving, grabbing his wand, assessing exits. Emergency protocol. Something's breached the castle. They ran. The corridors were chaos, students streaming toward their common rooms, prefects shouting orders, teachers running past with wands drawn. Harry grabbed a passing seventh year by the arm. What happened? The boy's face was ashen. Troll. In the dungeons. A mountain troll, it got in somehow. They're telling everyone to get to their dormitories. He pulled free and ran. Hermione looked at Harry, her eyes wide. The dungeons, she breathed. That's where. I know. Harry's mind was racing, running scenarios. A troll was crude, stupid, dangerous, but also predictable. It would follow simple patterns: smash, kill, eat. The danger wasn't its intelligence. The danger was its power. We need to get to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione said. That's the protocol. All students to their houses. Harry nodded, but his feet didn't move. Something was wrong. Trolls didn't just appear in Hogwarts. They were too large, too obvious, too easily detected. Someone had let it in. Someone had planned this. This isn't random, he said quietly. This is a distraction. Hermione stared at him. A distraction for what? Before he could answer, a scream echoed from somewhere below. High and young and terrified. Harry made a decision. Go to the tower. Get to safety. What are you going to do? He was already running toward the scream. 3 moves ahead. The dungeon corridors were dark, lit only by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Harry moved quickly but carefully, his wand out, the adaptive combat framework humming at the edge of his awareness. The scream had come from near the girls' bathroom, a location that meant nothing to most students but everything to Harry. He'd seen Hermione's schedule. He knew which first years had potions last period, which bathrooms they used, which routes they took. He rounded a corner and stopped. The troll was exactly as described, 12 feet tall, skin like gray leather, a club the size of a small tree in its massive fist. It was sniffing the air, its tiny eyes squinting in the torchlight, searching for whatever had made that sound. And there, pressed against the bathroom door, frozen in terror, was a girl Harry recognized. Lavender Brown. Gryffindor. Not a friend, not an ally, just another first year who'd made the wrong choice at the wrong time. The troll hadn't seen her yet. But it would. Soon. Harry assessed the situation in seconds. Direct attack was suicide, the troll could crush him with one blow. Running for help would take too long, by the time he found a teacher, Lavender would be dead. He needed to draw the troll away, create a distraction, buy time. The framework. Could it handle something this massive? He'd never tested it against a real threat. No time for doubts. He stepped into the corridor. Hey! His voice echoed off the stone. You! Ugly! The troll turned, its tiny eyes fixing on him. It grunted, a sound like rocks grinding together, and took a step forward. Harry backed away, maintaining distance. That's right. Follow me. Leave the girl alone. The troll swung its club, missing by feet as Harry dodged. Stone shattered behind him, spraying fragments across the corridor. Harry ran, leading the troll away from the bathroom, his mind already building the next layer of the plan. He needed to keep it moving, keep it focused on him, lead it somewhere with more space. The Great Hall. Too many potential students. The courtyard? Too far. The defense classroom, it was nearby, with reinforced doors and training dummies that might serve as distractions. He changed direction, weaving through corridors he'd memorized weeks ago, the troll thundering behind him. Each step was calculated, maintain distance, don't let it get too close, watch for obstacles that could trip him. The framework activated automatically as the troll swung again, throwing up a shield that deflected the worst of the blow. Harry felt the impact through the spell, a jarring shock that nearly knocked him off his feet. The framework flickered, strained, but held. He stumbled into the defense classroom, rolling to his feet as the troll crashed through the door behind him. The room was empty, no students, no teacher, just rows of training dummies and practice equipment. Perfect. Harry dove behind a row of dummies, casting as he moved. A banishing charm sent 3 dummies flying toward the troll's face. They bounced off its thick hide, useless, but they served their purpose: distraction, confusion, buying seconds. The troll roared and swung wildly, destroying dummies, shattering practice equipment. Harry used the chaos to reposition, always moving, always thinking. The framework was still active, though he could feel it weakening. It hadn't been designed for sustained combat against something this powerful. He needed a new approach. The troll's eyes. They were small, vulnerable, unprotected. If he could blind it, he might have a chance. But conjunctivitis curses required precision, and precision was difficult when a 12-foot monster was trying to kill you. Harry waited for his moment. The troll swung, missed, overbalanced slightly. In that fraction of a second, Harry cast. The curse hit the troll's left eye. It roared in pain, dropping its club, clawing at its face with both hands. Blind in one eye, disoriented, furious, but still dangerous. Harry didn't wait. He ran for the door, but the troll's wild swing caught him, not directly, but close enough that the shockwave threw him against the wall. His head cracked against stone, and for a moment the world went white. When his vision cleared, the troll was stumbling toward him, one eye streaming fluid, the other fixed on Harry with murderous intent. The framework had collapsed, he could feel its absence like a missing limb. His wand was still in his hand, but his thoughts were sluggish, fractured. The troll raised its remaining good arm to strike. And then a red light hit it square in the chest. The troll froze, its body going rigid. For a moment it stood like a statue, caught in the full body bind. Then it toppled, crashing to the floor with an impact that shook the room. Harry looked past the fallen monster. Professor Quirrell stood in the doorway, his turban askew, his face pale with fear. His wand was still raised, trembling in his hand. "P.P. Potter," he stammered. Are you all right?" Harry pushed himself up, ignoring the throbbing in his head. "Fine." "The troll, there was a girl, in the bathroom. Professor McGonagall is handling it." Quirrell's eyes darted around the room, never quite meeting Harry's gaze. "The other students are safe. You need to come with me." Harry nodded, but his mind was already analyzing. Quirrell had arrived too quickly. The defense classroom wasn't near the staff room, wasn't near anywhere a teacher would logically be during an emergency. And his fear, it wasn't fear of the troll. It was fear of something else. This is a distraction, Harry thought again. But for what? He followed Quirrell out of the classroom, filing every observation. The way Quirrell's hands shook. The sweat on his upper lip. The way he kept glancing toward the third-floor corridor, the one that was supposedly off-limits. 3 moves ahead. Always. The aftermath was chaos of a different kind. Students gathered in the Great Hall, counts taken, reassurances given. Professor McGonagall found Harry near the entrance, her expression a mixture of stern disapproval and something that might have been respect. "Mr. Potter. I'm told you led the troll away from a fellow student." Harry kept his face carefully neutral. "Yes, Professor. That was reckless. Dangerously reckless. You could have been killed." "Yes, Professor." She studied him for a long moment. "It was also brave. Miss Brown might not be alive if you hadn't acted." 10 points to Gryffindor. Harry nodded, accepting the points with the same neutral expression. Inside, he was already running calculations. His actions would be noticed, by students, by teachers, by Dumbledore. The quiet persona he'd cultivated was now compromised. He needed to adjust. Hermione found him near the Gryffindor table, her face still pale. "I heard what you did. Leading the troll away, Harry, that was insane." "Calculated." "Calculated? You couldn't have calculated anything against a mountain troll. They're completely unpredictable." Harry shook his head slightly. "They're not. They're simple. Pattern-based. Smash, chase, smash again. Once you understand the pattern, you can manipulate it." Hermione stared at him. "You really did calculate it, didn't you? Even with seconds to react." "It's how I'm trained." Harry's voice was quiet, meant only for her. "But that's not what concerns me. The troll, someone let it in. This was planned." Hermione's eyes widened. "Planned? But who?" "I don't know yet. But I will." Harry looked toward the high table, where the teachers were gathered in urgent conversation. Dumbledore was listening, his expression grave, but his eyes kept drifting toward the third-floor corridor. The same corridor Quirrell had been glancing at. "What's on the third floor?" Harry murmured. Hermione followed his gaze. "The Forbidden Corridor. No one's supposed to go there. Professor Dumbledore said it was too dangerous." Harry filed that away. A forbidden corridor. A troll that appeared as a distraction. A teacher who seemed more afraid of something else than of the monster in the castle. The pieces were there. He just needed to arrange them. The next days were a study in controlled information gathering. Harry moved through Hogwarts with renewed purpose, his observations sharper, his questions more targeted. He noted which teachers seemed genuinely shaken by the troll attack and which seemed merely performing concern. He tracked the movements of prefects, the conversations in common rooms, the rumors that spread through the student body. The official story was simple: the troll had escaped from somewhere, wandered into the castle by accident, been dealt with by staff. An unfortunate incident, now resolved. Harry didn't believe it for a second. He began mapping the castle more systematically, noting every entrance, every hidden passage, every place where security was weaker than it should be. The room of requirement became his base of operations, his walls covered in diagrams and observations. Hermione helped when she could, though she was increasingly torn between her desire to understand and her fear of breaking rules. Harry didn't push, he needed willing allies, not reluctant ones. "What are you looking for?" she asked one evening, watching him add notes to a map of the third floor. "Patterns." The troll was a diversion. That means whatever it was diverting attention from happened at the same time. Something on the third floor, probably. Something someone wanted to access without being noticed. "But the third floor corridor is forbidden," Professor Dumbledore said. "I know what he said. That's exactly why it's interesting." Harry added another notation. "If you want to hide something, you put it where people are told not to look. But you also put defenses around it. Guards. Traps." The troll wasn't a guard, it was too clumsy, too obvious. The real defenses are probably inside. Hermione's eyes widened. "You're not thinking of going in there?" "Not yet. First, I need more information." Harry looked at his map, at the blank spaces representing everything he didn't know. "Who's been near that corridor since the attack? Which teachers? How often? At what times?" "I can help with that." Hermione pulled out a notebook. "I've been keeping track of staff movements since first week. For a project on castle logistics." Harry smiled. "Of course you have." They cross-referenced Hermione's observations with Harry's own, building a picture of teacher activity. Snape visited the corridor frequently, always at odd hours. Quirrell avoided it entirely, but his route to the staff room took him past the entrance every time, and he always glanced toward it, always hurried past. Dumbledore himself had been seen near the corridor twice since the troll attack, both times late at night when most students were asleep. "Whatever's in there," Harry said quietly, "it's important enough to warrant the headmaster's personal attention. Important enough that someone wanted to steal it during the chaos of a troll attack." "You think the troll was a cover for a theft attempt?" "I think it's possible. Probable, even." Harry leaned back, staring at his diagrams. "The question is, who tried to steal it? And did they succeed?" The answer came 3 weeks later, in the form of a conversation Harry wasn't meant to overhear. He was in the library, ostensibly studying, actually observing. His position near the restricted section gave him a view of the entire room, including the table where Quirrell sat with a pile of books, his turbaned head bent low over the pages. Harry had noted Quirrell's increased library visits over the past weeks. Always the same section: dark magic, protective enchantments, legendary artifacts. Always the same nervous energy, the same furtive glances. Today was different. Today, someone else sat at Quirrell's table. Snape. Harry kept his eyes on his own book, but his attention was entirely on the two professors. They spoke in whispers, too low to hear, but their body language told a story. Snape was aggressive, leaning forward, his words sharp. Quirrell was defensive, shrinking back, his hands trembling. After a few minutes, Snape stood and left, his robes billowing behind him. Quirrell watched him go, then returned to his books with renewed intensity. Harry filed the observation. Snape suspected something. Quirrell was afraid of him. And whatever was on the third-floor corridor, it was at the center of their conflict. He needed to see it for himself. The night he chose was cold and moonless, perfect for moving unseen. Harry had prepared for weeks. He'd mapped every patrol route, every secret passage, every hiding spot near the third-floor corridor. He'd practiced disillusionment charms until he could maintain them for minutes at a time. He'd even convinced Hermione to create a distraction in the Gryffindor common room, drawing attention away from his absence. The corridor was dark, lit only by a single torch at the far end. Harry moved silently, his wand out, the framework active at a low level, just enough to warn him of immediate danger. The door at the end was old oak, bound with iron, and it was slightly ajar. Harry paused, assessing. Open meant someone had gone through recently. Open meant he wasn't the only one investigating tonight. He pushed the door gently and slipped inside. The room beyond was not what he expected. It was large, circular, with a high ceiling lost in shadow. In the center, standing on a trapdoor, was a massive three-headed dog, a creature out of legend, large as a small elephant, each head large enough to swallow a man whole. And it was asleep. Harry froze, his mind racing. The dog, Fluffy, some students called it, though he'd never believed the rumors until now, was clearly the first line of defense. But asleep meant someone had put it to sleep. Recently. Which meant a sound from the trapdoor. Faint, but unmistakable. Someone was down there. Harry moved to the edge of the room, keeping to the shadows, his eyes on the sleeping dog. The trapdoor was slightly raised, as if it had been opened and not quite closed properly. Whatever was below, someone was already exploring it. He had a choice. Follow, and risk discovery. Wait, and risk losing the opportunity. Return, and gather more information. 3 moves ahead. If he followed, he might catch whoever was behind the troll attack. Might learn what they were after. Might gain intelligence worth the risk. If he waited, he could plan better, prepare more thoroughly. But the element of surprise would be lost. If he returned, he'd have nothing but suspicions. Harry made his decision. He moved toward the trapdoor. But before he reached it, the dog stirred. One head lifted, sniffing the air. Another head opened its eyes, blinking in the darkness. Harry froze, not even breathing, as the massive creature oriented on his position. Then a voice echoed from the corridor behind him. "Potter? What are you doing here?" "Filch. The caretaker." His cat, Mrs. Norris, was already hissing at Harry from the doorway. The dog woke fully, all three heads turning, 6 eyes fixing on the intruders. It growled, a sound that seemed to come from the earth itself. Harry ran. He didn't think, didn't plan, just moved, instinct and training combining into pure survival. Behind him, the dog's roars shook the corridor. Ahead, Filch's shouts joined the chaos. Somewhere below, the unknown intruder would be hearing the commotion, would be adjusting their own plans. Harry ducked into a secret passage he'd mapped weeks ago, sliding down a stone ramp into darkness. The sounds faded behind him. He landed in a corridor on the second floor, breathless but alive. He'd learned something tonight. The trapdoor was real. The dog was real. And someone else was after whatever lay beneath. 3 moves ahead. He needed to be 4. The next morning, Harry found Hermione in the library, her face pale with worry. "I heard about last night." Filch was furious. "Someone woke the dog. He's been patrolling all morning, looking for whoever did it." Harry sat down across from her, his expression calm. "It wasn't me who woke it. I was observing. Someone else was already down there." Hermione's eyes widened. "Down where?" "The trapdoor. Under the dog." Harry leaned forward, lowering his voice. "There's something hidden in this castle. Something valuable enough that someone tried to steal it during the troll attack. Something guarded by a 3-headed dog and protected by the headmaster himself." Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she asked the question Harry had been asking himself all night. "What is it? What's so important that someone would risk all this?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out." "How?" "The dog. The dog can be handled. Everything can be handled. It's just a matter of information, preparation, execution." Harry met her eyes. "The question is, do you want to help?" Hermione hesitated. Harry could see the war inside her, the rule follower versus the seeker of knowledge, the cautious girl versus the one who'd helped him build the framework, who'd spent months in secret training. "What would we be getting into?" she asked finally. "I don't know. But I know this, whoever's after whatever's under that trapdoor, they're dangerous. They let a troll into the castle. They're willing to risk students' lives. If they succeed," he let the implication hang. Hermione straightened her shoulders, the same determination he'd seen when she first found the room of requirement. "Then we need to stop them. And we need to get there first." Harry smiled. It was thin, sharp, edged with the anticipation of the game. "Exactly. 3 moves ahead." He pulled out a fresh piece of parchment and began to draw. The trapdoor. The dog. The corridor. Everything he knew, everything he suspected, everything he needed to learn. The operation was just beginning. Chapter 10, Information Networks. The day after the dog incident, Harry began building his network. Not openly, never openly. The professor had drilled into him that the best intelligence networks were invisible, their members unaware they were part of anything at all. Information flowed like water through hidden channels, collected by people who thought they were just sharing gossip, just being helpful, just talking. Harry became the best listener in Hogwarts. In Gryffindor Common Room, he sat quietly while others talked, filing away every mention of teachers, of other students, of strange occurrences. He learned which prefects could be bribed with sweets and which were incorruptible. He learned which ghosts haunted which corridors and what they'd seen over centuries of wandering. He learned that the fat lady in the portrait guarding Gryffindor Tower had a weakness for bad poetry and would let almost anyone in if you recited a few lines. In classes, he positioned himself near the talkative students, the ones who couldn't stop whispering, who passed notes, who shared rumors. During lectures, Seamus Finnegan was a goldmine of information about the other houses, his Irish charm opening doors that remained closed to most. Dean Thomas knew everything about the Muggle-born students, their confusions and discoveries and secret fears. In the library, he watched Hermione work her own magic. She'd discovered that Madame Pants, the librarian, had an extensive network of her own, students who owed her favors, who reported unusual borrowing patterns, who kept her informed of rule-breaking. Hermione cultivated the librarian carefully, bringing her tea, asking about her health, building the kind of relationship that made Madame Pants forget to ask why Hermione was so interested in the borrowing records of certain professors. "You're building something," Hermione said one evening in the room of requirement, watching Harry add names to a massive chart on the wall. "This isn't just information gathering. This is a system." Harry nodded, not looking away from his work. "Every piece is a node. Every node connects to others. The goal isn't to know everything, that's impossible. The goal is to know where to find everything. To have a path to any piece of information within a certain number of connections." Hermione studied the chart. It was covered in names, students, teachers, ghosts, even some of the castle's more talkative portraits. Lines connected them in a complex web, with notations about what kind of information each node could provide. "Colin Creevey," she asked, pointing to a second year's name. "What can he possibly give us?" "Access. He's obsessed with photography, with documenting everything. He's welcome everywhere because no one sees him as a threat. He's been in the Slytherin common room, the Ravenclaw tower, even the staff room during office hours. He doesn't realize what he's seen, but if we know what questions to ask, you can extract the information without him knowing he's giving it." Hermione shook her head in wonder. That's manipulation. It's strategy. There's a difference." Harry finally turned from the chart. Manipulation is about control for its own sake. Strategy is about achieving objectives. Colin is happier when someone takes an interest in his photographs. I get information. Everyone wins. Hermione didn't look entirely convinced, but she didn't argue. She'd seen enough of Harry's methods by now to trust that he wasn't cruel, wasn't exploitative in the way Malfoy or his father would be. He used people, yes, but he also protected them, valued them, ensured they benefited from the exchange. "What about the Slytherins?" she asked. "How do you plan to get information from them?" Harry smiled. "I already am." The Slytherin network was the most delicate to construct. Harry couldn't approach them directly, his rejection of Malfoy had closed that door, at least for now. But he didn't need to approach them. He needed them to approach each other, to talk where they could be overheard, to share information without realizing it was being collected. He started with the first years. Tracy Davis was talkative when nervous, and Harry arranged to sit near her in charms, making small comments that put her at ease. Daphne Greengrass was reserved but observant, and Harry made sure she saw him being kind to younger students, building a reputation that would filter back to her family. Blaise Zabini was aloof but curious about Harry, and Harry gave him just enough mystery to keep him interested. Malfoy himself was the hardest. He was suspicious, watchful, clearly nursing his wounded pride from Harry's rejection on the train. But Harry had learned from the professor that pride could be a vulnerability as easily as a strength. He approached Malfoy in the courtyard one afternoon, choosing his moment carefully, when Crabbe and Goyle were distracted, when other students were watching, when Malfoy's need to appear confident was highest. "Malfoy." Harry's voice was neutral, neither friendly nor hostile. Malfoy turned, his expression guarded. "Potter. Come to reconsider my offer?" "No." Harry let the word hang for a moment. "I came to offer you something better." Malfoy's eyes narrowed. "What could you possibly offer me?" "Information." Harry kept his voice low, conspiratorial. You want to know what's really going on in this castle. Who's plotting what, which teachers are at odds, what Dumbledore is hiding. I can help you find out. And why would you do that? Because information is currency. And I'd rather have you as a trading partner than an enemy. Harry met Malfoy's eyes steadily. Think about it. You have connections I don't, your father, the Pureblood Network, the Slytherin Grapevine. I have connections you don't, Gryffindor access, Muggleborn perspectives, a different set of eyes. Together, we could know everything. Malfoy was silent for a long moment, clearly weighing the offer. Harry watched the calculations behind his eyes, the suspicion, the pride, the hunger for advantage. And what would you want in return? Malfoy asked finally. Reciprocity. You share what you learn, I share what I learn. No obligations beyond that. No friendship, no alliance, just trade. Malfoy smiled slowly. You're cleverer than you look, Potter. Everyone thinks you're just the boy who lived, the poor orphan, the innocent victim. But you're not, are you? Harry returned the smile, thin and sharp. No. I'm not. They shook hands, there in the courtyard, with half a dozen students watching. Harry felt Malfoy's grip, firm, testing, searching for weakness. He gave none. 3 moves ahead. Malfoy thought he was getting a trading partner. In reality, he was becoming a node in Harry's network, a particularly valuable node, one that would feed information from the pureblood world directly into Harry's system. And Malfoy would never even know. The network grew faster than Harry had anticipated. Within a month, he had sources in every house, every year, even among the staff. Not the teachers themselves, that would be too dangerous, but the people around them. The house elves who cleaned the staff room. The portraits who overheard conversations. The ghosts who drifted through walls and saw everything. Dobby the house elf was an unexpected gift. Harry found him in the hospital wing, ostensibly visiting a classmate, actually drawn by rumors of a strange elf who seemed to appear whenever Harry was nearby. The creature was nervous, twitchy, clearly desperate to talk but terrified of being overheard. You is Harry Potter, sir, the elf whispered, his enormous eyes filled with something like worship. Dobby has always wanted to meet you, sir. Such an honor it is. Harry kept his expression neutral, but his mind was racing. A house elf with access to every part of the castle, loyal to no one but whoever fed him. This was better than anything he'd hoped for. Hello, Dobby. You seem worried. Is something wrong? The elf wrung his hands, glancing around as if expecting someone to appear. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby is not supposed to say. But Dobby has heard things, sir. Terrible things. Things that made Dobby want to warn Harry Potter. Warn me about what? But Dobby wouldn't say more. He vanished with a crack, leaving Harry with more questions than answers. He didn't push. Dobby would come back, the elf was clearly desperate to talk. When he did, Harry would be ready. In the meantime, he filed the encounter away and added Dobby to his network as a potential source. The information flow was constant now. From Colin Creevey, photographs of Professor Quirrell meeting with someone in Hogsmeade, too far away to identify but close enough to confirm the meeting happened. From Tracy Davis, whispers that Malfoy's father had been asking questions about Hogwarts security, about the third-floor corridor, about something called the Philosopher's Stone. From nearly headless Nick, sightings of Snape in the Forbidden Corridor at odd hours, always checking, always watching. From Hermione, a book from the restricted section detailing the properties of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance that could turn metal to gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. Harry sat in the room of requirement, the book open before him, his mind connecting dots he hadn't even known existed. The Philosopher's Stone. Hidden at Hogwarts. Guarded by a 3-headed dog and God knows what else. Sought by someone who'd let a troll into the castle as a distraction. Sought by someone who wanted immortality. Voldemort, he breathed. Hermione looked up from her own research. What? This is what he's after. The stone. He's not strong enough to steal it himself, he needs help. Someone inside the castle. Someone who can get past the defenses. Hermione's face went pale. But that would mean, he's still alive. Still planning. He's always been alive. Always planning. Harry closed the book, his expression grim. The question is, who's helping him? Who's the inside man? They looked at each other, the same name forming on both their lips. Quirrell. The next phase of network building was targeted. Harry needed to know everything about Quirinus Quirrell, his history, his habits, his movements, his connections. He deployed his network with surgical precision. From Professor Binns, the ghost who taught history of magic, Quirrell had taken a year's leave before coming to Hogwarts. He'd traveled extensively, Albania, mainly, but also parts of Eastern Europe known for dark magic. From the portraits in the staff room, Quirrell was nervous, always nervous. He talked to himself. He avoided the other teachers. He spent hours in his quarters, emerging only for classes and meals. From the house elves, Quirrell's quarters smelled strange. Not bad, exactly, but strange, like something rotting, something buried too long. From Malfoy, reluctantly sharing information his father had sent, Lucius believed. Quirrell was weak, useless, not worth watching. But he'd also heard rumors that Quirrell had changed during his travels. Become different. Become afraid of something. Harry assembled the pieces like a puzzle. The picture that emerged was disturbing. Quirrell had gone to Albania looking for something, probably remnants of Voldemort's power. He'd found more than he bargained for. He'd come back, changed. And now he was positioned perfectly, a teacher at Hogwarts, access to everything, trusted by everyone. Including Dumbledore. The headmaster trusts him, Harry said quietly, reviewing his notes. That's the worst part. He thinks Quirrell is just nervous, just inexperienced. He has no idea. Hermione looked ill. We have to tell someone. We have to warn Dumbledore. And say what? We've been building an illegal information network, spying on students and teachers, breaking into forbidden corridors. Even if he believed us, we'd be expelled. And Quirrell would still be here, still working for Voldemort, still planning. So what do we do? Harry stared at his charts, his diagrams, his carefully constructed web of information. It had all led to this, one name, one threat, one impossible problem. We watch, he said finally. We gather more information. We find out exactly what he's planning, exactly when he's going to move. And then? Then what? Harry met her eyes. Then we stop him. The watching was the hardest part. Harry followed Quirrell through the castle, always at a distance, always using his network to track movements he couldn't see himself. He learned the professor's schedule down to the minute, when he ate, when he slept, when he visited the third-floor corridor to check on the defenses. He also learned something else, Quirrell was weakening. The professor's stutter grew worse each week. His hands shook constantly now. Dark circles ringed his eyes. He looked like a man being consumed from within. Harry had a theory about that. A terrible theory. He didn't share with anyone, not even Hermione. He's carrying something, Harry thought, watching Quirrell stumble through a defense lesson. Asterisk something that's draining him. Something that shares his body, asterisk. The thought made his scar prickle, a sensation he'd learned to associate with Voldemort's presence. He touched the lightning bolt mark absently, feeling the phantom pain that came and went without pattern. Asterisk he's close. Voldemort is close. He's here, in this castle, using Quirrell as a host, asterisk. The knowledge settled over him like a weight. He was 11 years old, facing the most dangerous wizard in history. The same wizard who'd murdered his parents, destroyed his family, left him with nothing but a scar and a story. But Harry wasn't the same boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts. He wasn't the innocent victim, the unknowing hero. He was trained. Prepared. Thinking 3 moves ahead. He began planning. The plan took shape over weeks. Harry mapped the 3rd floor corridor through his network, every defense, every trap, every guardian. The 3-headed dog could be put to sleep with music, a fact Hermione had discovered in a book about magical creatures. The next obstacle, whatever it was, would require more finesse. He needed to know what came after the dog. He needed to see the full gauntlet before he could design a strategy to navigate it. But seeing meant going down there. Going down there meant risking everything. He was still weighing options when Dobby found him again. The elf appeared in the Gryffindor common room late one night, his eyes wider than ever, his body trembling with urgency. "Harry Potter must not go to the 3rd floor corridor," Dobby whispered urgently. "Harry Potter must not try to find the stone. It is too dangerous, Dobby knows." Harry kept his voice calm. "What do you know, Dobby? Tell me." But the elf couldn't, explain. He was bound by magic, he said, bound to protect the secrets of his masters. But he could warn. He could beg. "Someone has put a plot in motion, Harry Potter. A terrible plot. If Harry Potter tries to stop it, he will be in great danger." "Great danger? Who, Dobby? Who's behind the plot?" The elf's face contorted with effort. The one who must not be named. He is planning, he is," Dobby gasped, clutching his head. "Dobby cannot say. The magic prevents it." Harry reached out, steadying the trembling elf. "It's okay. I understand. You've helped more than you know." Dobby looked up at him with those enormous eyes. "Harry Potter will not go. Harry Potter will stay safe." Harry didn't answer directly. "Thank you, Dobby. I won't forget this." The elf vanished, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Dobby's warning confirmed everything. Voldemort was planning something. The stone was the target. Quirrell was the instrument. And time was running out. Harry looked at his charts, his plans, his carefully constructed network. He'd built an information system that could track anything in the castle. He'd cultivated sources in every house, every year, every corner of Hogwarts. He knew more about what was happening than almost anyone. But knowing wasn't enough. Soon, he would have to act. 3 moves ahead. He needed to be 5. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source. Neville Longbottom found him in the common room, his face pale, his hands shaking. The boy who'd grown stronger over the months, who'd started standing up to bullies and speaking in class, looked like he'd seen a ghost. "Harry," he whispered. "I need to tell you something. About the 3rd floor. About what's guarding the stone." Harry's attention sharpened. "What do you know, Neville?" Neville looked around, making sure they weren't overheard. "My Gran told me. She used to be friends with Professor Sprout, before everything. Sprout told her about the defenses. What she contributed. The plants," Harry said slowly. "The Devil's Snare. That's Sprout's." Neville nodded. "But there's more. After the Devil's Snare, there's something else. Something from Flitwick, charmed keys that fly. You have to catch the right one to unlock the door. And after that, a giant chessboard. Life-sized. You have to win to pass." Harry's mind raced. A gauntlet of traps, each designed by a different teacher. Each testing a different skill. Sprout's plant knowledge. Flitwick's charm work. McGonagall's transfiguration, chess was her thing, everyone knew that. Snape would have contributed something too, probably a potions puzzle. And Quirrell, the defense teacher, would know all of it. Would have helped design it, probably. Would know how to bypass it. Thank you, Neville, Harry said quietly. This helps. More than you know. Neville nodded, still pale. You're going to go down there, aren't you? You're going to try to stop whoever's after the stone. Harry didn't deny it. Then I want to help. Neville's voice was stronger now. I'm not brave like you. I'm not clever like Hermione. But I can help. I can stand with you. Harry looked at the boy, the nervous, forgetful, underestimated boy who'd grown so much in just months. He saw something he hadn't expected, courage. Real courage, the kind that came from choosing to be brave despite being terrified. You can help, Harry said. But not by coming with me. By being here. By watching. By letting me know if anything changes. Can you do that? Neville nodded, his jaw set. I can do that. Harry smiled. Another node in the network. Another ally in the coming storm. The net was complete. Every source in place. Every piece of information gathered. Now all that remained was the operation itself. Harry looked toward the window, toward the dark grounds beyond, toward the third-floor corridor where a dark wizard servant was planning something terrible. 3 moves ahead. He was ready. Chapter 11, The Counter-Strategist. The first sign that something was wrong came from Malfoy. Harry was in the library, reviewing his notes on the third-floor defenses, when a shadow fell across his table. He looked up to find Draco Malfoy standing there, his expression different from usual, not the practiced disdain, not the arrogant smirk, but something sharper. More focused. We need to talk, Malfoy said quietly. Not here. The courtyard. After dinner. He left before Harry could respond. Harry's mind immediately began running scenarios. Malfoy had never sought him out before, their arrangement was strictly transactional, information exchanged in passing, never private meetings. This was new. This was a variable. He spent the rest of the day considering possibilities. Malfoy could have discovered something about Harry's network. Could be planning a trap. Could have genuine information to share. Could be acting on someone else's orders, his father's, perhaps, or someone closer. After dinner, Harry made his way to the courtyard. It was cold, the winter air sharp with the promise of snow. Malfoy was waiting by the frozen fountain, his breath misting in the air. You're being watched, Malfoy said without preamble. Not by me. By someone else. Harry kept his expression neutral, but his attention sharpened. Who? I don't know. But I've noticed things. People asking questions about you, not casual questions, not gossip. Specific questions. Your habits. Your movements. Who you talk to. Harry filed this information, cross-referencing it with everything he knew. Someone was profiling him. Building a pattern. Looking for weaknesses. Why are you telling me this? Malfoy's jaw tightened. Because whoever it is, they're not just watching you. They're watching everyone connected to you. Including me. I had a conversation with my father 2 weeks ago, a private conversation, via Flo. The next day, someone asked Parkinson about it. Asked what my father wanted, what we discussed. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Someone was monitoring the monitors. Building a network that paralleled his own. A counter-strategist, he murmured. Malfoy frowned. A what? Someone who's analyzing my moves. Trying to get ahead of me. Harry's mind was racing, reviewing every interaction, every conversation, every potential leak. They're good. I didn't notice. You didn't notice because they're not targeting you directly. They're targeting the people around you. Building a picture from the edges. Malfoy's voice was tight with something that might have been respect. Whoever they are, they know what they're doing. Harry studied Malfoy for a long moment. The boy could be lying. Could be playing a double game. But his tension was real, his fear genuine. Someone had gotten close to him, and he didn't like it. "I need you to do something," Harry said. "Keep watching. Note anyone who asks unusual questions, anyone who seems too interested in my activities. Don't confront them, just observe. And tell me what you see." Malfoy nodded slowly. "And in return, I'll find out who it is. And when I do, I'll make sure they can't threaten you again." It was a promise Harry wasn't sure he could keep. But Malfoy seemed to accept it. He nodded once, then turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone in the frozen courtyard. The next weeks were an education in paranoia. Harry began watching for the Watcher, analyzing every interaction for signs of manipulation. He reviewed his network's reports with new eyes, looking for patterns he'd missed. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, he began to see them. A question here, too specific to be casual. A comment there, too informed to be guesswork. A Hufflepuff girl who'd suddenly started sitting near Hermione in the library, always with a book, always watching. A Ravenclaw boy who'd developed an interest in Colin Creevey's photographs, asking to see them, asking about the subjects. Someone was building a parallel network. Someone was good. Harry narrowed the possibilities. It couldn't be a teacher, they had better ways to gather information. It couldn't be Malfoy, he was too frightened by the discovery. It couldn't be any of the obvious suspects, the ones Harry already watched. That left someone unexpected. Someone underestimated. He started with the Ravenclaw boy. Thomas Parker, 5th year, prefect, generally unnoticed. Harry watched him for a week, tracking his movements, his conversations, his patterns. Nothing obvious. But on the 5th day, Harry noticed something. Parker always sat in the same corner of the library, the one with the best view of the entrance. Always had a book, but never seemed to turn pages. Always glanced up when someone entered. Classic observation post. Harry had used similar positions himself. He didn't confront Parker. Instead, he followed him. The trail led to the astronomy tower, late at night, when most students were asleep. Harry watched from the shadows as Parker met someone, a figure in a cloak, too distant to identify. They spoke for several minutes, then parted. Parker returned to the castle. The figure disappeared into the night. Harry followed the figure instead. It wasn't easy. The person was skilled, using shadows and misdirection, clearly experienced in avoiding observation. But Harry had been trained by the best. He stayed far back, using the network's knowledge of the grounds to anticipate routes, to guess destinations. The figure led him to the edge of the forbidden forest. And there, in a clearing just inside the tree line, Harry saw something that made his blood run cold. A group of students. Older students, 5th years, 6th years, maybe 7th. They were gathered in a circle, listening to someone speak. The speaker was hooded, anonymous, but Harry recognized the posture, the gestures. A student. Another student was running this network. Harry retreated carefully, making no sound, leaving no trace. He'd found his counter-strategist. Now he needed to understand them. The investigation consumed him. Harry used every resource. Every connection, every trick the professor had taught him. He mapped the unknown group's movements, identified its members, traced its information flows. It was like looking in a mirror, a distorted mirror, but recognizable nonetheless. The leader was a 7th year named Gemma Farley. Prefect. Top of her class. Head of the Slytherin Slug Club, a group of students favored by Professor Slughorn, the potions master who'd taught generations of influential witches and wizards. She was brilliant, ambitious, and completely underestimated by everyone who thought they knew her. Harry found her file in his records. He'd noted her name during his initial mapping but hadn't considered her a threat. She was too conventional, too focused on grades and social status, too obviously climbing the ladder of success. But the file also noted something he'd missed: her family had been neutral during the First War. Not Death Eaters, not Order members. They'd waited, watched, positioned themselves to benefit regardless of who won. Gemma had learned from them. She was building her own network, her own intelligence system, her own power base. And she'd noticed Harry doing the same. The question was, why? The answer came from an unexpected source. Slughorn's Christmas party was an annual event, an invitation-only gathering of the Slug Club and selected guests. Harry received an invitation, inevitable, given his fame, and decided to attend. Not for the party itself, but for the opportunity to observe. The party was in Slughorn's quarters, a cramped space made more cramped by the crowd of students and the professor's extensive collection of photographs and trophies. Harry moved through the crowd, accepting congratulations and curious glances, but his attention was elsewhere. He found Gemma Farley near the refreshment table, surrounded by admirers. She was beautiful, poised, perfectly dressed, everything a Slytherin prefect should be. But her eyes were scanning the room, assessing, cataloging. Just like Harry. Their eyes met across the crowd. She smiled, a perfect social smile, and excused herself from her companions. She walked toward him with the easy confidence of someone who owned every room she entered. Harry Potter. Her voice was warm, interested, perfectly calibrated. I've been hoping to meet you properly. Harry returned the smile, equally calibrated. Gemma Farley. I've heard a lot about you. Good things, I hope. She tilted her head, studying him. You're not what I expected. Neither are you. Something flickered in her eyes, recognition, perhaps. Respect. She gestured toward a quieter corner of the room, and Harry followed. I know about your network, she said quietly, once they were out of earshot. Not everything, but enough. You're good. Very good. For a first year, it's remarkable. Harry didn't bother denying it. And I know about yours. You're good too. Gemma smiled, and this time it was real, a genuine expression of pleasure at finding an equal. I wondered when you'd notice. You're faster than I expected. Why are you watching me? Because you're interesting. Because you're doing exactly what I'm doing, but you're 11 years old and you've only been here 4 months. That's not normal. That's not something anyone taught you in a classroom. She leaned against the wall, her eyes never leaving his face. Someone trained you. Someone good. I want to know who. Harry considered his options. Lie. Deflect? He could, probably. But Gemma wasn't an enemy, not yet. She was something more interesting, a potential ally who'd started as a rival. A friend, he said. Someone who taught me to think differently. To see the game behind the game. Gemma nodded slowly. I thought so. You move like someone who's been playing chess since before they could walk. She paused, then added, I'm not your enemy, Potter. I'm not working for anyone you need to worry about. I'm just building something. For myself. For my future. And I got in the way. You got noticed. There's a difference. She straightened, smoothing her robes. I wanted to know if you were a threat. I've decided you're not. You're something else. What? An opportunity. She extended her hand. Truce. We watch each other, we learn from each other, but we don't interfere. Maybe, when it matters, we help each other. Harry looked at her hand, at the offer it represented. An alliance with a 7th-year Slytherin, brilliant and ambitious, with her own network and her own agenda. Risky. Unpredictable. Potentially invaluable. He took her hand. Truce. Gemma's smile widened. Good. Now tell me about the 3rd-floor corridor. My people say you've been very interested in it lately. Harry felt a chill. If she knew about that, she knew about the stone. About the defenses. About. Relax, Gemma said. I'm not after whatever's down there. I'm not stupid enough to get involved in Dumbledore's games. But you are, apparently. And that makes you either very brave or very foolish. I haven't decided which. Maybe both. She laughed, a genuine sound, surprised out of her. Maybe both. I like you, Potter. Don't die before I get a chance to see what you become. She walked away, rejoining her admirers, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The truce with Gemma changed everything. Suddenly, Harry had access to information from the upper years, the real politics, the hidden alliances, the secrets that younger students never heard. Gemma's network was older, more established, connected to families and traditions Harry could only observe from afar. In return, he shared some of his own information. Not everything, never everything, but enough to maintain the exchange. Enough to build trust. The first test came 2 weeks later. Gemma found him in the library, her expression serious. You need to know something. Quirrell's been meeting with someone. Not in the castle, in Hogsmeade. My people saw them 3 times now. Harry's attention sharpened. Who? Don't know. But they're not a teacher. Not anyone from the castle. Someone from outside. She handed him a folded paper. Dates, times, locations. Maybe you can figure out who. Harry studied the paper, his mind racing. 3 meetings. All at night. All at the same inn. Quirrell was reporting to someone. Or receiving instructions. Thank you, he said quietly. This helps. Gemma nodded. Be careful, Potter. Whoever Quirrell's working for, they're dangerous. The kind of dangerous that eats people like us for breakfast. She left, and Harry sat alone, staring at the paper. Quirrell's master. Voldemort. He was out there, somewhere, directing his servant, planning his next move. The game was accelerating. Harry began watching Quirrell with new intensity. Using Gemma's information, he tracked the professor's movements, noting patterns he'd missed before. Quirrell always seemed nervous after returning from Hogsmeade. Always went straight to his quarters. Always emerged hours later, looking worse than before. Whatever was happening in those meetings, it was draining him. Consuming him. Harry shared his observations with Hermione, who'd become his primary analyst. Together, they built a timeline of Quirrell's activities, cross-referencing it with everything they knew about the stone's defenses. He's waiting for something, Hermione said one night, staring at their charts. Look at the pattern. He checks the corridor regularly, but he never tries to get past the dog. He's not ready yet. Waiting for what? Information. Help. The right moment. Hermione frowned. Maybe he's waiting for the defenses to weaken. Or for Dumbledore to leave the castle. Harry's blood ran cold. Dumbledore. He's waiting for Dumbledore to leave. It made perfect sense. With Dumbledore gone, the castle's defenses would be weaker. Quirrell could make his move with less risk of discovery. When? He asked. Hermione checked her notes. The end of term. Dumbledore. Always goes to London for the winter break, something to do with the International Confederation of Wizards. He'll be gone for at least a week. A week. Quirrell would have a week to breach the defenses, steal the stone, and disappear before anyone noticed. We have to stop him, Harry said. Before he gets the chance. Hermione looked at him, her face pale. How? We're first years. He's a teacher. Even with everything we've learned. We don't fight him. We outthink him. Harry's mind was already racing through possibilities, contingencies, plans within plans. We know the defenses. We know his timeline. We can get there first, secure the stone, and be gone before he even tries. That's insane. The traps are designed to kill. Even if we survive. We won't survive if we do nothing. None of us will. Harry met her eyes. Voldemort with the stone means Voldemort with a body. Voldemort with a body means war. And in that war, people like us, Muggleborns, half-bloods, anyone who isn't pure, were the first to die. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she straightened her shoulders, the same determination he'd seen when she first found the room of requirement. Then we'd better start planning. The planning consumed them. Harry mapped the gauntlet room by room, using every source in his network. The dog, Fluffy, could be put to sleep with music. Hermione had a book of lullabies that should work. The devil's snare would be trickier, it hated light and heat, so they'd need fire. The key room was Flitwick's contribution, hundreds of flying keys, only one of which would open the door. Harry would need to catch it, which meant flying. He'd never flown before, but the rumors said he was a natural. He'd have to be. The chessboard was McGonagall's. Life-sized wizard's chess, with the players as the pieces. To win, they'd have to play, and be willing to sacrifice. The troll room, there was another troll, apparently, would require combat or stealth. Harry had experience with trolls now. He could handle it. And finally, the potions puzzle. Snape's contribution. A logic puzzle, Hermione's specialty. She'd already started studying advanced potions theory, preparing for whatever test awaited. 7 obstacles. 7 chances to fail. 7 opportunities for Quirrell to catch them. We need a diversion, Harry said one night, reviewing their plan. Something that draws Quirrell away from the corridor long enough for us to get through. Hermione frowned. What kind of diversion? I don't know yet. Something that looks real. Something that makes him think the stone is in danger from another direction. Harry stared at his charts, his mind working. Maybe we don't go at night. Maybe we go during the day, when he's teaching. If we're fast enough. He'll notice we're missing. He'll get suspicious. Then we need to not be missing. We need to be seen somewhere else while we're actually in the corridor. Hermione's eyes widened. Doubles? But we don't have, she stopped. Polyjuice potion. It lets you take someone else's form. If we could get some, we could have decoys. Where do we get polyjuice? That's advanced, restricted. The restricted section. I've already found the recipe. The ingredients are difficult, but possible. Boneslung skin, lacewing flies, bicorn horn. Hermione was already reaching for parchment. It would take weeks to brew. Months, maybe. Harry did the math. Winter break was 6 weeks away. If they started now. Do it, he said. I'll find a way to get the ingredients. You focus on the brewing. Hermione nodded, already lost in planning. Harry watched her for a moment, feeling something he hadn't expected, gratitude. He'd come to Hogwarts alone, prepared to operate alone. But he wasn't alone anymore. He had allies. Real allies. 3 moves ahead. With help, he could be 6. The next weeks were a blur of preparation. Harry worked his network for ingredients, calling in favors, making trades, building obligations. Boneslung skin came from Gemma's connections, she didn't ask why, just delivered. Lacewing flies from the greenhouses, carefully stolen during herbology. Bicorn horn from Snape's stores, a risky theft that required perfect timing and a distraction Harry arranged through Colin Creevey. Hermione brewed in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, the same bathroom where Harry had saved Lavender from the troll. It was abandoned, cold, perfect for their purposes. She spent hours there, stirring, monitoring, adjusting. Harry trained. He flew for the first time during a Gryffindor practice session and discovered the rumors were true. He was a natural, as if the broom were part of him. He practiced until he could catch anything thrown at him, until flying was as natural as walking. He played chess with Ron, losing deliberately at first, then winning, then losing again, maintaining the appearance of a novice while actually studying the game's deeper patterns. Ron was good, really good, and Harry learned from him without Ron ever realizing he was teaching. He studied the dark arts with an intensity that worried Hermione. Not to use them, never that, but to understand them. To know what they were facing. Voldemort had mastered powers most wizards feared to approach. Harry needed to comprehend those powers if he hoped to counter them. And always, he watched Quirrell. The professor grew weaker as the weeks passed. His stutter worsened. His hands shook constantly now. Dark circles ringed his eyes, and he sometimes stumbled in class, catching himself on desks, on students. But his eyes, those eyes were clearer than ever. Sharper. More focused. Harry recognized the look. It was the look of someone approaching their objective. Someone who could almost taste victory. Time was running out. The night before winter break, Harry gathered his allies. Not all of them, just the ones who needed to know. Hermione, obviously. Ron, who'd figured out more than Harry realized and demanded to be included. Neville, who'd earned his place through courage and loyalty. And, surprisingly, Gemma, who'd provided the final piece of intelligence. Dumbledore would leave at dawn. Quirrell would move that night. Tomorrow, Harry said quietly, looking at each of them in turn. We go tomorrow night. Hermione and I will take the Polyjuice, she'll become me, I'll become someone else. We'll be seen in the Great Hall while the real us is in the corridor. Ron frowned. Who's the someone else? Harry smiled. Malfoy. The reactions were predictable. Ron laughed. Neville looked horrified. Hermione shook her head in wonder. He'll kill you if he finds out. He won't find out. The Polyjuice will wear off by morning. He'll just have a vague memory of being somewhere he wasn't, doing something he didn't. He'll probably assume he was sleepwalking. And if it doesn't wear off in time, then I'll have a very interesting conversation with Draco Malfoy about why I'm wearing his face. Harry's smile widened. But it won't come to that. He looked at Ron and Neville. Your job is to be seen. Ron, you'll sit with Hermione, the fake Hermione, in the common room. Neville, you'll study in the library, where Madame Pants will remember you. If anyone asks, you're all doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And you? Ron asked. What are you supposed to be doing? Stopping a dark wizard from gaining immortality. Harry stood, his expression serious now. If we don't come back, if something goes wrong, you need to tell Dumbledore. Everything. The stone, Quirrell, Voldemort. Don't hold anything back. The room was silent. Then Neville spoke, his voice quiet but steady. You'll come back. You have to. We're not done yet. Harry looked at him, the boy who'd grown so much, who'd found courage he didn't know he had. He nodded. We're not done yet. The next night, Harry stood before the third-floor corridor, Hermione at his side. Behind them, the sounds of the castle faded into silence. Ahead, the door to the gauntlet waited. You ready? He asked. Hermione's face was pale but determined. No. But I'm going anyway. Harry smiled. That's the spirit. He pushed open the door. The game was about to begin. Chapter 12, Spell Warfare Simulation. The door closed behind them with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Harry stood motionless for 3 full seconds, letting his senses adjust to the darkness. The corridor stretched ahead, lit only by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Somewhere beyond, the dog waited. The polyjuice will hold for another hour, Hermione whispered. Maybe less if the stress accelerates the metabolism. Then we move fast. Harry started forward, his wand out, the adaptive combat framework humming at the edge of his awareness. Stay close. Watch for triggers. They moved through the corridor in silence, Harry's eyes cataloging every detail, the patterns in the stone, the shadows that seemed to move on their own, the faint smell of animal that grew stronger with each step. The door at the end was massive, old oak bound with iron, and it was slightly ajar. Harry pushed it open and immediately dropped into a defensive crouch. The dog was awake. All three heads turned toward them, 6 eyes gleaming in the darkness. A low growl rumbled from 3 throats, a sound that vibrated through the stone floor. Music, Hermione breathed. Now. Harry didn't hesitate. He raised his wand and began to play, not a spell, but a simple melody, the lullaby Hermione had taught him. The notes hung in the air, soft and sweet, completely at odds with the monster before them. The dog's growling faltered. One head tilted, curious. Another blinked slowly. The third yawned, revealing rows of teeth longer than Harry's forearm. They kept playing, the melody winding through the chamber like a spell in its own right. The dog's eyes drooped. Its heads lowered, one by one, until all 3 rested on its massive. Pause. Within a minute, it was snoring, a sound like grinding stones, but steady and deep. The trapdoor, Harry whispered. Under its tail. They crept forward, moving as quietly as possible. Hermione reached the trapdoor first, pulling it open to reveal a hole descending into darkness. Harry gestured for her to go first, then followed, pulling the trapdoor closed above them. They slid down into blackness. The landing was soft, surprisingly soft, given they'd fallen what felt like 50 feet. Harry's feet sank into something damp and giving, and the air filled with a smell like damp earth and rotting vegetation. Lumos, Hermione whispered. The light revealed a chamber filled with plants. Not ordinary plants, these were thick, ropey, writhing slightly as if alive. They covered the floor, climbed the walls, hung from the ceiling in tangled masses. Devil's snare, Harry said. Don't move. It reacts to movement. They stood frozen as the plant slowly coiled around their ankles, testing, exploring. Harry felt the grip tighten, squeezing, starting to pull. Hermione. Fire. She raised her wand, but before she could cast, the plant suddenly recoiled. Light flared from somewhere, not their wands, but something else. Harry looked up to see a patch of the ceiling glowing, sunlight streaming through as if the stone had become glass. The devil's snare hates sunlight, Hermione breathed. But that's not real. It's enchanted. Doesn't matter. Move toward it. They waded through the retreating plants, following the beam of artificial sunlight to a door on the far side of the chamber. The plants hissed as they passed, pulling back from the light, leaving a clear path. Harry pushed through the door and found himself in a corridor lined with doors, dozens of them, each identical, each numbered. Flitwick's charm, Hermione said. The key room is through one of these. But which one? Harry examined the doors, looking for patterns. The numbers ran from 1 to 50, seemingly random. But as he studied them, he noticed something: the numbers weren't painted on. They were charmed, shimmering faintly, and some shimmered more brightly than others. The brightest one, he said, pointing. The charm is strongest there. He pushed open door 23 and found himself in a room that defied logic. Hundreds of keys filled the air, fluttering on tiny wings like a swarm of metallic butterflies. They darted and dove, filling the space with the sound of chiming metal. On the far side of the room, a heavy wooden door waited, its lock ancient and imposing. We need the right key, Hermione said. But which one? Harry studied the swarm. Most keys were small, simple, unremarkable. But one, just one, was different. Larger. Older. Its wings beat slower, heavier, as if it carried more weight. There. He pointed. The big one. But it's fast. I'll distract the others. You catch it. Hermione began casting patterns of light, drawing the swarm's attention. The keys darted toward her, chasing the flashes, leaving the larger key momentarily isolated. Harry ran. He leaped, grabbed, missed. The key veered away, faster than he'd anticipated. He landed, turned, ran again, this time using the walls to launch himself higher. His fingers brushed the key's wing, but it slipped away. Harry! Behind you! He spun. 3 keys had broken from the swarm and were diving toward him, their edges sharp as blades. Harry dropped, rolled, came up casting. A shield charm deflected too, but the third sliced through his robe, drawing blood from his arm. He ignored the pain. The big key was circling back, heading toward the door. If it reached the lock. Harry threw himself forward, one hand extended. His fingers closed around the key's body just as it reached the lock. He felt the metal warm in his grip, felt the key trying to twist free, but he held on. The key stopped struggling. It hung limp in his hand, defeated. Harry inserted it into the lock and turned. The door swung open. The chessboard was massive. They stood at the edge of a chamber the size of the Great Hall, the floor tiled in black and white squares. On each square stood a chess piece, not normal-sized pieces, but figures as tall as Harry, carved from dark stone. At the far end, across the board, another door waited. "We have to play," Hermione whispered. "To reach the other side, we have to win." Harry studied the board. The pieces were positioned for a game already in progress, black on one side, white on the other, with several pieces already captured and removed. It was a middle game position, complex, dangerous. "I'll play," he said. "You direct. You know the theory better." Hermione nodded, her eyes scanning the board. "We're white. Our pieces are on this side. To reach the door, we need to get a piece to the other side, a knight, probably. They can jump." Harry stepped onto the board. Immediately, the pieces stirred. The White Queen turned her stone head toward him, her eyes glowing faintly. "Finally," she said, her voice like grinding stone. "We've been waiting." Harry walked to the king's position, taking his place. The board came alive around him, pieces shifting, squares glowing, the air humming with ancient magic. "Pawn to e4, Hermione called. The pawn in front of Harry moved forward 2 squares. Black responded, a pawn advancing to meet it. The game began. They played fast, Hermione calling moves, Harry executing. Black was aggressive, pushing forward, sacrificing pieces for position. Hermione countered carefully, building defenses, looking for openings. "Bishop takes knight," she called. Then pawn to d5. Harry moved the pieces, feeling the weight of each decision. With every capture, the captured piece shattered, stone fragments scattering across the board. This wasn't just a game, it was war, and the stakes were real. Black's queen moved, taking one of their rooks. The rook exploded, and Harry felt the shockwave through the stone floor. Now, Hermione breathed. Knight to f7. It's a sacrifice, but it opens the position. Harry looked at the knight, his knight, the one that could reach the other side. If he moved it there, Black's bishop would take it. But in the chaos, their queen could slip through. He moved the knight. Black's bishop took it immediately, shattering the stone piece. But in that moment of distraction, their queen slid forward, past the black defenses, reaching the far side of the board. "Check," Hermione said quietly. The Black King had nowhere to move. The game was over. The pieces froze. Then, slowly, they retreated to their starting positions, the board resetting itself. The door at the far end swung open. Harry walked across the empty board, Hermione at his side. Neither spoke. There was nothing to say. The next chamber stank of troll. Harry smelled it before he saw it, the rank odor of unwashed flesh, of old blood, of something that had been locked in darkness for too long. He raised his wand, the framework humming, and stepped through the door. The troll was smaller than the one from before, only 10 feet tall, if that. But it was awake, aware, and it was looking directly at them. "Run," Harry said. They ran. The troll roared and charged, its club swinging. Harry dodged left, Hermione right, the club smashing into the stone floor where they'd been standing. Fragments flew, cutting Harry's cheek. "The door!" Hermione shouted. There. Harry saw it, a door on the far side of the chamber, half hidden behind rubble. But the troll was between them and it was fast. Faster than the first troll. Smarter. This wasn't just a guardian. This was a test. "Keep moving." Harry cast a conjunctivitis curse, aiming for the troll's eyes. It roared and swung blindly, but the curse didn't stick, the troll's hide was too thick, too resistant. Hermione cast from the other side, a stunner that bounced harmlessly off the troll's chest. It turned toward her. And Harry saw his opening. He ran directly at the troll. "Harry! What are you?" He didn't stop. At the last second, he dropped, sliding between the troll's legs, his wand slashing upward as he passed. The curse hit the troll's knee, a weak point, a joint, and the creature bellowed in pain. It stumbled, off balance, and Harry was already moving again. He grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her toward the door. The troll recovered faster than it should have. Its club came down, missing them by inches, shattering the floor where they'd been. They dove through the door just as the club struck again, sealing them in darkness. They leaned against the closed door, breathing hard. "That was," Hermione gasped. "That was close." Harry's heart was pounding, his mind already moving past the danger. "We're almost through. One more chamber before the final room." Hermione nodded, still catching her breath. "The potions puzzle." "Snape's." They pushed off from the door and moved forward into the next chamber. This room was different, smaller, quieter, lit by flickering candles. A table stood in the center, on its 7 bottles in a row. A scroll lay beside them, covered in writing. Hermione picked up the scroll and read aloud. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for." Harry studied the bottles. They were identical in every way, same size, same shape, same color. Impossible to tell apart by sight alone. "Logic puzzle," Hermione murmured, her eyes already scanning the clues. "I can solve this. Give me a minute." Harry waited, watching the door behind them, listening for sounds of pursuit. The troll hadn't followed, probably. Couldn't fit through the door. But Quirrell would be coming. Soon. "Got it," Hermione said. "The smallest bottle will take you forward. The one at the far right will take you back. The rest are either nettle wine or poison." She pointed to the bottles. "That one. The smallest. That's your way forward." Harry looked at the bottle, then at her. "What about you?" "I can't go forward. There's only enough for 1 person to move ahead. I'll take the one that goes back, wait for you in the chess room. If you're not back in an hour, I'll go for help." Harry shook his head. "No. You go forward. I'll wait." "Harry. You're smarter than me." Faster at solving puzzles. If there's more logic ahead, you're better equipped. He met her eyes. I'll take the return potion, go back, and hold the entrance. Make sure Quirrell can't follow. Hermione stared at him. That's suicide. If Quirrell gets past you. He won't. Harry's voice was calm, certain. I've been trained for this. 3 moves ahead, remember? For a long moment, they looked at each other. Then Hermione nodded, her eyes bright with something that might have been tears. Don't die, she said. I don't plan to. She drank from the smallest bottle. Instantly, she vanished, not with a pop or a flash, but simply gone, as if she'd never been there. Harry took a breath, then drank from the bottle at the far right. He appeared in the chess chamber, exactly where they'd entered. The pieces were still, silent, waiting for their next players. Harry didn't wait. He ran back through the chambers, past the key room, past the devil's snare, up through the trapdoor past the sleeping dog, until he stood again in the corridor outside. He positioned himself in the shadows, his wand ready, the framework fully activated. He didn't have to wait long. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, approaching through the darkness. Quirrell emerged from the shadows, his turbaned head turning, his eyes scanning. He looked different now, not nervous. Not afraid. Confident. Purposeful. The stutter was gone. Show yourself, Potter. His voice was calm, almost amused. I know you're here. I've been watching you for months. Harry stepped out of the shadows. Professor Quirrell. Or should I say, he paused, letting the implication hang, servant. Quirrell smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. You're clever. I'll give you that. Building your little network, watching, waiting. But you're not clever enough. Maybe not. But I'm here. And you're not getting past me. Quirrell laughed, a horrible sound, too deep for his body. You think you can stop me? You. A first year. I think I can slow you down. And that's all Hermione needs. Something flickered in Quirrell's eyes. The girl. She went ahead. Clever. But it won't matter. The stone is mine. He raised his wand. Harry was ready. The duel that followed was unlike anything Hogwarts taught. Quirrell was powerful, far more powerful than any first year should face. His curses flew fast and accurate, each one aimed to kill or cripple. But Harry didn't try to match him spell for spell. He moved, dodged, used the environment as shield and weapon. The framework activated automatically, throwing up shields when he couldn't dodge, deflecting curses that would have hit. Harry felt it drain him with each activation, but he couldn't stop, couldn't let Quirrell through. Impressive, Quirrell snarled, casting again. Where did you learn that? Not at Hogwarts. Wouldn't you like to know? Harry cast a disarming charm, not at Quirrell, but at the torch beside him. It fell, plunging the corridor into deeper shadow. He moved in the darkness, using the confusion to reposition. Quirrell cast a spell that lit the entire corridor, revealing Harry's position. Clever tricks. But tricks nonetheless. You can't beat me, Potter. You're a child. I'm not trying to beat you. Harry's voice came from a different direction now, he'd moved again, silent as a ghost. I'm trying to delay you. And every second we fight, Hermione gets closer. Quirrell's face twisted with rage. He cast wildly, curses flying in every direction. Harry dodged, ducked, wove between them, the framework screaming warnings that he couldn't afford to heed. Then one curse connected. Harry's shield held, barely, but the impact threw him against the wall. His head cracked stone, and for a moment the world went white. When his vision cleared, Quirrell was standing over him, wand pointed at his face. Any last words, Potter? Harry looked up at the man who served his parents' murderer. He thought about the professor, about everything he'd been taught. About 3 moves ahead. Yeah, he said. You forgot about the dog. Quirrell's eyes widened. Behind him, a massive shape rose from the darkness. 3 heads. 6 eyes. Endless teeth. Fluffy was awake. And it was angry. The dog roared, all 3 heads at once, and Quirrell whirled to face it. Harry didn't wait. He rolled to his feet and ran, diving through the door to the corridor as the sounds of battle erupted behind him. He didn't stop running until he reached the entrance to the 3rd floor. There, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, he allowed himself a single moment of triumph. He'd done it. He'd stopped Quirrell. Hermione would get the stone, and Voldemort would be denied. But even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't over. Quirrell might be delayed, but he wasn't stopped. The dog could be put to sleep again. The traps could be navigated. This was just one battle. The war continued. Harry pushed off from the wall and started moving. He needed to find Hermione. Needed to make sure she was safe. Needed to plan the next move. 3 moves ahead. Always. Chapter 13, The Ethical Question. The infirmary ceiling was white. Pure, sterile white, with no cracks or stains or anything to distract from the thoughts swirling in Harry's mind. He'd been here for 3 days. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him constantly, bringing potions and soups and insisting he rest. Hermione visited every hour, her face pale with worry. Ron brought chocolate frogs and tried to make jokes. Even Neville came, standing awkwardly by the bed, clutching a get-well card he'd made himself. But Harry barely noticed any of it. His mind was elsewhere, replaying the events in the corridor again and again. He'd stopped Quirrell. Hermione had secured the stone. Dumbledore had returned and dealt with the professor, though no one would tell Harry exactly what that meant. The official story was that Quirrell had been trying to steal the stone for personal gain, that he'd been stopped by the combined efforts of several students, that everything was fine now. Harry knew better. Quirrell hadn't been acting alone. He'd been carrying something, someone, inside him. Harry had felt it in those final moments, a presence that made his scar burn with an agony he couldn't describe. Voldemort. He'd been there, inches away, looking through Quirrell's eyes. The thought made his scar prickle even now. The professor arrived on the 4th night. Harry woke from a restless sleep to find a figure sitting in the chair beside his bed. For a moment, he thought it was Dumbledore, the long beard, the half-moon spectacles. But then the figure leaned forward, and Harry recognized the calm eyes, the patient expression. "How did you get in here?" Harry whispered. "The same way I get everywhere." The professor smiled slightly. "Observation, preparation, execution. Also, the infirmary window has a very simple locking charm." Harry tried to sit up, but the professor gestured for him to stay still. "You've had an eventful few days. I've been following the reports. You did well. I almost died. You did exactly what you were trained to do. You assessed the situation, developed a strategy, and executed it with precision. The fact that you're alive proves the strategy worked." Harry was silent for a moment. Then, he was there. Voldemort. Inside Quirrell. I felt him. The professor's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. "Tell me." Harry described it, the burning in his scar, the presence that felt like cold and rot and rage, the way Quirrell's voice had changed when he spoke the Dark Lord's name. The professor listened without interrupting, filing away every detail. "Interesting," he said when Harry finished. "He's not fully restored. He's using Quirrell as a host, a temporary vessel. That means he's weak. Vulnerable. Vulnerable? He nearly killed me. Nearly. But you're here, and he's not. You won, Harry. Don't forget that. Harry looked away. It doesn't feel like winning. It feels like, he struggled for words. Like I just got lucky. Like next time, I won't. Luck is just probability you didn't calculate. The professor's voice was gentle but firm. You accounted for the dog. You used it as a weapon. That wasn't luck, that was planning. You're better than you think. They sat in silence for a while, the infirmary quiet around them. Then the professor spoke again. I came here for a reason. Not just to check on you. To ask you something. Harry looked at him. Everything I've taught you, strategy, manipulation, psychological warfare, it's all been about winning. About achieving objectives. But I never taught you when not to use it. I never taught you the ethics of the game. Harry frowned. Ethics? Every choice has consequences. Every strategy affects real people. You've been trained to see people as variables, as pieces on a board. But they're not just pieces. They're human beings with lives, families, feelings. When you manipulate them, even for good reasons, you're taking something from them. Their autonomy. Their choice. Harry thought about his network, the students he'd cultivated, the information he'd gathered, the way he'd used people without them knowing. He thought about Malfoy, frightened and confused, used as a pawn in Harry's game. He thought about Colin Creevey, whose enthusiasm Harry had exploited for access to other houses. I never hurt anyone, he said quietly. Not physically. But did you ever ask them if they wanted to be part of your network? Did you ever give them the choice? Harry opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. He hadn't. He'd just used them. For their own good, maybe. For the greater good. But he hadn't asked. The ethical question, the professor continued, is whether the ends justify the means. You stopped Quirrell. You saved the stone. Those are good outcomes. But would they still be good if you destroyed people along the way? If you'd manipulated friends into sacrificing themselves? If you'd become the thing you're fighting? Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. I'm not like Voldemort. Aren't you? He uses people too. He manipulates, controls, destroys. The difference isn't in the methods, it's in the objectives. But methods have a way of shaping objectives. Use manipulation long enough, and you start seeing everyone as tools. Use people long enough, and you forget they're people. Harry wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come. Because deep down, he knew the professor was right. He'd been so focused on winning, on being 3 moves ahead, that he'd stopped thinking about the people caught in those moves. What do I do? He asked finally. The professor smiled, that rare, genuine smile. You ask yourself a question. Every time you plan, every time you act, every time you use someone. Ask, would I be okay with them knowing? Would I be okay with them seeing exactly what I'm doing and why? Harry considered this. Most of his actions wouldn't survive that test. His network operated on secrecy. His manipulation of Malfoy depended on Malfoy not understanding what was happening. Even his friendship with Hermione, was it really friendship, or was she just the most useful ally? I don't know if I can do that, he admitted. If people knew what I was doing, they'd what? Stop you? Judge you? Leave you? The professor leaned forward. Maybe. But maybe they'd understand. Maybe they'd choose to help anyway. The difference between manipulation and leadership is consent. Leaders inspire people to choose. Manipulators take away the choice. Harry was silent for a long time, staring at the white ceiling. The professor waited, patient as always. I need to think about this, Harry finally said. Good. That's exactly what you should do. The professor stood, adjusting his robes. I'll be nearby if you need me. But this decision, it has to be yours. No one can make it for you. He moved toward the window, then paused. You're becoming something remarkable, Harry. Something the magical world has never seen. But remarkable doesn't automatically mean good. That part, the good part, that's a choice. Every single day. He climbed onto the windowsill and was gone, disappearing into the night like a ghost. Harry lay alone in the darkness, the ethical question burning in his mind. The next weeks were the hardest of Harry's life. He moved through Hogwarts like a stranger in his own body, seeing everything differently. Every conversation felt like a calculation. Every interaction felt like a manipulation. He couldn't turn off the strategic part of his mind, the professor had trained it too well, but he could now see what that part of his mind was doing. He watched himself with new eyes. When Colin Creevey approached him with photographs, Harry saw himself cataloguing Colin's usefulness, filing away the access he provided. When Ron complained about his brothers, Harry saw himself noting the insecurities that could be exploited. When Hermione shared her latest discovery, Harry saw himself calculating how to use it. It was horrifying. He was horrifying. He started pulling back. Not completely, he couldn't just abandon everything he'd built. But he stopped initiating. Stopped cultivating. Stopped treating every person as a potential asset. Hermione noticed first. You're different, she said one evening in the common room. Quieter. More distant. What happened? Harry looked at her, really looked, not as an ally or an asset, but as a person. She was brilliant, yes. But she was also kind, loyal, brave. She'd risked her life to help him, not because he'd manipulated her, but because she believed in what they were doing. I've been thinking, he said slowly. About us. About everything we've done. Hermione's expression shifted to concern. What about it? Did you ever feel used? By me? The question clearly surprised her. She considered it for a long moment. Sometimes. In the beginning. When you first started training me, I wondered if you just wanted another tool. But then, she shrugged. Then we became friends. Real friends. And I stopped wondering. Did I ever give you a choice? About any of it? Hermione frowned. What do you mean? I mean, did I ever ask if you wanted to be part of my network? If you wanted to help with the stone? If you wanted to risk your life? Harry's voice was quiet, intense. Or did I just assume you'd follow because it was useful to me? Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she sat down beside him. You didn't ask, she said quietly. But you didn't have to. I chose. Every time. Not because you manipulated me, because I believed in what we were doing. Because I wanted to help. Because, she met his eyes. Because you're my friend, Harry. And friends don't need to ask. They just, are. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. But what if I was only your friend because you were useful? Were you? He thought about it. Really thought about it. When had he stopped seeing Hermione as just another variable? When had she become something more? I don't know, he admitted. I don't know when it changed. Or if it changed. Or if I'm just fooling myself. Hermione reached out and took his hand. Then figure it out. That's what you do. Isn't it? Figure things out. So figure out what you really feel. Not what's strategic. Not what's useful. What's real. Harry looked at their hands, her fingers wrapped around his, warm and solid and real. It was such a simple thing. Such a human thing. I'll try, he said. The conversation with Ron was harder. Ron was simpler than Hermione, more straightforward, less introspective. He didn't analyze his feelings, he just had them. And right now, he was hurt. You've been avoiding me, Ron said, cornering Harry in the dormitory. Don't deny it. I'm not stupid. Harry didn't deny it. I've been avoiding everyone. Why? How could he explain? How could he say, I've been using you as a piece on my chessboard, and I don't know if our friendship is real or just another strategy? I've been thinking, Harry said instead. About stuff. About what happened with Quirrell. Ron's expression softened slightly. That was intense. I still can't believe you faced him alone. I wasn't alone. Hermione was there. Yeah, but, Ron shook his head. You're different, Harry. I've known it since the train. You think about things differently. You plan. You calculate. He struggled for words. It's a lot sometimes. But it's also why you're my friend. Because you're not just another first year. You're someone who actually does things. Harry stared at him. You don't feel used? Used? Ron laughed. Mate, I feel like I'm actually part of something. For the first time in my life. My brothers are all brilliant, prefects, head boys, Quidditch stars. I'm just Ron. But with you, he shrugged, embarrassed. With you, I matter. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd been so focused on his own manipulations that he'd missed the simplest truth: people chose to be around him. Not because he tricked them. Because they wanted to. Thanks, Ron, he said quietly. For being my friend. Ron grinned. Any time. Now stop being weird and come play chess. I need someone to destroy. But not every conversation was so easy. Malfoy found him in the library, his expression tight with anger. I've been hearing things, Potter. About what happened with Quirrell. About how you used your little network to stop him. Harry kept his voice neutral. What have you heard? That you've been playing everyone. That you have files on half the school. That you've been manipulating people without them knowing. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Including me. Harry didn't deny it. Yes. Malfoy looked like he'd been slapped. You admitted it. Just like that. I'm done lying. About this, anyway. Harry set down his book. I did use you. I treated you as a source, not a person. I'm sorry. The apology clearly caught Malfoy off guard. He stood there, mouth open, not sure how to respond. Why? He finally asked. Why are you telling me this? Because someone reminded me that people aren't pieces. They're people. And I forgot that. Harry met his eyes. You have every right to be angry. I would be. Malfoy was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, something shifted in his expression. Not forgiveness, too soon for that. But something like, understanding. You're strange, Potter, he said quietly. Strange and dangerous and not at all what I expected. He turned to leave, then paused. But at least you're honest about it. That's more than most. He walked away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The professor returned on the last night of term. Harry was in the room of requirement, staring at his charts, the network diagrams, the observation logs, the carefully documented history of his first year at Hogwarts. It all felt different now. Less like a triumph. More like a confession. You've been thinking, the professor said, appearing from the shadows. Non-stop. And what have you concluded? Harry looked at the wall of information, the names, the connections, the strategies. I don't know if I can be both. The strategist and the friend. The planner and the person. The professor moved to stand beside him, studying the charts. Why not? Because strategy requires distance. Requires seeing people as variables. Friendship requires closeness. Requires seeing them as people. They're opposites. Are they? The professor pointed to a name on the chart, Hermione's. Is she a variable or a person? Both. That's the problem. Is it? Or is it just complexity? The professor turned to face him. Life isn't simple, Harry. People aren't simple. We contain multitudes, contradictions, paradoxes, things that shouldn't fit together but do. The question isn't whether you can be both strategist and friend. The question is whether you can be both well. Whether you can hold the tension between them without breaking. Harry thought about this. About holding tension. About balancing opposites. How, he asked. That's the ethical question, isn't it? The one only you can answer. The professor smiled. But I'll give you a hint, it starts with choice. With letting people choose. With being honest about who you are and what you're doing. Some will walk away. Some will stay. The ones who stay, those are your real allies. Those are the ones worth having. Harry looked at the charts one last time. Then he picked up an eraser and began to wipe them clean. What are you doing? The professor asked. Starting over. But this time, Harry erased the last name, leaving a blank wall. This time, I let them choose. The professor watched him work, his expression unreadable. But in his eyes, there was something that looked like pride. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, watching the Scottish countryside scroll past. They talked about summer plans, about homework, about nothing important. It was ordinary. Normal. Human. At one point, Hermione looked at him with a question in her eyes. Are you okay? You've been quiet. Harry considered the question. Was he okay? He'd faced a dark wizard. He'd nearly died. He'd discovered uncomfortable truths about himself. He'd been forced to question everything he thought he knew. But he'd also found something. Something he hadn't expected. Friends. Real friends. People who chose him. Yeah, he said, and for the first time in weeks, it was true. I'm okay. Ron grinned. Brilliant. Fancy some chess? I'll go easy on you. You never go easy on anyone. True. But I'll pretend to. Harry laughed, actually laughed, and pulled out the chess set. The game began, ordinary and normal and human. 3 moves ahead. But this time, he wasn't alone. Chapter 14, The Grand Strategy. The summer before 3rd year was when Harry truly understood what the professor had been building toward. He spent it not at the Dursleys, that chapter of his life was permanently closed, but in a small flat above a bookshop in Diagon Alley, courtesy of funds the professor had secured through years of careful investment. From this vantage point, Harry watched the magical world prepare for war. The signs were subtle at first. A news article here, a whispered rumor there. Death Eaters claiming they'd been imperieused, released from Azkaban for lack of evidence. Dark creatures growing bolder, attacking more frequently. The Ministry issuing statements of reassurance that fooled no one with eyes to see. Voldemort was returning. Everyone could feel it. The professor arrived on the first day of summer with a stack of files thicker than Harry's arm. He spread them across the flat small table, each one labeled with a name, a location, a threat assessment. 12 months, the professor said quietly. Maybe less. That's how long we have before everything changes. Harry looked at the files. Azkaban breaks. Death Eater movements. Magical creature migrations. Political realignments. It was overwhelming, a cascade of information that would have drowned him a year ago. Now, he just started organizing. Priorities, he murmured, sorting. Files into piles. Immediate threats first. Then secondary. Then long-term positioning. The professor watched with something like pride as Harry's trained mind took over. Good. Where do you start? Azkaban. If the Dementors are leaving, or being released, that changes everything. They're the Ministry's primary deterrent. Without them, the prison is just a building. And the prisoners inside are some of Voldemort's most loyal followers. If they get out, Harry didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The professor nodded. The Ministry is denying it. But my sources say at least a dozen Death Eaters have already been quietly released. Health reasons, they're calling it. Miscarriages of justice. The public doesn't know yet. Harry felt cold. A dozen Death Eaters, free. Walking among them. Planning. Who? The professor pulled out a sub-file. Bellatrix Lestrange. Rodolphus Lestrange. Antonin Dolohov. Augustus Rookwood, you remember him from your training exercise. And others. The worst of the worst. Harry stared at the names. Bellatrix Lestrange, the one who tortured Neville's parents into madness. Free. Walking free. We need to warn people, he said. Neville's grandmother. Already done. I sent an anonymous letter last week. She's taken Neville somewhere safe. The professor's voice was calm, but his eyes were hard. But we can't warn everyone. There are too many. And some won't believe us until it's too late. Harry looked at the files again, seeing them differently now. Not just information, lives. Real lives, connected to these names, these threats. The ethical question echoed in his mind, would I be okay with them knowing? I need to tell Hermione, he said. And Ron. And the others. They deserve to know what's coming. The professor considered this. Are you sure? Knowledge is danger. They could be targeted. They're already targeted. They're my friends. Anyone who wants to hurt me will go through them eventually. Harry met the professor's eyes. They deserve the chance to choose. To prepare. To fight. The professor was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled, that rare, genuine expression. You've learned the lesson. Not just the strategy, the ethics behind it. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Tell them. And then let's start planning. The next 2 months were the most intense of Harry's life. He wrote to Hermione first, then Ron, then slowly expanded to include others he trusted, Neville, whose courage had earned a place, Luna Lovegood, whose strange perceptions saw things others missed, even Ginny Weasley, who'd recovered from her first-year ordeal and was hungry to understand. They gathered in the room of requirement when term began, a secret council of young witches and wizards who knew the truth. Harry stood before them, the professor's files spread across tables, and laid out the situation. Voldemort is returning, he said quietly. Not next year. Not in 5 years. Now. This year. Maybe this month. His followers are free. They're gathering. And when he's ready, they'll move. The room was silent. 12 faces stared at him, ranging from Hermione's grim determination to Ron's pale shock to Luna's dreamy acceptance. What do we do? Ginny asked. Her voice was steady, though her hands trembled slightly. We prepare. Harry moved to a chart he'd spent weeks designing. Not as soldiers, we're not ready for that. As observers. As a network. We watch, we listen, we learn. And when the time comes, we act. He explained the structure he'd designed, cells within each house, communication protocols, contingency plans. It was everything the professor had taught him, adapted for young wizards who'd never faced real war. But why us? Someone asked. A Hufflepuff boy named Zacharias Smith, skeptical as always. Why not let the adults handle it? Because the adults are failing. Harry's voice was hard. The Ministry denies what's happening. Dumbledore's hands are tied by Politics. The Order of the Phoenix, if it still exists, is too small, too old, too slow. By the time they act, it'll be too late. He looked at each of them in turn. I'm not asking you to fight. I'm asking you to watch. To tell me what you see. To be my eyes and ears where I can't be. That's all. Zacharias was silent, but he didn't leave. None of them did. The DA, Dumbledore's army, someone jokingly called it, and the name stuck, was born. The year that followed was unlike anything Hogwarts had seen. While the ministry blustered and denied, while the prophet printed comforting lies, while most students worried about exams and Quidditch, Harry's network grew. Dozens of eyes in every house, every year, every corner of the castle. They watched the teachers, the visitors, the strange occurrences that multiplied as the months passed. Hermione became his chief analyst, processing reports, identifying patterns, building the most comprehensive intelligence picture any student had ever assembled. Ron ran logistics, coordinating meetings, managing communications, keeping the network fed and functional. Neville, growing braver by the day, became their liaison to the magical creatures who saw things humans missed. And Harry planned. He planned for every contingency he could imagine. Attack scenarios, escape routes, safe houses, communication dead drops. He mapped the castle's secret passages until he knew them better than the marauders ever had. He studied defensive magic until he could cast shields in his sleep. The professor visited monthly, reviewing progress, offering insights, pushing Harry to think deeper. 3 moves ahead, he'd say. Always 3 moves ahead. By spring, Harry was thinking 5. By summer, 7. The attack came in June, as Harry had predicted. He'd seen the signs for weeks, strangers in Hogsmeade, odd questions from students who'd never shown interest before, a tension in the air like before a thunderstorm. He'd warned Dumbledore. Who'd listened gravely and done nothing. Or nothing Harry could see. Then, on the night of the full moon, they came. Death Eaters. A dozen of them, masked and robed, appearing in the castle through a passage Harry hadn't discovered. They moved through the corridors with deadly purpose, heading for the astronomy tower, where Dumbledore stood alone. But Harry's network had seen them coming. The warning came from Luna, who'd been watching the grounds with her strange perception. She found Harry in the room of requirement, her silver eyes wide. "They're here," she said simply. "In the castle. 12 of them." Harry was moving before she finished speaking. He grabbed his wand, activated the framework, and began issuing orders. "Ron, get the younger students to safety. Use the passage behind the 3rd-floor tapestry. Hermione, alert the teachers. Neville, get to the tower, warn Dumbledore. Luna, stay here, coordinate communications. Everyone else." He looked at the faces around him. Scared, but determined. Ready. Watch each other's backs. Don't engage unless you have to. But if you have to, he smiled, thin and sharp. Make them regret it. They scattered into the night. Harry ran toward the fighting. He could hear it now, spells cracking, shouts echoing, the chaos of battle. He'd never experienced anything like it, but his training took over. Move, assess, adapt. 3 moves ahead. He found the first Death Eater in a corridor near the library. The masked figure was advancing on a group of younger students, wand raised, a cruel laugh echoing behind his mask. Harry didn't hesitate. He cast from the shadows, a stunner, precise and silent. The Death Eater crumpled before he knew what hit him. Get to the Great Hall, Harry told the stunned students. Now. Don't stop. They ran. Harry moved on. More Death Eaters appeared as he climbed. He avoided some, engaged others, always moving upward. The framework hummed at full power, deflecting curses, launching counters. He felt like a machine, cold, efficient, deadly. But machines didn't feel fear. Machines didn't see their friends in danger. He rounded a corner and found Ron, back against the wall, wand out, facing two Death Eaters alone. His face was pale but determined, the same expression he wore during chess when he knew he was about to lose but refused to surrender. Harry didn't think. He acted. A shield between Ron and the nearest curse. A disarming charm at the second Death Eater. A blasting curse that sent both attackers staggering. He moved into the corridor, positioning himself beside Ron, his wand never stopping. "Took you long enough," Ron gasped. "Had to make an entrance." Harry cast again, driving the Death Eaters back. "Go. Find Hermione. I'll hold them." Ron hesitated. "Harry. Go. That's an order." Ron went. Harry faced the two Death Eaters alone. They were good, better than Quirrell, better than anyone he'd fought before. Their curses came fast and accurate, testing the framework's limits. Harry felt it straining, draining him with each deflection. He couldn't keep this up forever. But he didn't need forever. He just needed enough time. The Death Eaters pressed forward, confident now, sensing weakness. Harry let them come, retreating slowly, drawing them into a narrower part of the corridor. When they were positioned exactly where he wanted, he triggered the trap. The ceiling collapsed, a blasting curse aimed at the weakened stone above them. Tons of rock crashed down, separating Harry from his attackers. When the dust cleared, they were on the other side, trapped, furious, but alive. Harry didn't wait to see more. He ran. The astronomy tower was chaos. Dumbledore stood at the center, his wand a blur of light, holding off 3 Death Eaters at once. More lay at his feet, stunned or worse. But even as Harry watched, he saw the headmaster falter. Saw his age, his exhaustion, his humanity. And then Harry saw the boy. Draco Malfoy stood at the edge of the battle, his wand raised, his face a mask of terror and determination. He wasn't attacking, not yet. He was waiting. Waiting for something. Harry understood in a flash. Malfoy was the key. Voldemort had given him a task, kill Dumbledore, and if he failed, he and his family would die. This wasn't an attack. It was an execution, with Malfoy as the unwilling weapon. Harry moved without thinking. He crossed the tower in seconds, positioning himself between Malfoy and Dumbledore. The blonde boy stared at him, confusion and fear warring on his face. "Don't," Harry said quietly. "This isn't you. You don't know me." Malfoy's voice cracked. "You don't know what I've done. What I have to do. I know you're being used. I know you're scared. I know you don't want this." Harry held his gaze, willing him to understand. "Put down the wand. Walk away. We'll protect you." Malfoy's wand wavered. Behind them, the battle raged, Death Eaters falling, Dumbledore holding, the tide turning. But here, in this small space, only these two boys existed. "I can't," Malfoy whispered. "He'll kill my mother. Then we'll stop him. Together." Harry extended his hand. "You're not alone, Malfoy. You never were." For a long, terrible moment, Malfoy's wand pointed at Harry's heart. Then, slowly, it lowered. The battle ended moments later. The remaining Death Eaters fled when they saw Malfoy's defection. Dumbledore stood among the fallen, wounded but alive, his eyes fixed on Harry with an expression no one could read. Harry didn't wait for thanks or explanations. He turned and walked away, down the spiral stairs, through the corridors, past the stunned students and relieved teachers. He found Hermione and Ron in the great hall, pale but unharmed. He found Neville, bruised but triumphant. He found Luna, still calm, still watching. And he found the professor, waiting in the shadows by the entrance. "You did it," the professor said quietly. You won. Harry shook his head. We won. All of us. The professor smiled. Yes. All of you. The aftermath took weeks to process. Dumbledore recovered. Malfoy and his mother went into hiding, protected by the Order. The Death Eaters who'd been captured were sent to Azkaban, this time with real guards, not Dementors. The Ministry finally acknowledged what everyone already knew: Voldemort had returned. Harry was hailed as a hero. Again. He accepted the attention with the same careful neutrality he'd always shown, but inside, he was different. The battle had changed him. Not hardened him, that wasn't the right word. It had focused him. He knew now what he was fighting for. Not survival. Not victory. Not even justice. He was fighting for the people who'd stood with him. For Ron, who'd faced Death Eaters with nothing but courage. For Hermione, who'd coordinated the defense like a general. For Neville, who'd grown from a nervous boy into a warrior. For Luna, who saw what others missed and never wavered. Even for Malfoy, who'd made the hardest choice of his life. They were his army. His family. His reason. The professor came to him one last time, at the end of summer. They stood on the roof of the bookshop, watching the sun set over Diagon Alley. I won't be here next year, the professor said quietly. My work is done. You don't need me anymore. Harry felt a pang of loss, but also understanding. You were always going to leave eventually. Yes. That was always the plan. The professor turned to face him. But I need you to know something. You're not just my student anymore. You're my legacy. Everything I taught you, everything I believed, you've made it real. Better than I ever could. Harry didn't know what to say. For the first time in years, words failed him. The professor smiled, that rare, genuine expression. You're ready, Harry. For whatever comes next. You're 3 moves ahead of everyone else. But more importantly, he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You're 3 moves ahead for the right reasons. For the people who matter. For the world you want to build. He stepped back, toward the edge of the roof. Goodbye, Harry. I'll be watching. And then he was gone, disappearing into the gathering darkness like he'd never been there at all. Harry stood alone on the roof, watching the last light fade. Below, the magical world bustled and chattered, oblivious to the storm that had passed and the greater storm yet to come. But Harry saw it. All of it. The moves and countermoves, the players and pieces, the game that would define the rest of his life. 3 moves ahead. Always. He smiled, turned, and walked back into the light. Chapter 15, The Arcane Mastermind. The war ended not with a bang, but with a blueprint. Harry stood in the room of requirement, his room now, transformed over the years into a command center worthy of any general. The walls were covered in layered diagrams, spell sequences, contingency trees that branched into infinity. Maps of Hogwarts, of the Ministry, of every significant location in magical Britain were pinned beside intelligence reports from a network that spanned continents. 20 years old. The war had taken 7 of those years, carved them out of his youth like a sculptor removing everything that wasn't essential. But standing here, in the quiet before the final move, Harry felt no regret. Only purpose. The door opened. Hermione entered, her hair streaked with grey now, her eyes tired but bright. She carried a rolled parchment and an expression of grim satisfaction. It's done, she said quietly. All the pieces are in place. Harry took the parchment, unrolled it, studied it. The diagram showed the final operation, the culmination of years of planning, of watching, of waiting. Every Death Eater cell was marked. Every safe house was located. Every vulnerability was noted. 3 moves ahead, he murmured. Try 30. Hermione smiled tiredly. You've been planning this since you were 11. The rest of us are just catching up. Harry looked at her, his oldest friend, his most trusted ally. She'd stayed through everything. Through the battles and the losses, through the dark years when Voldemort seemed unstoppable, through the long slow grind of turning the tide. Are they ready? He asked. They're ready. Ron's got the defensive grids operational. Neville's creatures are in position. Luna's people have the ministry secured. Even Malfoy, she hesitated. Malfoy delivered. His mother's network came through. Harry nodded. The unlikely alliance had been one of his first moves after the astronomy tower. Draco Malfoy, hidden and hunted, had become one of his most valuable assets. The pureblood families who'd wavered during the First War had been given a choice: join the resistance or face the consequences. Most had joined. Then we move at dawn. Harry rolled the parchment and handed it back. One last time. Hermione took it, but didn't leave. She stood there, looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. What? He asked. Nothing. Just, she shook her head. I remember the boy who couldn't open a lock. Who sat in the back of every class, watching everyone. Who built an information network out of nothing because he had to survive. She smiled. You've come a long way. Harry thought about that boy. About the cupboard under the stairs. About the professor, long gone now, but present in every plan Harry made. About all the people who'd helped him become what he was. I didn't do it alone, he said. No. But you made it possible. Hermione stepped forward and hugged him, quick, fierce, over before he could properly respond. See you at dawn, General. She left, and Harry was alone with his thoughts. Dawn came gray and cold over a country holding its breath. Harry stood at the edge of the forbidden forest, wrapped in charms that made him invisible to every form of detection. Around him, hidden in the shadows, his army waited. Not soldiers, most of them had never held a wand in battle. But they were here. Because he'd asked. Because they believed. Ron appeared at his elbow, materializing from a disillusionment charm. All sectors report ready. The ministry's ours, Luna's people locked it down an hour ago. The Death Eater safe houses are surrounded. And the manor, he swallowed. He's there. Voldemort. In the manor, with his inner circle. Harry felt the words like a physical weight. 7 years of hunting, of hiding, of building toward this moment. And now it was here. The defensive grids, he asked. Active. If anyone tries to apparate in or out, they'll be trapped. The anti-port key wards are up. The Floo network is disabled. Ron's voice was steady, but Harry could hear the tension beneath it. He can't run, Harry. He's yours. He's yours, the words echoed in Harry's mind. Voldemort. The monster who'd murdered his parents. The shadow that had haunted his entire life. And now, finally, they would face each other. Tell everyone to hold positions, Harry said. I'll go in alone. Ron's eyes widened. Alone? Harry, that's suicide. It's strategy. Harry turned to face his oldest friend. If we go in as an army, he'll fight as one. He'll hurt people. Kill people. I won't have that on my conscience. He placed a hand on Ron's shoulder. Trust me. I've been planning this since I was 9. Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. 3 moves ahead. Always. Harry stepped out of the forest and walked toward the manor. The manor was silent. Harry moved through its corridors like a ghost, the framework active at full power, every sense extended. He'd studied the blueprints for years, knew every room, every passage, every hidden door. The Death Eaters were gathered in the Great Hall, he knew. Waiting for their master's orders. But Harry wasn't here for them. Not yet. He found Voldemort in the library. The Dark Lord sat in a high-backed chair before a roaring fire, his snake-like face illuminated by the flames. He was alone, no guards, no servants. Just him and his thoughts, waiting for dawn. Harry Potter. The voice was soft, almost gentle. I wondered when you'd come. Harry stepped into the light, letting the disillusionment fade. You knew I would. Of course. Voldemort rose, tall and terrible, his red eyes gleaming. You've been a thorn in my side for 20 years. The boy who lived. The boy who thwarted me. The boy who, he smiled, a horrible expression. The boy who became something unexpected. A strategist. A planner. A mind to match my own. Harry said nothing. Just watched, waited, catalogued. You think you can defeat me, Voldemort continued. You think your little network, your careful plans, your 3 moves ahead, you think any of it matters against true power? He raised his wand. I am immortal. I am invincible. I am. You're predictable. Voldemort stopped. His red eyes narrowed. Every move you've made, I've anticipated. Every plan you've set in motion, I've countered. You think you've been winning, but you've been dancing to my tune for years. Harry's voice was calm, conversational. You're not facing a boy anymore. You're facing a system. A design. A blueprint that's been 20 years in the making. Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound. You think words can defeat me? No. But this can. Harry raised his wand. And everything changed. The library dissolved. Not literally, they were still there, in the manor, in the firelight. But suddenly Voldemort was seeing something else. Memories, perhaps. Or possibilities. Scenes from a future that might never happen. What? Voldemort staggered, clutching his head. What is this? A layered spell matrix. 7 years in development. Hermione's finest work. Harry watched the Dark Lord struggle, his face expressionless. It doesn't hurt you. Doesn't attack you. It just shows you. Everything. Everyone you've destroyed. Every life you've ruined. Every person who's died because of you. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure agony, as if his soul were being torn apart. You see them, don't you? All of them. My parents. The Longbottoms. The McKinnons. The Bones family. Hundreds of names, thousands of faces. All because of you. Harry's voice never wavered. And now you get to see them forever. Trapped in this moment, this vision, this truth. Voldemort collapsed to his knees, his wand fallen, his hands clawing at his face. The vision wasn't stopping, couldn't stop, not until Harry released it. And Harry had no intention of releasing it. Ever. This isn't victory, Voldemort gasped. This is justice. Harry knelt before him, meeting those red eyes one last time. You wanted immortality. Now you have it. Forever. Trapped in this moment, with all your victims, all your sins, all your failures. Eternal. Inescapable. He stood and walked away, leaving Voldemort on his knees, surrounded by ghosts only he could see. The Death Eaters surrendered without a fight. When Harry emerged from the library, they were already gathering in the Great Hall, their wands lowered, their faces ashen. Word had spread, not of Voldemort's defeat, but of something stranger. Something that made them question everything they'd believed. Bellatrix Lestrange was the last to yield. She stood in the center of the hall, her wand raised, her eyes wild. But when she saw Harry, something in her face crumbled. What have you done? She whispered. What have you done to him? Showed him the truth. Harry's voice was quiet, almost gentle. The same truth that's waiting for all of you. If you choose it. Bellatrix's wand wavered. For a moment, just a moment, Harry saw something human in her eyes. Then she dropped the wand and sank to her knees, sobbing. The war was over. The aftermath was stranger than anyone could have predicted. Voldemort didn't die. He didn't vanish. He simply sat in a room in the manor, surrounded by portraits of his victims. That only he could see, trapped in an endless loop of truth and consequence. The greatest dark wizard in history, reduced to a weeping figure in a chair. Some called it mercy. Some called it cruelty. Harry called it necessary. The Death Eaters were tried, properly this time, with Veritaserum and memory evidence and no political interference. Most went to Azkaban. Some, the ones who genuinely reformed, were given leniency. The Malfoys, protected by years of service to the Resistance, were quietly allowed to rebuild their lives. The magical world breathed again. Harry stood on the Hogwarts battlements 3 months later, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and red. The castle was healing, physically and magically, from the war's damage. Soon, students would return. Life would resume. Footsteps behind him. Hermione and Ron, climbing to join him. "Thought we'd find you here," Ron said, settling against the parapet. "Brooding? Planning?" Harry smiled slightly. "Old habits." Hermione leaned beside him, looking out at the view. "You know you don't have to plan anymore. It's over." "Is it?" Harry shook his head. "There will always be threats. Always be dangers. The difference is," he paused, searching for words. "Now we face them together." Ron snorted. "Finally. Took you long enough to figure that out." They stood in comfortable silence, 3 friends who'd survived the impossible. Below, the lake glittered in the fading light. Above, the first stars were appearing. "What will you do now?" Hermione asked quietly. "Now that it's over?" Harry considered the question. He'd spent his entire life preparing for a war that was now won. What came next? Teach, maybe. He glanced at her. There's a generation coming up that needs to know more than just spells. Needs to know how to think. How to plan. How to be 3 moves ahead. Hermione smiled. "You'd make a terrible teacher. You'd expect everyone to be as brilliant as you." "No. I'd just expect them to try." Harry looked back at the castle, at the place that had become his home. "The professor taught me that the mind is the only weapon that matters. I'd like to pass that on." Ron groaned. "More planning. More strategies. More," he stopped, seeing something in Harry's expression. "You're serious." "I'm always serious." They laughed, all 3 of them, the sound carrying across the battlements, echoing off ancient stone. It was a sound that hadn't been heard in this place for far too long. Years passed. Harry taught, and learned, and taught some more. His students became strategists, planners, thinkers who saw the world differently. Some went on to great things. Some just lived better lives. Both outcomes, he felt, were victories. The room of requirement became a permanent classroom, not for spells, but for strategy. Students came from all houses, all backgrounds, to learn the methods Harry had developed. The professor's legacy, carried forward. Hermione transformed the ministry, rooting out corruption, building systems that actually worked. Ron became head of Auror training, revolutionizing how magical law enforcement operated. Neville returned to Hogwarts as herbology professor, his plants now serving as both curriculum and covert defense system. And Harry? Harry watched them all, proud and quiet, always 3 moves ahead but content to let others make their own. The final scene took place in a small room above a bookshop in Diagon Alley. Harry sat at a desk, reviewing layered spell diagrams by candlelight. The room was filled with blueprints, contingency trees, plans within plans. Not for war anymore, for life. For the endless complexity of existence. A knock at the door. He looked up. A young witch stood there, 15, maybe 16, with the same determined expression Hermione had worn at that age. She held a rolled parchment and an expression of desperate hope. "Professor Potter. They said you could help. That you teach people to think differently. To see the moves before they happen." She swallowed. "I need that. There's something coming, something I don't understand, and I need to be ready." Harry studied her for a long moment. Saw the fear, the hope, the potential. Saw himself, 20 years ago, standing in a stable while rain poured down outside. "Come in," he said. "Sit down. We have a lot to discuss." She entered, and Harry closed the door behind her. Outside, the magical world bustled and chattered, oblivious to the new strategist being born in this small room. But Harry saw it. All of it. The moves and countermoves, the players and pieces, the game that would continue long after he was gone. He returned to his desk, picked up his diagrams, and began to teach. 3 moves ahead. Always. The end.